The last gunshot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse, and then a silence fell, a silence heavier and more terrible than any sound before it. Through the thick grey smoke of black powder, the afternoon light struggled to reveal a scene of absolute carnage. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very pillars of the law lay bleeding onto the floorboards. The assassins, the notorious Allen clan, had already vanished back into the mists of the Blue Ridge Mountains. This wasn't just murder. It was a declaration of war against the 20th century itself. What could possess men to commit such a brazen act in broad daylight? What unwritten code could be so powerful that it demanded a bloodbath in a hall of justice? To find the answer, we must look past the men who fired the guns, to the woman who forged their iron will in the heart of the mountains. Today, we uncover the story of Barbara Allen, the matriarch of a clan that answered to no law but her own. Hillsville, Virginia, in the spring of 1912, was a town caught between two worlds. Down its muddy main street, you could see the slow, inexorable march of the 20th century in the form of new storefronts and the occasional motor car. But looking up at the surrounding Blue Ridge, you could feel the pull of the old world, a world of isolated hollows, deep-rooted clans, and unwritten laws that had governed these mountains for generations. The brick courthouse stood as the very symbol of this struggle, a place where the new rule of law was meant to replace the old code of blood and honor. At the heart of this new order was Judge Thornton Massey. He wasn't a local man, not born of the same mountain soil as the families he presided over. He was an outsider, an educated man of principle who believed that justice should be blind. To him, a man's last name shouldn't matter, whether it was Allen or Smith. The law was the law, a universal standard that was meant to tame the wildness of the frontier and bring civilization to the hills. He was a stern but fair-minded man, tasked with the impossible job of imposing a foreign authority on a people who had never recognized any authority but their own kin. Sheriff Lewis Webb, on the other hand, was a man of the county. He had to walk a delicate line every single day. He wore a badge representing the government in the state capital, but he lived and worked among neighbors who settled their disputes with fists or a hunting rifle. He knew the Allens. He understood their pride, their temper, and their profound contempt for his office. Every time he served a warrant in a remote holler, he was stepping into a world where his badge meant less than nothing. He was the local embodiment of a law that many saw as an occupying force. Alongside them stood William Foster, the Commonwealth's attorney. He was the voice of the system, the man who used words and legal precedent to fight battles that were more often settled with threats and intimidation. He believed in due process, in evidence, in the power of a logical argument to uncover the truth. In that Hillsville courtroom, he was preparing to argue a case against Floyd Allen, not realizing he was bringing a book of rules to a gunfight. These men were not just public officials. They were pioneers of a new way of life. They were husbands, fathers, and respected members of a community trying to build a future based on order and reason. But a shadow was gathering over them, a tension that was palpable in the cold March air. The upcoming trial of Floyd Allen wasn't just another case on the docket. It was a test of will. It was a direct challenge to the Allen clan's belief that they were a law unto themselves. The world these men were trying to build was one where disagreements were settled by juries, not ambushes. A world where a judge's gavel was more powerful than a patriarch's command. They woke up on the morning of March the 14th, believing in that world, in the safety of their courthouse, and in the strength of the laws they had sworn to uphold. They had no idea that by day's end, their world would be left in ruins, and their bodies would be the final, bloody evidence of a war that had been brewing for centuries. The Hillsville courthouse was no longer a place of law. It was a slaughterhouse. As the acrid fog of gunpowder began to settle, it revealed a scene of pure pandemonium. Men and women who moments before had been calm spectators scrambled for the exits, their screams echoing in the suddenly cavernous room. Those who remained were frozen in shock, staring at the carnage with wide, uncomprehending eyes. The air, thick with the smell of sulfur and fear, hummed with a terrible ringing silence where the rule of law had just been executed. The first people to rush in found Judge Massey slumped behind his bench, the symbol of his authority, now his deathbed. His gavel lay on the floor beside him, a useless piece of wood in a world where steel and lead had spoken the final word. Near the main door, Sheriff Lewis Webb lay fallen, a testament to his final futile attempt to restore order. Across the room, Commonwealth's attorney William Foster was also down, his legal arguments silenced forever. It was a systematic dismantling of the county's legal system carried out in less than 2 minutes. The evidence of the ambush was everywhere. The floor was littered with spent shell casings, glinting like deadly seeds sown on the hardwood. Bullet holes peppered the walls, the witness stand, and the judge's bench, silent witnesses to the storm of violence. Investigators would later count dozens of impacts, a clear sign of multiple shooters firing with reckless abandon. The Allens' chairs were empty. They had simply stood up, unleashed hell, and melted back into the mountains that had raised them, leaving only chaos and death in their wake. The scene offered no mystery as to who was responsible. Every terrified whisper from the survivors confirmed it: the Allens. But the how and the why were a far darker puzzle. How could a family bring a private army into a courtroom? Was this a spontaneous explosion of mountain temper or a cold, calculated assassination? The contradictory accounts from traumatized witnesses only deepened the confusion. The crime scene itself was a brutal message, written in blood and gunpowder. In these mountains, some lines of kinship were thicker than any law, and the price for crossing them was absolute. If you were to search for the man at the eye of this hurricane, all fingers would have pointed to one person, Floyd Allen. He wasn't just a participant, he was the cause. Floyd was the patriarch, a man carved from the hard granite of the Blue Ridge who had amassed wealth, land, and a fearsome reputation. In his corner of Carroll County, his word was law, and his will was absolute. He moved through the world with the unshakable confidence of a king in his own kingdom, a place where the official law was an irritation, a suggestion from a distant world that he was free to ignore. His motive was as clear and cold as a mountain spring. It was pride, a fierce, unyielding pride that defined the very soul of the Appalachian clan system. The initial charge against him, interfering with an officer, was an insult. But the verdict, a year of hard time in the state penitentiary, was an intolerable humiliation. For a man like Floyd, a year in a prison uniform was not a punishment. It was an execution of his honor. It was the state declaring that he, Floyd Allen, was no better than any other man, that his power and his name meant nothing within the walls of their courthouse. The evidence was immediate and overwhelming. The shooting began the very second after Judge Massey pronounced the sentence. Witnesses recounted Floyd standing up, his face a mask of cold fury, and uttering the words that became the spark in the powder room, "I ain't a-goin'." That phrase, spoken with the full weight of his authority, was not a plea or a protest. It was a command. It was the signal to his kin that the time for talking was over. The community didn't need a detective to solve this mystery. They had all seen the simmering rage in Floyd Allen's eyes. He wasn't just a suspect. He was the epicenter of the earthquake that had just leveled the rule of law in Carroll County. But in the shadow of the patriarch stood a figure arguably more dangerous, Claude Allen, Floyd's son and heir apparent to this kingdom of defiance. Where Floyd's rage was born from a lifetime of power and a sudden public challenge to it, Claude's was something different. It was the pure, distilled poison of the Allen creed, passed down from one generation to the next. He was a true believer, a young man who had been taught from the cradle that the only response to an outside threat was overwhelming violence. The twist here is not one of greed or jealousy, but of ideology. Claude's motive was not simply to protect his father, it was to prove himself the worthy inheritor of the Allen legacy. For him, his father's conviction was a stain on his own honor. A year in prison for Floyd meant a lifetime of shame for Claude. He couldn't allow the world to see the Allens as a clan that could be tamed, caged, and broken by Flatlander laws. He was there not just to prevent a sentence, but to make a statement that would echo through the mountains for 100 years. When we re-examine the chaos of that day, one terrible detail rises to the surface. Most historical accounts and eyewitness testimonies agree. Claude Allen fired the first shot. He didn't wait for his father's signal. He didn't hesitate. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Claude drew his pistol and shot Judge Massey point blank. This was not the act of a man caught up in the heat of the moment. It was the act of an executioner. He didn't just join the fight, he started the war. In that single irrevocable moment, he betrayed any possibility of a non-violent outcome and sealed the fate of everyone in that room, turning a family's defiance into a public massacre. But to truly understand the firestorm at Hillsville, you have to look beyond the men and their motives to the larger war being waged. The true external threat wasn't a single person, but an entire century. The 20th century was coming for the Blue Ridge Mountains, not with a friendly handshake, but with the cold, calculating ambition of industry and centralized government. Railroads were cutting through ancient hills, timber barons were eyeing the vast virgin forests, and land speculators were using complex laws to divest mountain families of the very ground their ancestors had settled. This encroaching world saw the old ways of the mountains, the clan loyalty, the self-reliance, the deep suspicion of outsiders as a barrier to progress and profit. And the local instrument of this new world was the courthouse. Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and Prosecutor Foster were not just men doing their jobs, they were the local agents of this powerful external force. They represented a system that valued deeds and statutes over blood loyalty and tradition, a system that sought to replace the unwritten code of the mountains with the codified law of the state capital. From the Allens' perspective, this wasn't justice, it was a hostile takeover. Every new law, every tax, every court summons was another tightening of a noose around their way of life and their sovereignty. Floyd Allen's trial was the flashpoint. For the state, it was a necessary act to prove that no man was above the law. But for the Allens, it was the final, arrogant push of an invading army trying to break the back of the strongest clan in the county. The massacre, seen through this lens, becomes something more than a family's rage. It was a brutal, desperate act of rebellion against a future they did not want and a system they refused to recognize. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, the state of Virginia responded with a fury it had never before unleashed. Governor William Hodges Mann called it a blot on the name of the Commonwealth and vowed that the Allens would be hunted down like animals. He dispatched the state militia and, more importantly, hired the infamous Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, a private army of detectives known for their brutal and effective methods in breaking Union strikes. A massive manhunt, one of the largest in Virginia's history, was underway. But the lawmen and detectives quickly discovered they were not fighting men. They were fighting a legend, and their enemy was the land itself. The Blue Ridge Mountains, so beautiful from a distance, became a labyrinthine fortress for the fugitives. Every holler, every creek bed, every rhododendron thicket was a potential hiding place. The Allens knew the secret trails, the hidden caves, the sympathizers' cabins where a door would always be open. The detectives, with their city boots and their organized grid searches, were like children lost in an ancient, hostile forest. The pursuit became a frustrating and humiliating chase after phantoms. A tip would come in that the Allens had been spotted crossing into North Carolina, and a posse would ride for days, only to find the trail was cold, the rumor baseless. Another report would place them in a remote mining camp, but by the time the law arrived, the camp was deserted, with only the faint warmth of a recent fire as proof that anyone had been there at all. The Allens were a mist, dissolving whenever the law drew near, leaving the authorities grasping at nothing but fog and rumors. Back in Hillsville, the investigation into the crime itself was just as tangled. While everyone knew the Allens were guilty, The chaos of the shootout had created a dozen conflicting narratives. Who fired the first shot? Eyewitnesses, still reeling from the trauma, gave contradictory accounts. Some swore it was Claude Allen, others pointed to his cousin, Sidney Allen. The sheer number of guns fired made ballistic evidence a nightmare to sort through. For a brief moment, the state even pursued the theory that this was a wider conspiracy, a planned uprising against the government. But these trails led nowhere, circling back to the same frustrating truth. The Allens had acted as one, a single entity moved by a singular, violent purpose. The law was looking for a single mastermind, failing to understand they were fighting the spirit of an entire clan. The Baldwin Felts detectives soon learned a chilling lesson. The mountains were a fortress of rock and shadow, but the people who lived in them were a fortress of silence. As the manhunt dragged on, the lawmen came down from the cold, empty hillsides and tried to gather intelligence in the small communities and isolated farmhouses. What they encountered was a wall, as solid and impenetrable as a cliff face. Doors that had been opened to strangers were now bolted shut. Faces that were once friendly turned to stone. When asked about the Allens, the answer was always the same. Saw nothing, heard nothing, know nothing. This wasn't just a lack of cooperation, it was a deeply ingrained code of omerta, the unwritten law of the mountains. The first pillar of this code was fear, and it was a fear well earned. The Allens had ruled their corner of the county for decades through a mixture of influence and raw intimidation. To speak against them was to invite ruin. A farmer whose land bordered the Allens might find his best cow missing one morning, or his fence cut in the dead of night. A whisper to the sheriff could mean finding your barn burned to the ground a week later, with no one to blame but the shadows. The community knew the Allens' justice was swifter and more certain than any verdict from a distant court. But it was more than just fear. It was kinship. In the tangled genealogy of the Appalachian hollows, the Allen family tree had roots in every direction. They were connected by blood and marriage to half the families in the county. Asking someone to turn on the Allens was often asking them to betray a cousin, a brother-in-law, or a childhood friend. To these people, the lawmen from the city were the true outsiders, the invaders. The Allens, for all their violence, were their own. Loyalty to blood was a sacred duty that trumped any law written in a book. This wall of silence drove the detectives to the edge of madness. They were in a foreign country, surrounded by people who looked and spoke like them, but who lived by an ancient, invisible set of rules. The truth of the massacre wasn't a secret buried in the ground. It was a story being actively protected behind every locked door and every pair of cold, watchful eyes. The community had closed ranks, forming a silent army that was just as effective as the Allens' own guns at keeping the law at bay. Weeks turned into a month, and the mountains held their secret. The manhunt, for all its resources and manpower, was a spectacular failure. The Allens had been swallowed by the wilderness, and the wall of silence held firm. The detectives were frustrated, the governor was furious, and it began to look as if the Allen clan might have truly committed the perfect crime, disappearing into folklore as ghosts of the Blue Ridge. But the men from the Baldwin Felts Agency were not mountain men. They were masters of human weakness, and they knew that every fortress has a crack. They shifted their strategy. They couldn't out-hike the Allens, so they decided to buy them. Massive reward notices were posted on every courthouse door, every general store window, every fence post from Virginia to Tennessee. The price on the Allens' heads grew to a small fortune, enough money to change a poor dirt farmer's life forever. They were no longer just hunting men with guns, they were hunting them with greed, planting a seed of temptation in the heart of the community. And then, it happened. The turning point came not with a shout, but with a whisper. A secret message, passed through a trusted intermediary, reached the detectives. It wasn't a grand confession, and it didn't come from a core member of the clan. It came from the periphery, from someone whose loyalty was weaker than their desire for the reward money, or perhaps someone who was simply tired of the chaos the Allens had brought down upon them all. The message contained the one thing the law had been missing: a specific location. A small farmhouse, a known sympathizer's home, where Floyd and Claude Allen were believed to be hiding. This was the forgotten clue they had been searching for. It wasn't an overlooked piece of evidence on the courthouse floor. It was a piece of human intelligence, pried loose from the wall of silence by the relentless pressure and the lure of cash. Suddenly, the vast, intimidating wilderness shrank to a single point on a map. The hunt was no longer a blind chase through an endless forest. It was a focused, surgical strike. The momentum had shifted. The Allens' greatest shield, the loyalty of their people, had finally been breached, and the lawmen now knew exactly where to find their prey. Under the cover of a moonless night, the law closed its iron fist around the farmhouse. The Baldwin Felts detectives, moving with the cold professionalism of seasoned hunters, took their positions, their rifles and shotguns aimed at every door and window. There would be no escape this time. The tip from their secret informant had been good. Inside that small wooden building were the two most wanted men in Virginia, Floyd and Claude Allen, the patriarch and the instigator. The air was thick with a silence that felt heavier than any sound, the calm before a final bloody storm. As the first light of dawn began to bleed over the mountain ridges, the call for surrender was issued. It was met not with words, but with the bright orange flash of a rifle from a darkened window, the sharp crack echoing across the valley. The farmhouse erupted in a blaze of gunfire. The Allens were not surrendering. They were making their last stand, turning a simple farmhouse into a fort and choosing to die in a blaze of glory rather than be taken alive. For hours, the siege raged, a furious exchange of lead that tore the small building to splinters. But the fight was hopeless. Surrounded and outgunned, the end came swiftly. In a final desperate rush, the detectives stormed the house. And then the legends were made of flesh and blood. Floyd Allen, the powerful patriarch, was found wounded. His fight bled out of him. The aura of invincibility shattered. He was no longer the king of Carroll County, but a captured, bleeding old man. His son Claude, the young firebrand who had started the massacre with a single shot, was also taken, his youthful fury finally extinguished by the overwhelming force of the law. As they were led out of the ruined farmhouse in chains, the full, horrifying truth of their motive was finally unmasked. It wasn't written in a hidden diary or a forgotten letter. It was written in the blood they had spilled and the defiance they had shown to the very end. This was never just about a minor charge or a one-year sentence. This was a battle for a way of life. They were soldiers in a war against a future that had no place for them, fighting for a code of honor that demanded violence against shame. The true culprit, the force that had driven them, was the unwritten law of the mountains, the creed that had been hammered into them since birth. The men who walked out of that farmhouse were the living, breathing products of Barbara Allen's terrible gospel, and Allen does not go to jail. In their capture, they had failed their code, but their final, desperate stand proved just how deeply they believed it. The chase was over, and the men behind the myth were finally exposed. Now, with the benefit of history, we can finally step back into that courtroom and witness the terrible harvest of the Allen creed. Picture the scene. The room is packed, the air thick with tension. Judge Thornton Massey, a man of the law, looks down from his bench. Below him stands Floyd Allen, a man of the mountains, surrounded by his kin. It is a standoff between two worlds, and the wooden walls of the courthouse have become the frontier. The judge's voice cuts through the silence, clear and firm, as he delivers the sentence, 1 year in the state penitentiary. The words hang in the air for a heartbeat, an intolerable insult. Floyd Allen draws himself up to his full height, his face like carved stone. He looks not at the judge, but at his own clan, and makes his declaration, a phrase that will become his epitaph. "I ain't a-goin'." Before the last syllable has faded, the room explodes. The first shot cracks like a whip, a sound so sharp and final it seems to suck all the air from the room. Judge Massey jerks backward, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, and then slumps forward over his bench. His gavel, the symbol of his authority, slides from his hand and clatters onto the floor below. That single sound breaks the spell, and hell is unleashed. The courtroom becomes a roaring, blinding vortex of chaos. Muzzle flashes from the Allen's pistols create strobing, hellish images in the suddenly dark, smoke-filled room. The noise is deafening, a continuous thunder that rattles the windows and shakes the floorboards. Men and women scream and dive for cover, crawling under heavy wooden benches as bullets splinter the wood just above their heads. Papers from the prosecutor's table are thrown into the air by the concussions, fluttering down through the haze like pale, terrified birds. Sheriff Webb, reacting on pure instinct, draws his revolver. He takes but a single step towards the Allens before he is thrown backward, falling near the doorway he was sworn to protect. Across the room, Commonwealth's Attorney Foster rises from his chair, his mouth open as if to object, but his argument is silenced forever as he too collapses to the floor. It is not a gunfight, it is an execution. Then, as suddenly as it began, the shooting stops. An unnatural ringing silence descends, broken only by the choked sobs of the survivors. The thick, acrid smoke of black powder hangs in the air, a suffocating fog that obscures everything. As it slowly begins to clear, the full horror is revealed. The chairs where the Allens had been sitting are empty, and on the walls, on the judge's bench, on the witness stand, are dozens of dark, round marks, the 57 silent witnesses to 90 seconds of absolute carnage. The Allen clan was gone, leaving behind only blood, smoke, and the shattered ruins of the law. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen was not a legal proceeding, it was a public reckoning. The state of Virginia, its authority profoundly wounded, put the full weight of its power on display. The small town of Wytheville, where the trial was moved to ensure a less biased jury, became the center of a national media circus. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago descended, eager to capture every detail of what they called the Savage Mountain Feud. For the state, this was a show trial in the truest sense, a chance to prove, once and for all, that the law of the Commonwealth was stronger than any clan's code of honor. In the defendant's box, Floyd and Claude Allen were not broken men begging for mercy. They were defiant to the last. Floyd sat with the stoic, quiet dignity of a fallen king, his gaze steady, his contempt for the proceedings clear in every line of his weathered face. He listened to the testimony against him not as a criminal, but as a captured enemy general forced to endure the rituals of his conquerors. Beside him, his son Claude was a caged wolf, his eyes burning with an unrepentant fire. They offered no apologies, no explanations. They had lived by their code, and they would die by it. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. This was a premeditated assassination of the law itself. They painted the Allens as a lawless tribe, a cancerous growth on the body of civilized society that had to be cut out. The defense, in a nearly impossible task, tried to argue that this was a tragedy of culture, a spontaneous eruption of violence born from the unique and volatile honor code of the mountains. They weren't trying to prove innocence. They were trying to explain a worldview that the jury box, filled with merchants and flatland farmers, could never possibly comprehend. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. When the jury foreman stood and pronounced both Floyd and Claude Allen guilty of murder in the first degree, a wave of relief and grim satisfaction washed over the courtroom. But the Allens themselves did not flinch. They had expected no quarter from this foreign court, and they were given none. The sentence followed swiftly: death in the state's electric chair. This final judgment was perhaps the ultimate symbol of the clash of worlds. The Allens had dealt in the hot, personal violence of the pistol. The state would answer with the cold, impersonal, technological power of electricity. In March of 1913, almost a year to the day after the massacre, father and son were executed. For the newspapers and the world outside, justice had been served. But back in the hollows of Carroll County, the story was far from over. The executions didn't end the legend, they cemented it. Floyd and Claude became martyrs, their deaths a final, terrible proof to many that the government's justice was just a more organized form of killing, a verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The executions of Floyd and Claude Allen were not an end, but the beginning of a long, painful reckoning. The Allen clan, once a formidable power in the Blue Ridge, was shattered. Their name, once spoken with a mixture of respect and fear, now became a synonym for senseless murder. The clan's other key figures were systematically hunted down and brought to justice. Sidney Allen, Barbara's own son, was wounded in a shootout and captured. He, along with his uncle Sidney Allen, was sentenced to decades in the state penitentiary, a fate that, for men raised on a doctrine of absolute freedom, was a kind of living death. The Allens' land holdings diminished, their political influence evaporated, and their aura of invincibility was gone forever, replaced by a legacy of infamy. At the heart of this ruin sat Barbara Graham Allen, the matriarch who had planted the seeds of this destruction. She lived to see the catastrophic harvest of her teachings. She saw her brother-in-law and nephew sent to the electric chair. She saw her own son, Sidney, locked away in a cage. The central commandment of her life, Allen's "don't go to jail," had become a bitter, ironic prophecy. Her family had either been sent to their graves or to a prison cell, the ultimate humiliation she had raised them to avoid. She died in 1920, a lonely, unyielding woman surrounded by the ghosts of the men she had forged, her final years spent in the quiet desolation of a kingdom turned to ash. The scars on the community of Hillsville ran just as deep. The families of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, William Foster, and the others were left with an unfillable void. They were not just statistics in a famous crime, they were husbands, fathers, and brothers whose absence left a permanent wound on the town. For decades, the massacre was a shadow that hung over Carroll County, a topic spoken of in hushed tones. The event divided neighbors and created a legacy of bitterness and distrust that would take generations to heal. Hillsville was no longer just a quiet mountain town. It was now a landmark of American violence. The men who escaped the electric chair still paid a heavy price. Sidney and Sidney Allen served long years behind the bleak walls of the Virginia State Penitentiary. Sidney, in a final act of Allen defiance, managed a daring escape but was eventually recaptured. Both were eventually paroled, returning as old, broken men to a world that had moved on without them. They were relics of a bygone era, their lives a long, slow postscript to the 90 seconds of chaos that had defined them. The fire of their youth had been extinguished by the slow, grinding reality of prison life. The tragedy of Hillsville didn't just end with the trials or the prison sentences, it echoed down through the generations. The descendants of the Allen clan had to navigate a world where their last name was a mark of shame. The children of the victims grew up without fathers, their lives forever defined by the violence of that day. The fates of everyone touched by the massacre, perpetrator and victim, lawman and outlaw, remained forever intertwined, bound together by the blood that was spilled on the courthouse floor. The world may have moved on, but in the Blue Ridge Mountains, the past is never truly past. If you travel to Hillsville today, you will not find the brick courthouse where the massacre took place. It was tragically lost to a fire in the 1990s. But for 85 years, that building stood as the most tangible monument to the tragedy. Its exterior walls held the scars of that day, the dark, round pockmarks left by the Allens' guns. For generations, people made a kind of pilgrimage to that courthouse, not just to conduct business, but to run their fingers over those bullet holes, to touch the physical evidence of a day when the law was shot dead in its own home. The echoes of the story are etched in stone in the quiet cemeteries scattered throughout the county. In the Hillsville Cemetery, you can find the graves of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and William Foster, their tombstones speaking of duty and a life cut short in service to the law. Miles away, in a family plot, lie the bodies of Floyd and Claude Allen, executed and buried back in the mountain soil that they fought and died for. Their graves, too, draw visitors, those who see them not as murderers, but as symbols of a fierce bygone independence. But the story's most enduring life is in the telling. The Hillsville Massacre seeped into the very soil of Appalachia and grew into folklore. For 100 years, it has been a cautionary tale told on front porches, a ghost story whispered around campfires. Local bards and balladeers captured the tragedy in song, and if you listen closely in the old-time music circles of the Blue Ridge, you might still hear the mournful tune of the Ballad of Floyd Allen, a song that turns the bloody tale into a timeless legend of pride and rebellion. More than anything, the mountains themselves remember. They were the silent witnesses to the Allens' flight, to the manhunt, and to the final, desperate siege. The wind that whispers through the pines on a cold night seems to carry the echoes of the gunshots. The old roads that twist through the hollows still feel as though they carry the memory of the posse's hoofbeats. History in these hills isn't just written in books or carved on monuments. It's a living presence in the landscape, a story the mountains will never let go of. So we return to the question that hung in the gunpowder smoke of that Hillsville courtroom. What could possess men to commit such an act? The easy answer is pride, or anger, or a primitive sense of justice. But the truth is that the most dangerous force in that room was not a man with a gun, but an idea. The idea that a family's honor was worth more than the law, worth more than another man's life, worth more than their own. This was the gospel according to Barbara Allen, a creed so powerful that it turned sons and nephews into soldiers in a war only they believed they were fighting. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a collision between two worlds. The Hillsville Massacre was the sound of an old world breaking against the shores of a new one. It is a brutal lesson in how a code of honor, once necessary for survival in a lawless frontier, can become a death sentence when the world changes. The Allens' fierce loyalty and unyielding pride were the very virtues that had made their ancestors strong. But in the 20th century, those same virtues led directly to the electric chair and the prison cell. Their story is a chilling reminder that the deadliest prisons are not always made of stone and steel, but are sometimes built from the unshakable beliefs passed down from one generation to the next. In the end, this is the tragedy of Barbara Allen. She was the unindicted architect of the massacre, a matriarch whose fierce love for her family's pride was so absolute that it demanded its utter ruin. She was not in the courtroom that day, but her spirit pulled every trigger. She won her battle. Floyd Allen never wore prison stripes, but in doing so, she lost everything. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. I'm standing on the bank of Wallens Creek, here in the rugged heart of Virginia. Today, the only sounds are the water moving over stones and the whisper of wind through the sycamores. It's a peaceful place, the kind of place you might come to forget the world for a while. But this ground doesn't forget. If you stand here long enough, the peace begins to feel thin, like a blanket laid over something terrible. This is a place of echoes. This quiet creek is where the legend of Daniel Boone ends and the story of the man begins. Not the folk hero in the coonskin cap, but a father whose life was shattered right here on this spot. The story we think we know is a comfortable lie. The truth is soaked into this soil, a tale of such brutality it would redirect the course of a man's life and a nation's history. Today, we're going to listen to those echoes and uncover the story of the dark and bloody ground. In the autumn of 1773, this same wilderness was not a place of quiet solitude. It was filled with the sounds of a dream in motion, The groan of wagon wheels, the lowing of cattle, the shouts of men, and the laughter of children. This was Daniel Boone's grand gamble, the first organized attempt to bring settler families into the promised land of Kentucky. They were a small, rolling nation of about 40 souls, carving a path through a world that had, until now, belonged only to the Long Hunters and the native tribes. Daniel Boone wasn't the giant of folklore yet. He was a 38-year-old father and husband, his face already lined by the sun and hardship, but his eyes were fixed on a future he could almost taste. He saw Kentucky not as a contested battleground, but as an untouched Eden, a place where a man could build a life from the ground up, beholden to no one. He was a guide, a protector, a patriarch leading his flock into a new world. At his side was his eldest son, James. At 16, he was on the cusp of manhood, strong and capable, already possessing a quiet confidence learned from his father in the deep woods. He was Daniel's shadow and his legacy, the boy who would help him tame this new land. For James, this journey wasn't just about following his father. It was the great adventure of his young life, a chance to prove himself and to be part of the founding of a new society. The air in those early days of October must have felt electric with possibility. Every mile they pushed westward through the Cumberland Gap, the world grew wilder, more beautiful, and more their own. They were leaving behind the crowded lands and the rigid rules of the colonies. Out here, the only law was the law of survival, and the only king was the vast, empty sky. They were tough, self-reliant people, but they were not warriors looking for a fight. They were farmers, husbands and wives, carrying their most precious possessions, iron pots, family Bibles, and the seeds for next year's crop. They believed in the promise of the land, a promise whispered to them by men like Boone. They had no idea they were seen not as pioneers, but as an invasion, and that the land itself and its ancient guardians were preparing to demand a terrible price for their trespass. The whispers from this creek are powerful, but to give them a voice, you have to turn to the written record. The story isn't just in the soil, it's locked away in archives, in letters written by hands that trembled with grief and shock. I'm holding a copy of one such document. It's a letter from Captain William Russell to Colonel William Preston, dated October 12, 1773. The paper is a copy, but the original is as brittle as a dry leaf, the ink faded to the color of rust. This isn't just an old piece of correspondence, it is a dispatch from the edge of a nightmare. William Russell was another leader of the expedition, and his own son Henry was with James Boone that night. This is a letter from one father to the world, trying to make sense of the unthinkable. He writes of the search party and of the discovery. He describes the scene with the stark, horrified clarity of a man who can't unsee what he's witnessed. He calls the perpetrators inhuman and details how the boys were tortured in the most barbarous manner. This document is the key. It's the first official confirmation of the event, transforming local horror into historical fact. It verifies the location, the date, and the sheer savagery of the attack. It is a cold, hard piece of the past that proves the echoes here are real. But this letter, for all its terrible detail, raises a more profound question. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. This wasn't just a raid for supplies or a swift, violent skirmish. The level of brutality described here was intentional. It was a message, written in blood. To understand that message, we have to look beyond the settlers' hopes and see this land through the eyes of the people who already called it home. To understand the horror described in that letter, you have to understand the land itself. To the Shawnee, the Cherokee, and the Delaware, Kentucky wasn't an empty paradise waiting for a master. It was Kentar-ten, the land of tomorrow, a sacred and vital hunting preserve. They didn't build their villages there, but it was their great commons, a shared cathedral of forest and meadow teeming with the buffalo, elk, and deer that sustained their people. Its borders were jealously guarded, and they called it the dark and bloody ground for a reason. When Daniel Boone's party of settlers snaked its way through the mountains, they were not seen as brave pioneers. They were seen as a plague. The Long Hunters had been one thing, solitary men who took some game and left. But this was different. This was a tide of axes and fences, of families and cabins. This was an army of permanence, an existential threat to a way of life that had existed for centuries. Every tree they felled, every patch of cane they cleared, was an act of war. Watching this slow-moving invasion was a war party, a coalition of Shawnee, Delaware, and Cherokee warriors. They were not a random band of marauders. They were the guardians of this land, men whose families depended on the game Boone's settlers were about to displace. They would have tracked the party for days, observing them with a mix of fury and contempt. The settlers' noisy, lumbering progress was an insult to the silence of the woods, a clear sign they did not belong. The decision to attack was a calculated one, and the decision to make it a spectacle of cruelty was a strategic one. They needed to send a message so terrifying that it would echo all the way back to the colonies in Virginia and Pennsylvania. They needed to turn the dream of Kentucky into a nightmare. When James Boone's small group separated from the main party, it offered the perfect opportunity. They weren't just going to kill the intruders. They were going to make their deaths a lesson. The barbarism Captain Russell would later describe in his letter wasn't mindless savagery. It was a deliberate act of psychological warfare designed to break the will of the invaders and burn the memory of this failure into Daniel Boone's soul forever. To understand a story this old, the paper trail can only take you so far. You have to find the people who have kept the story alive, not in books, but in memory. In a small town nestled in the Cumberland Gap, I found a local historian named Silas Blackwood. He's not an academic. He's a man whose family has lived in the shadow of these mountains since before Kentucky was a state. His knowledge comes from stories told on front porches, passed down from one generation to the next like a well-worn rifle. He looked over my copy of the Russell letter, his brow furrowed. "This is the white man's truth," he said, his voice raspy like dry leaves. "It tells you a storm came through and tore the roof off the barn. It doesn't tell you why the lightning chose to strike right there, right then." He explained that for 200 years, another version of the story has been whispered in these hills, a version that provides a motive far more terrifying than a simple land dispute. According to the tale passed down in his family, the war party wasn't just a random collection of warriors. It was led by a Shawnee warrior who was already carrying a deep and personal wound. The previous spring, his own son, a boy not much older than James Boone, had been killed during a skirmish with a party of white Long Hunters. For this man, the sight of Boone's settlers, an unstoppable wave of the very people who had taken his child, was not just a political threat. It was a personal desecration. This detail, passed down outside the official record, changes everything. The unspeakable acts committed on the bank of Wallens Creek were not just a strategic message of terror. They were a targeted, ritualistic act of revenge, a horrific mirror image of the warrior's own grief. It was meant to be a dark sacrament of an eye for an eye. It was designed specifically to make Daniel Boone, the great leader, feel the exact same hollowing loss that had destroyed his own life. The lightning wasn't random. It was aimed directly at a father's heart. On the night of October 9th, 1773, the air in the mountains grew cold. For the main body of settlers, it was a normal evening. Fires lit, guards posted, the familiar sounds of a camp settling in for the night. But miles away, a smaller group, including James Boone and Henry Russell, had separated from the others to chase down a stray horse and gather supplies. It was a routine task, the kind of thing these frontier boys had done 100 times before. They were capable, unafraid, and utterly oblivious that they were being watched. The war party had shadowed them for days, moving like ghosts through the forest. At its head, if the old stories are true, was a man whose heart was already a cold, dead stone. He was not just a warrior defending his land, he was a grieving father. And as he watched James Boone, the strong, promising son of the man leading this invasion, he saw not an enemy to be killed, but a debt to be collected. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to make the world balance again in the only way he had left, through pain. The boys made camp by Wallen's Creek, building a small fire against the chill. They were young men full of talk about the future, about the land they would clear and the homes they would build. They were confident in their skills, secure in their small bubble of firelight, believing the deep, dark woods around them were empty. You can almost hear their last conversation, the easy banter of youth on the edge of a great adventure. They fell asleep under a canopy of ancient trees, dreaming of a Kentucky that would never exist for them. The attack was not a battle, it was an execution. It came in that disorienting pre-dawn gray, a sudden explosion of violence that ripped the sleeping camp apart. There was no time to fight back, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of silent, purposeful fury. Several in the small party were cut down in their bedrolls, their lives extinguished before they were even fully awake. But James Boone and Henry Russell were not killed. They were seized, dragged from their blankets, their arms bound tight. This was the moment that sealed their fate. The skirmish was over. The warriors had won. They could have vanished back into the woods, leaving the bodies as a stark warning. But the leader's eyes fixed on the captured boys. In that instant, the strategic goal of terrorizing the settlers merged with the raw personal need for vengeance. The son of the leader for the son of the leader. A life for a life, a wound for a wound. The decision was made. The remaining captives were quickly and brutally dispatched, but James and Henry were kept alive. They were shoved toward the creek bank, their pleas and struggles met with stony silence. The point of no return had been crossed. This was no longer about land or resources. It had become a dark ritual, a sacrifice to be performed on the altar of grief. And the dawn that was about to break would bring not light, but a descent into an unimaginable hell. Up on the highway, there's a historical marker, a simple metal sign that gives you the cold, hard facts, the names, the date, the event. It's an official scar, an attempt to nail down this ghost to a specific point on a map. But the sign is for passing cars and tourists. It sanitizes the story. The real marker, the real testament to what happened, isn't up there on the roadside. It's down here by the water. I'm standing on the creek bank now. It's a small, flat clearing, barely big enough for a few men and a campfire. The river stones are smooth and gray, worn down by countless years of flowing water. It's a perfect place to camp, naturally sheltered, which is exactly why the boys would have chosen it. This little patch of ground is the only physical evidence that's left. This is the stage. There are no monuments here, no weathered cross, no pile of stones to mark the spot. Nature has reclaimed it all. But standing here, you feel it. This isn't just a place, it's a crime scene. The silence is different. It's heavier. You can almost feel the weight of what this soil has absorbed. Right here. This is where it happened. And each of these smooth, silent stones is a silent testament to the chaos of that morning. A witness to an act so cruel that it would stain this ground forever. The fire on the creek bank was no longer a source of warmth or comfort. It had become a spotlight on a stage of unimaginable cruelty. James Boone and Henry Russell were bound, the last glimmers of hope extinguished from their eyes. Their captors moved not with the frantic energy of a raid, but with a chilling deliberateness, a sense of grim ceremony. This was not going to be a quick end. This was going to be a lesson. The work began. The first sound was not a scream, but a sharp, choked cry that was swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The violence that followed was methodical. It was not the hot-blooded rage of a battle, but the cold, patient work of men intent on deconstruction. The sounds that carried across the water were not those of a fight, but of something being systematically taken apart. The fire threw their silhouettes against the ancient sycamores, long distorted shadows that flinched and writhed in a terrible dance. The sharp, clean scent of pine from the fire was soon corrupted by something else, a smell of scorching that was deeply, fundamentally wrong, an odor of violation that clung to the damp night air. It was the smell of something sacred being made profane. The boys' voices, which had pleaded and begged, had broken. Now, the only sounds were guttural, involuntary responses to a pain beyond the limits of language. It was the sound of humanity being stripped away, layer by layer, until only the raw nerve of existence remained. The warriors worked in near silence, their movements economical and precise, as if following the steps of a dark and ancient ritual. Then, a new sound. The heavy, rhythmic impact of wood against bone and flesh. It was a dull, percussive beat in the heart of the night, sickeningly methodical. A sound of absolute finality, repeated until it was no longer necessary. And then, the abrupt and total silence that followed was more horrifying than any of the sounds that had preceded it. The shadows detached from the trees and melted back into the forest as silently as they had come. They left behind a scene of profound devastation. All that remained was the whispering creek, the dying fire casting a weak orange glow, and two shapes on the ground that no longer resembled boys. A single leather moccasin lay on its side, yards from the fire, a small, lonely testament to a final, futile struggle. This was a story told with knives and arrows. Every wound was a word, every desecration a sentence, arranged to form a single, terrifying message. It was a message intended for one reader, Daniel Boone. When he and the search party finally arrived, they would not find the bodies of enemies slain in battle. They would find a carefully crafted monument to hatred, a masterpiece of revenge designed to do more than kill a son. It was designed to kill a father's soul. After the raw horror of a place like Wallen's Creek, you come inside. You go to the quiet, climate-controlled rooms of a historical society where the past is filed away in acid-free folders. You look for the official story. Here, the chaos of that October morning is flattened, pressed between pages, and tamed by the formal language of the 18th century. You find depositions, journal entries, and the same letter from William Russell, now treated as a piece of evidence. The language is always the same. It's stark, formal, and designed to strip away the emotion. A report might state that James Boone, deceased, was discovered by the search party. It lists the names of the dead as if taking inventory. It describes the state of the bodies with a detached, clinical precision that is almost as chilling as the act itself. The report simply lists the cause of death as injuries sustained during an attack by hostile natives. Injuries sustained. It's a phrase meant to create distance. It doesn't mention the fire or the deliberate, methodical nature of the violence. It doesn't capture the image of Daniel Boone kneeling in the dirt next to what was left of his firstborn son, a man whose heart was just ripped out of his chest. The official record has no language for that kind of grief. This is the fundamental conflict of telling these stories. The documents give us the bones, the names, the dates, the locations. But they are silent on the most important truths. They don't record the sound of a father's cry echoing through the woods. They don't capture the cold, calculating fury of a warrior seeking his own dark justice. They record an incident, but they miss the humanity. And for the men on that expedition, the official record wasn't nearly enough. The law of the settlements was slow and distant. The law of the frontier was about to be enforced. There was no manhunt, not in the way we think of one, with a determined posse riding out in a cloud of dust, crying for vengeance. The reality was far more grim. After Daniel Boone and his men buried what was left of their sons in the cold, hard wilderness, the spirit of the expedition was broken. The message of terror sent from the banks of Wallen's Creek had been received, loud and clear. They turned back. The dream of Kentucky was drowned in blood, and the retreat back through the Cumberland Gap was a silent, shuffling funeral procession. But the story traveled faster than they did. It moved from one isolated cabin to the next, a spark in dry tinder. The cold, official language of Captain Russell's letter was transformed on the lips of the frontiersmen. Injuries sustained became torn to pieces. Hostile natives became devils from hell. The names of James Boone and Henry Russell became a rallying cry, a justification for a hatred that had long been simmering. The law's pursuit didn't come from a sheriff's office. It came from the governor's mansion in Virginia. Lord Dunmore, the royal governor, saw the massacre not just as a tragedy, but as an opportunity. The dry reports from the frontier were all the pretext he needed to unleash the full force of the colonial militia. There was no courtroom, no judge, no jury. The courtroom was the War Council, and the verdict had been decided long before the trial. The hunt wasn't for a handful of warriors. It was for the entire Shawnee and Mingo nations. The following year, in 1774, Lord Dunmore's War erupted, a brutal campaign to break the power of the tribes in the Ohio Valley and force them to cede their rights to Kentucky. Thousands of militiamen were mobilized, their resolve hardened by stories like the one from Wallen's Creek. The pursuit was a scorched earth campaign. The verdict was delivered at the Battle of Point Pleasant, a bloody, day-long engagement that shattered the tribe's resistance. The law of the frontier had rendered its judgment not with a gavel, but with the butt of a long rifle. The price for James Boone's life was a war that would change the map of America forever. You might think a story this important, a sacrifice this foundational, would have a marker, a stone cross, a simple plaque by the creek. But you can search the woods around Wallen's Creek all day, and you will find nothing. James Boone has no grave. He was buried where he fell, wrapped in a blanket, and returned to the cold, unforgiving earth of the wilderness he had come to claim. His only tombstone is this creek bank, and his only memorial is the story itself, a ghost that still haunts this patch of ground. The wilderness that promised him a future ended up swallowing him whole. His father, however, is not so hard to find. Travel 200 miles north to the Frankfort Cemetery, in the very heart of the Kentucky Daniel Boone opened to the world. There, on a high bluff overlooking the Kentucky River, is a grand, imposing monument. Carved stone panels depict scenes from his life, and a towering obelisk reaches for the sky. This is where they brought him back, decades after he died in Missouri, a man who had lost all his Kentucky land claims to lawyers and speculators. In death, the state he founded reclaimed him as its primary symbol. The irony is as deep as a mountain valley. The father rests in a place of honor, a tourist attraction where his legend is preserved in stone for all to see. The son, whose horrific death was the bloody price of that legend, has no resting place at all. One is celebrated, the other is anonymous, his bones long since surrendered to the roots of the sycamores. And what of the warriors who took his life? Their graves are scattered across a continent, the unmarked resting places of a people displaced by the very tide Daniel Boone unleashed. This vast distance between the father's monument and the son's lost grave tells its own story. It is the story of what came after the grief, the long, hard years of a man who had to carry the memory of that creek bank with him every day of his life. It raises the final, haunting question: what happens to a man who survives the unsurvivable? For Daniel Boone, the retreat from Wallen's Creek was not an end. It was a vow. The grief from that day settled into him, not like a soft sadness, but like a hard piece of iron in his soul. It became the fuel that would drive him for the rest of his life. He had to go back. He had to finish what he started, as if conquering the land that took his son was the only way to quiet the boy's ghost. 2 years later, in 1775, he was back, blazing the wilderness road and raising the walls of a fort called Boonesborough on the banks of the Kentucky River. But the world he built was not the Eden he had dreamed of. It was a fortress. The hope of 1773 was replaced by the grim reality of survival in a war zone. Life was lived with one ear, always listening for a sound that didn't belong, the snap of a twig, the call of a bird that wasn't quite right. The long shadow of that massacre by the creek fell over everything. Every time a child strayed too far from the fort walls, the memory of what happened to James would have returned to Daniel like a fever. The Shawnee had been forced to cede Kentucky by treaty after Lord Dunmore's war, but a piece of paper meant nothing when their way of life was at stake. The fighting didn't stop. It just became more desperate, more personal. The shadow touched Boone's family again in 1776, when his own daughter Jemima was captured by warriors and dragged away from the fort. Boone led a frantic, relentless pursuit and rescued her, but it was a terrifying echo of the past, a reminder that the war was never far away. The ultimate proof of that long shadow came 9 years after James's death, at the disastrous Battle of Blue Licks in 1782. By then, Boone was a seasoned commander, a living legend. But on that day, against his better judgment, he was goaded into a reckless charge against a combined force of British and native warriors. It was a slaughter, and in the chaos of the retreat, Boone's other son, Israel, who was fighting at his side, was shot from his horse. Daniel, under a hail of fire, tried to carry his son's body from the field, but it was too late. He had to leave another son behind on the dark and bloody ground. The cycle of violence that began on the banks of Wallen's Creek had come full circle, claiming another of his children. The story of Boone in Kentucky is not one of triumph. It is a story of a man who won a country but lost a family, a man who lived the rest of his days under a shadow so long the sun could never truly reach him again. To most of America, the legacy that grew from that bloody creek bank is simple and clear. It's the story of Daniel Boone the Pathfinder, the brave frontiersman who faced down a savage wilderness to bring the light of civilization westward. In this telling, James Boone is a martyr, an innocent lamb sacrificed on the altar of manifest destiny. It's a clean, heroic narrative, the kind you carve into monuments and teach in schoolbooks. It's the story of a hero who persevered through unimaginable loss to found a state. But that's not the only story this land remembers. To this day, if you speak to descendants of the Shawnee, the people who were driven from their sacred hunting grounds, you will hear a very different legacy. In their story, Daniel Boone isn't a hero. He's the architect of an invasion. He wasn't a pioneer. He was the leader of a band of trespassers who ignored every warning to turn back. In this version of the story, the attack at Wallen's Creek was not an act of random cruelty. It was a desperate, violent act of defense, a last-ditch effort to protect a way of life from being extinguished. And that's where the memory gets truly complicated, tangled up in the tale of the grieving warrior who may have led the attack. Was it an act of unprovoked savagery? Or was it a terrible symmetrical act of revenge, a wound for a wound? In one legacy, he is a nameless, faceless monster. In another, he is a father, driven to madness by his own loss, inflicting the very same pain that had been inflicted upon him. He becomes a dark mirror of Daniel Boone himself. So which story is true? The hero or the invader? The martyr or the trespasser? The hard truth is, the answer depends entirely on which side of the Cumberland Gap your ancestors stood. The truth is a matter of perspective. One man's pioneer is another man's destroyer. One man's tragedy is another man's last stand. The war for Kentucky didn't end when the shooting stopped. It continues to this day, fought not with rifles and tomahawks, but with the stories we choose to tell and the ghosts we choose to honor. A story this brutal can't live forever as just a set of facts. The human mind can't hold on to that much sharp-edged horror. Over time, it has to be reshaped. The pain has to be dulled, the events smoothed over, until the history becomes something else entirely, a legend. And that's exactly what happened here. The true, documented story of James Boone's death became the seed for 100 years of local ghost stories and cautionary tales. Locals will tell you not to camp by Wallens Creek, especially not in October. They say that if you come down here at dusk, when the light is failing and the mist starts to rise off the water, you have to be quiet and listen. They say you might hear something on the wind that isn't the wind, a thin crying sound. Some say it's the ghost of a young boy, forever lost, forever calling out for a father who came too late. Fishermen have talked for generations about a cold spot near the bank, a patch of air that stays chilled even on the hottest summer day. It's the haint of Wallens Creek, a permanent scar of sorrow left on the landscape. Over the decades, the story also became a tool, a boogeyman with a real name used by parents to keep their children close. "Don't you wander off," a mother would warn, "or what happened to the Boone boy will happen to you." The names might have gotten jumbled, the details blurred, but the core lesson remained. The wilderness is not your friend. Danger is silent, and it is always watching. The story became a fence, built of fear, to keep the next generation safe from the same fate. This is the final stage of a story's life. This is where history dissolves. The real James Boone, the 16-year-old boy full of hope for the future, is gone. In his place is a mournful spirit, a whisper in the trees. The complex, grieving Shawnee warrior is gone, replaced by a faceless shadow that stalks the woods. This is what happens when history is too painful to remember clearly. It gets turned into a haunting so that the community can forget the facts, but never, ever forget the feeling of that terrible morning. And so, we're back where we started, on the banks of Wallens Creek. The water still moves over the stones, and the wind still whispers through the sycamores. But it doesn't sound peaceful to me anymore. After peeling back the layers of history, of memory, and of legend, I understand what the echoes are saying now. The peace you feel here is a lie. It's just the silence that comes after a scream has finally faded. This isn't just the place where a boy died. This is the place where the myth of the peaceful frontier died with him. It's the place where Daniel Boone the man was forged, a man who would be haunted by this ground for the rest of his days. It's a story of grief, a story of revenge, and a story that reminds us that the history of this land wasn't a clean, heroic adventure. It was a messy, brutal, human tragedy, filled with fathers who lost their sons on both sides of the conflict. The next time you drive through these mountains and see a quiet little creek by the side of the road, or pass a forgotten historical marker, remember this one. Remember that these places aren't empty. They are libraries, filled with stories that are more terrible and more true than any legend you've ever been told. You just have to be willing to stop and listen to the silence. The boy is gone. The father's grief has long since turned to dust. The warrior's vengeance is forgotten. But the dark and bloody ground remembers. And the story remains. In the autumn of 1806, a stunning proclamation from President Thomas Jefferson sent a shockwave across the young United States. It warned of a conspiracy, a secret expedition of armed men forming on the western rivers with a purpose unfriendly to the peace of the Union. It called for the immediate arrest of the plot's ringleader, a man whose name was known in every household from the drawing rooms of Philadelphia to the log cabins of the frontier, former Vice President Aaron Burr. The news was unthinkable. This was a man who had stood just one heartbeat from the presidency, a hero of the revolution, a founder of the nation. Now he was a fugitive, accused of the ultimate crime, treason. What had happened? What dark ambition could drive a man of such stature to raise a private army in the Appalachian wilderness? Was he a patriot preparing for a secret war against Spain, or a would-be emperor plotting to shatter the fragile American Republic and carve out his own kingdom in the West? Today, we will become detectives of the past, sifting through the forgotten clues of this grand and shadowy plot to finally answer the question, who was the real Aaron Burr? To understand the tragedy that unfolded, you first have to understand the world that was at risk. Not just the lives of a few men, but the very soul of a young nation. In 1805, the United States was less a single unified country and more a fragile alliance between the settled, powerful East and the wild, restless West. The Appalachian Mountains were the great dividing line, and the people who lived in their shadow felt like a nation unto themselves. They were veterans paid in land they had to fight for, Scots-Irish settlers who bowed to no authority but their own, and pioneers who saw the federal government not as a protector, but as a distant collection of politicians who neither understood nor cared about their struggles. Their lifeline, the mighty Mississippi River, was choked off at its mouth by the Spanish, who held New Orleans. To them, the Union felt like a promise broken. At the heart of this volatile frontier, there was a literal paradise, a place that symbolized everything that stood to be lost. On an island in the Ohio River, a wealthy Irish aristocrat named Harmon Blennerhassett had built a dream. Fleeing scandal in Europe, he and his brilliant wife, Margaret, had constructed a stunning white mansion, a beacon of European culture in the American wilderness. It was filled with telescopes, lavish libraries, and fine art. From its portico, one could hear music and scientific debate instead of the cry of the panther. Blennerhassett was a dreamer, a romantic, a man more at home with a chemistry experiment than a rifle. He sought a life of refined intellectual peace, far from the intrigues of the old world. His wife, Margaret, was his equal in every way, a poet, an accomplished horsewoman, and a gracious host who made their island a legendary oasis of hospitality. They had 2 young sons and a fortune they believed was secure. Their world was one of beauty, science, and domestic tranquility, an idyllic existence carved right out of the rugged frontier. They were not the only ones with a stake in the future. All along the river valleys, thousands of families had gambled everything on this new land. They had cleared the forests, fought off disease, and planted their hopes in the rich, dark soil. Their lives were hard, their dreams simple: to own their land, to provide for their children, and to have a say in their own destiny. They were a proud, tough, and deeply dissatisfied people, their hearts filled with a simmering resentment against the East and a burning hunger for the opportunities they believed lay just beyond the horizon. This, then, was the world that existed before the serpent entered the garden. A fragile nation, a perfect island paradise, and a populace of hardy frontiersmen, all vulnerable in their own ways. They were a collection of dreamers, idealists, and fighters, unknowingly waiting for a charismatic leader to ignite their passions and lead them toward a new destiny or toward their own destruction. The crime, in this case, was not discovered with a single gunshot or a body in a ravine. It was discovered in pieces, a slow dawning horror that spread through the Appalachian territories like a fever. The crime scene was the entire Ohio River Valley, and the clues were not stains of blood, but the sounds of hammers and the whispers of restless men. The epicenter of it all was Harmon Blennerhassett's idyllic island. The once peaceful estate had been transformed. The music and philosophical debates were replaced by the ring of blacksmiths' anvils and the thud of axes. Locals paddling past the island in their skiffs saw things that made no sense. A fleet of 15 massive keelboats was being constructed, far more than any group of simple settlers would need. Harmon Blennerhassett, the gentle scholar, had turned the grand halls of his mansion into a workshop, using his fireplaces to kiln dry the wood for the boats. Huge quantities of supplies were being stockpiled: barrels of pork, sacks of flour, and casks of whiskey, enough to sustain an army, not a handful of families heading to a new farm. The most unsettling clues were the men themselves. Young, rootless, and ambitious men from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Kentucky began to gather on the island. They weren't farmers. They carried new rifles and spoke not of planting seasons, but of adventure and glory. When questioned, they were evasive, offering a sly grin and a vague promise of riches to be won in the South. The story changed depending on who was telling it. Some said they were off to settle the Bastrop Tract, a massive land grant in Texas. Others winked and spoke of a secret government mission to fight the Spanish. The scene spoke of a grand conspiracy unfolding in plain sight, yet its true purpose remained maddeningly obscure. Was this an elaborate land speculation, as Burr publicly claimed? Or was it the secret mobilization of a patriot army waiting for the president's signal to march on Spanish territory? Or was it something far darker, the birth of a rebel force preparing to turn its guns on its own country? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that grew louder with every plank nailed into place. At the center of this storm of rumor and preparation stood one man, the obvious and immediate suspect, Aaron Burr. This was not some backwoods rabble-rouser. This was a political giant, a fallen angel of the Republic. By 1805, Burr was a political ghost, a man whose career had been immolated in the fires of scandal. As vice president, he had been sidelined and distrusted by Thomas Jefferson. Then came the final, fatal blow, his duel with Alexander Hamilton. By killing his great rival, Burr had made himself a pariah in the East, a man reviled in the very halls of power he had once commanded. His motive, whispered from the taverns of Pittsburgh to the halls of Congress, was not simple greed, but something far more potent, a burning desire for revenge. This entire Western enterprise was seen as a grand and audacious act of personal vengeance against the nation and the man who had cast him out. Burr felt betrayed by the American political system, and his ambition was to build a new empire in the West, so powerful and glorious that it would dwarf the United States. He would show Jefferson, he would show all of them, what a mistake they had made. To the people in the East, his actions weren't about settling land. They were about settling a score. The initial evidence was Burr himself, and the godlike manner in which he traveled through the wilderness. He journeyed down the Ohio not in a humble canoe, but on a magnificent 60-foot barge, a floating mansion complete with a dining hall and wine cellar. Imagine the spectacle, this vessel of Eastern luxury gliding past the rough log cabins of the frontier. It was a statement of power and intent, the procession of a king, not the humble transport of a pioneer. Whispers followed him everywhere, born of his almost hypnotic personal charm. Witnesses described a man with piercing dark eyes who could hold a room captive with his words. He didn't just ask for support. He seduced men into his vision. He made every farmer, every militia captain, every wealthy planter feel as though they were the single most important person to the success of his grand and secret enterprise. The sheer number of influential men who flocked to his banner was damning evidence in itself. From the moment his grand barge appeared on the river, there was no doubt who the leader was. Every rifle purchased, every boat built, every secret oath sworn in the dead of night pointed directly back to one man, the disgraced vice president, Aaron Burr. But as grand as Burr's ambition was, he wasn't acting alone. He couldn't be. To seize New Orleans and control the West, he needed more than a few dozen frontiersmen in keelboats. He needed a military man on the inside, a powerful ally who could deliver the U.S. Army itself into his hands. He had such a partner, a man whose position made the entire scheme seem not just possible, but destined for success. General James Wilkinson, the commanding general of the entire United States Army and the governor of the Louisiana Territory. He was Burr's most trusted confidant, his co-conspirator, the sword that would carve out their new empire. And here, my friends, is where the story twists from a simple tale of ambition into a shadowy labyrinth of deceit. For what no one in Burr's inner circle knew, what the frontiersmen flocking to his banner could never have imagined, was that General Wilkinson, the highest-ranking soldier in the United States, was living a lie. For years, he had been a secret agent on the payroll of the Spanish government, known to his handlers only as Agent 13. Wilkinson's loyalty was not to Aaron Burr, nor was it to President Jefferson. His true master was himself, and his motive was a toxic cocktail of greed and a desperate instinct for self-preservation. He was playing the most dangerous game imaginable, promising support to Burr's conspiracy while feeding information to his Spanish masters, all while maintaining his position as America's top general. With this horrifying truth in mind, all of Wilkinson's actions snap into a darker focus. His letters to Burr, filled with encouragement and bold promises of delivering New Orleans, were not the communications of a loyal partner. They were the calculated words of a master manipulator, luring Burr deeper and deeper into the trap. He fanned the flames of Burr's ambition, assuring him that the army was ready, that the Creole population of New Orleans would welcome him as a liberator. Each promise was another thread in the web he was weaving around his supposed friend. His apparent support was pure theater, a performance for an audience of one. Re-examined, every action reeks of a darker truth. Wilkinson was not helping Burr build an empire. He was helping him build a gallows. He waited, letting Burr invest his money, his reputation, and the lives of his followers. He let the conspiracy grow just large enough to be a credible threat, all the while holding an axe over its neck, positioning himself to be the hero who would eventually save the very nation he was helping to endanger. The greatest threat to Aaron Burr wasn't the president in Washington, but the trusted brother-in-arms standing right beside him. But the conspiracy wasn't just a drama between American titans. The Appalachian frontier was not some isolated stage. It was the explosive friction point between competing empires, a grand chessboard where the players were not just ambitious individuals, but entire nations. Beyond the personal vendettas and internal betrayals, there was a third looming force at play, the shadowy hand of foreign powers, particularly Great Britain and Spain. They were the external threat, the silent partners whose interests stood to be served by chaos on the American frontier. Their motives were as cold and impersonal as they were powerful. Great Britain, still stinging from its defeat in the Revolution, saw in Burr's plan a golden opportunity to fracture and weaken its upstart rival. A new, independent Western Republic, hostile to the United States and friendly to the Crown, would be a strategic masterstroke. It would halt American expansion and give Britain effective control over the Mississippi River and the heart of the continent. The British minister in Washington, Anthony Merry, listened with great interest to Burr's proposals, seeing a chance to undo the results of the war. Spain, on the other hand, was a crumbling empire motivated by pure fear. They looked at the aggressive, land-hungry American frontiersmen pouring over the Appalachians and saw an existential threat to their most valuable colonial possession, silver-rich Mexico. For the Spanish, Burr's plot was both a terrifying danger and a potential solution. A successful invasion would be a catastrophe, but a civil war that turned Americans against each other could keep them occupied for decades, protecting the Spanish border through mutual destruction. This foreign meddling created a poisonous paranoia that seeped into every settlement along the river. Who could be trusted? Locals spoke of well-dressed strangers with European accents appearing in frontier taverns, men with heavy coin purses and too many questions. Rumors spread that the incredible sums of money funding Burr's expedition were not coming from his own ruined fortune, but from the coffers of a foreign king. This wasn't just a domestic rebellion anymore. It was an international intrigue, and the hardy folk of Appalachia were being courted, manipulated, and used as pawns in a game whose rules they didn't understand, by forces whose ultimate loyalty was to a distant throne. The initial pursuit of Aaron Burr was not a chase through the mountains, but a maddening hunt through a wilderness of lies. Burr, a master of political intrigue, had constructed a labyrinth of false trails and red herrings so brilliant that it paralyzed his enemies and confused his friends. The investigation, led from a distance by a deeply worried President Jefferson, repeatedly crashed against the wall of Burr's plausible deniability. The most powerful of these false trails was the public and seemingly legitimate one, the settlement of the Bastrop Tract. Burr had purchased a massive disputed land claim on the Ouachita River in what is now Louisiana. To the world, he was simply the leader of a land company, gathering brave pioneers to build a new life in the West. It was the perfect cover. Every boat built, every barrel of flour purchased, every man recruited could be explained away as a necessary preparation for this grand, legal settlement. When local officials came snooping, they were shown land deeds and contracts. Burr would greet them with the disarming charm of a respectable businessman, asking, "Gentlemen, is it now a crime in this republic to seek one's fortune?" The lead would go cold. For those who weren't satisfied by the simple story of a land venture, Burr had a more intoxicating bait: the patriot's cloak. He would take a man like Andrew Jackson aside and, in a low, confidential tone, hint that this entire expedition was a secret plan, tacitly approved by the administration in Washington. War with Spain was imminent, he'd suggest, and his force of hardy frontiersmen was meant to be the vanguard of the American army, ready to seize Texas or even Mexico the moment hostilities began. This masterstroke of misdirection turned potential accusers into enthusiastic allies. How could you arrest a man who was carrying out the president's secret orders? Back in Washington, Thomas Jefferson was wrestling with shadows. The reports that reached him were a maddening torrent of contradictions. One letter would paint Burr as a traitorous madman, the next as a misunderstood patriot. The vastness of the Appalachian frontier swallowed the truth. Messengers took weeks to travel, and by the time Jefferson could act on a piece of intelligence, the situation on the ground had already changed. He dispatched agents to the Ohio, but they too became lost in the fog of rumor. The investigation was dying a death of 1,000 dead ends. The posse would gather, ready to act on a damning rumor, only to find Burr had already sailed downriver, leaving behind a camp of men who swore they were just simple farmers. Promising leads evaporated in the Appalachian mist. This growing frustration in Washington and the rising confusion on the frontier was exactly what Burr intended. His campaign of misdirection was his greatest weapon, allowing his conspiracy to grow in plain sight, shielded by a brilliant wilderness of lies. President Jefferson's agents quickly discovered they were not just fighting against Aaron Burr, they were fighting against the entire culture of the Appalachian frontier. When they arrived in the bustling river towns and isolated homesteads to ask questions, they were met with a wall of silence, as thick and impenetrable as the mountain laurel. Doors were politely shut in their faces. Men in taverns would suddenly fall quiet, turning to stare into their mugs of ale. Neighbors who saw everything suddenly saw nothing. Those who heard the feverish preparations heard only the wind in the trees. You see, this was not the silence of simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of defiance born from a deep and abiding distrust of the federal government. To these people, the men from Washington were the outsiders, the tax collectors, the agents of Eastern bankers who held their land titles. Aaron Burr, by contrast, was one of them. He was a war hero, a man of action, an enemy of the very Eastern elite they despised. Asking a Kentucky farmer to betray Aaron Burr to a federal agent was like asking him to side with the fox against his own hounds. It went against the grain of his very soul. This silence was also rooted in a shared dream. Burr wasn't just selling a conspiracy, he was selling hope. His vision of a Western empire, of conquering the riches of Mexico, became their vision. Their sons and brothers were the young men signing up for the expedition. Their crops were feeding the recruits, their whiskey filling the barrels on the boats. The entire region was complicit, bound together by a web of kinship, commerce, and a mutual gamble on a glorious future. To speak against Burr was to speak against their own community, against their own aspirations, and against the prospect of a better life that felt, for the first time, within their grasp. The psychological toll on anyone who considered breaking the code was immense. A man who voiced his doubts about Burr at the local store might find himself ostracized, his credit suddenly no good. A ferryman who reported the movement of armed men might find his boat mysteriously cut adrift in the night. There was no need for overt threats. The fear of retribution was a cold, unspoken understanding. In a land where a man's survival depended on his neighbors, isolation was a death sentence. And so, the people saw nothing, heard nothing, and said nothing, creating a perfect, silent incubator where treason could grow in the open air. For months, the conspiracy had been protected by Burr's masterful deceptions and the frontier's code of silence. But the turning point, the clue that finally broke the case wide open, did not come from a dusty attic or a deathbed confession. It came in a sealed dispatch, carried by military courier across hundreds of miles of wilderness, penned by the hand of the conspiracy's most important architect. The clue was a letter, and the man who wrote it was General James Wilkinson. Stationed in Louisiana, far from the prying eyes of the East, Wilkinson played his double game as long as he could. But by the late autumn of 1806, he realized the plot was faltering. The expected money from Britain hadn't arrived, recruitment was slower than hoped, and President Jefferson was growing more suspicious by the day. Wilkinson saw that the ship was sinking, and he decided his best move was not just to jump, but to set the entire vessel on fire and claim the reward for sounding the alarm. He chose a side, and it was his own. The letter that arrived on President Jefferson's desk was a masterpiece of calculated treachery. To save himself, Wilkinson had to portray Burr as the greatest villain the Republic had ever known, and himself as the loyal soldier who had uncovered the plot. He laid out the conspiracy in the most terrifying terms imaginable. He spoke of a plan to seize New Orleans, rob the banks, incite a civil war, and create a Western empire with Burr on the throne. He painted Burr not as a mere adventurer, but as an American Napoleon, a devil whose ambition threatened the very existence of the United States. This letter was the forgotten clue that had been hiding in plain sight all along, the word of a traitor. For Jefferson, it was the moment of horrifying clarity. The fog of rumor was instantly burned away. The contradictory reports, the whispers, the vague warnings, they were all replaced by this one damning account from the highest-ranking general in the army. The labyrinth of lies that Burr had so carefully constructed collapsed in an instant. The letter changed everything. There was no more room for doubt, no more need for cautious investigation. The threat was real, it was imminent, and its full, treasonous scope was finally laid bare. A renewed and terrible urgency seized the capital. The time for waiting was over. The time for action was now. The moment Jefferson broke the seal on that letter, the game was over, and the manhunt was about to begin. With Wilkinson's damning letter in hand, President Thomas Jefferson acted. He issued a presidential proclamation that swept down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers like a flood, a single sheet of paper that tore away the web of lies and unmasked Aaron Burr before the entire nation. The proclamation ordered all civil and military officers to seize the illegal expedition, its boats, its supplies, and its leader. There was no more ambiguity, no more talk of secret government plans or peaceful settlement. The President of the United States had officially branded Aaron Burr a traitor. The news shattered the conspiracy. For the young men gathered on Blennerhassett Island and in camps along the river, the unmasking was a moment of brutal awakening. The dream of Mexican silver and grand adventure evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark reality of treason. They weren't patriots in waiting. They were outlaws, fugitives in their own country. The cause they had pledged their lives to was revealed as a criminal enterprise. And what was the true plot? The one hidden beneath all the layers of deceit. The forgotten clues, the letters between the conspirators, and Wilkinson's own self-serving confession finally revealed the chilling truth. Burr's plan was a masterpiece of flexible ambition. The first step was to lead his army of frontiersmen to New Orleans. He would seize the city, its federal arsenal, and its treasury. From there, his options would open up. If the moment was right, he would persuade the western states, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, to secede from the Union and form a new Western empire with himself as its head. If secession proved difficult, he would use the captured funds and weapons to launch his own private invasion of Spanish Mexico, conquering its silver mines and crowning himself Emperor Aaron I. His motive was a volcanic mixture of personal revenge and grandiose destiny. Scorned by the nation he had helped to build, he sought to create a new one in his own image, a vigorous, martial empire free from the constraints of Jeffersonian democracy. He saw himself not as a traitor, but as a new Napoleon, a man of action destined to forge a continent. But as Burr was unmasked as a traitor to his country, a second, more profound unmasking was taking place in the shadows of history. The man who brought him down, General James Wilkinson, was revealed to be a traitor of a different order. He was a man who betrayed everyone. He betrayed Spain by plotting with Burr. He betrayed Burr by exposing him to Jefferson. And he betrayed the United States by serving as a paid foreign agent while commanding its armies. The Great Burr Conspiracy was not ultimately foiled by loyal patriots. It was cannibalized from within, brought down by the successful treachery of its second-in-command, a man whose only motive was his own survival and profit. This was the final, ugly truth. The plot to create a new empire was destroyed by an even deeper, more personal betrayal. The president's words fell upon the frontier not like rain, but like shards of ice. The proclamation, spreading from rider to rider, shattered the grand conspiracy in 1,000 pieces. On Blennerhassett Island, the heart of the enterprise, the dream died in a single night of chaos. The Virginia militia descended not upon a disciplined military camp, but upon a confused and terrified group of men who now understood they had been betrayed. With Burr and Blennerhassett already downriver, the abandoned recruits, their hopes of glory and riches turned to ash, unleashed their fury on the paradise that had lured them in. Through the eyes of Margaret Blennerhassett, who had been left behind, paradise was lost in a symphony of destruction. She didn't see a battle, she heard the end of a world. She heard the splintering crash of fine cherrywood as elegant furniture was broken apart. The air filled with the sharp, sickening sound of shattering Venetian glass and the reek of whiskey spilled on priceless Persian rugs. She heard the drunken shouts of men she had once fed at her own table, their voices no longer filled with hope, but with a bitter, aimless rage. In the main hall, dark, ragged holes began to appear in the fine linen draperies, the silent witnesses of a dream being shot to pieces. Forced to flee with her children into the freezing December night, her only transport was an open riverboat. As it was pushed out into the icy current, she looked back at her magnificent home, its windows blazing with light, not from a joyous party, but from the fires set within by the rampaging men. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing silence as her home, her dream, and her future were consumed by the darkness. Miles downriver, Aaron Burr himself heard the news of Wilkinson's betrayal and Jefferson's proclamation. The unmasking was absolute. In an instant, his grand design crumbled. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne was now forced into the disguise of a common boatman, hoping to slip through the net that was closing around him. He became a fugitive, his flight a desperate scramble toward the Spanish territory in Florida. The end came not in a blaze of glory on a battlefield, but in a muddy swamp in the backwoods of what is now Alabama. He was not cornered in a heroic last stand. He was simply recognized by his aristocratic bearing and his fine, elegant boots, mired in the filth. The would-be emperor was captured without a single shot being fired. The Grand Western Army was no more. The boats were impounded, the men scattered to the winds, and the beautiful mansion on the island stood silent and ravaged, a monument to a spectacular failure. The conspiracy was over, ending not with a bang, but with the hollow echo of a dream breaking. Aaron Burr was brought to Richmond, Virginia, to stand trial for treason, And what followed was not merely a legal proceeding, but a political war waged in a courtroom. It was a spectacle that gripped the entire nation. In one corner stood President Thomas Jefferson, consumed with a burning, almost personal need to see his old rival hanged. In the other corner sat the judge, the formidable Chief Justice John Marshall, a man who was not only Jefferson's political enemy, but also his cousin. And at the center of it all was Aaron Burr, who, far from being a broken-down prisoner, acted as his own lead counsel, his brilliant legal mind as sharp and dangerous as ever. The atmosphere in Richmond was electric. The city swelled with crowds, a chaotic mix of statesmen, lawyers, frontiersmen who had come to testify, and curious onlookers eager for a glimpse of the great traitor. The prosecution, backed by the full power of the presidency, presented a mountain of evidence detailing Burr's grand ambitions and military preparations. Jefferson himself from Washington attempted to micromanage the case, convinced that the very survival of the Republic depended on a guilty verdict. But Chief Justice Marshall saw the trial through a different lens. He saw the danger not just from Burr's ambition, but from a president willing to bend the law to destroy a political foe. Marshall stood firm on a strict, narrow definition of treason as laid out in the Constitution itself. He instructed the jury that to be guilty of treason, a person must commit an overt act of war against the United States. Simply plotting to do so, gathering men, or speaking of empire was not enough. The prosecution had to prove that Burr's army had actually levied war, which of course it never had. There had been no battle, no shots fired at American troops. The president's fury was immense, but the Chief Justice would not yield. Trapped by this strict constitutional standard, the prosecution's case collapsed. They could prove intent, they could prove conspiracy, but they could not prove an overt act of war. After all the drama, all the testimony, and all the political maneuvering, the jury returned its verdict. Not guilty. Aaron Burr, the man who dreamed of empire and set the entire West ablaze, walked out of the courtroom a free man. The verdict was a stunning legal victory, but a profound moral failure in the eyes of many. Jefferson was enraged, the public was bewildered, and the frontiersmen who had followed Burr were left ruined and betrayed. While legally innocent of treason, Burr was found guilty in the court of public opinion. He was a free man, but his name was forever destroyed, his honor gone. The verdict, a landmark in American law, remains controversial to this day. A verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills about whether justice was truly served, or if the greatest traitor of them all simply got away with it. The storm of the Burr conspiracy had passed, but the wreckage was strewn across a generation. Though acquitted, Aaron Burr was a ruined man. He became a living ghost, a specter of his former self, ostracized from the country he had once helped to lead. He spent years in self-imposed exile in Europe, still scheming, still trying to find a foreign monarch to back his imperial dreams, but he was a man without a country and without credibility. He eventually returned to America and spent his final decades as an obscure lawyer in New York City, haunted by the shadows of what might have been. The man who dreamed of an emperor's throne died in relative poverty, his name forever synonymous not with founder, but with traitor. For Harmon and Margaret Blennerhassett, the dream had become a permanent nightmare. Their island paradise was a memory, their mansion a looted shell, their fortune gone. Harmon was arrested and spent months in a Richmond prison before the charges were dropped in the wake of Burr's acquittal. But his freedom was a hollow victory. Hounded by debt and disgrace, the couple wandered for years, from Mississippi to Canada to the Caribbean, trying to rebuild their lives, but they never recovered. Harmon died in poverty, and Margaret's final years were spent petitioning a Congress that had long forgotten her for some compensation for their ruined home. The idyllic life they had built in the wilderness was the first and most tragic casualty of Burr's ambition. But not everyone was destroyed. In Tennessee, Andrew Jackson, the fiery general who had been so taken with Burr, emerged from the scandal not only unscathed, but strengthened. He had been cautious, demanding proof that Burr's plans were sanctioned by the government. When that proof never came, and Wilkinson's betrayal was revealed, Jackson swiftly and publicly distanced himself from the plot, positioning himself as a loyal patriot who had been misled. The affair taught him a valuable lesson in political survival and reinforced his reputation as a shrewd and decisive leader. His brush with Burr's treason did nothing to slow his own meteoric rise to power. And the arch-traitor himself, General James Wilkinson, the man who had betrayed Spain, Burr, and the United States, he was never held to account. Despite a congressional investigation that uncovered his long history as a Spanish spy, he was exonerated, his web of lies and influence proving too thick to penetrate. He retained his command, continued his career, and died years later, the ultimate survivor of the web of lies he himself had spun. His fate was perhaps the story's bitterest lesson, that in the murky world of power, the greatest crimes are sometimes the ones that go unpunished. Even now, more than 2 centuries later, the traces of this grand and failed dream have not vanished from the land. The conspiracy is not just a story in a history book, it is a scar left on the map of Appalachia, a memory etched into the landscape itself. If you travel today to a small island in the Ohio River near Parkersburg, West Virginia, you can step right into the heart of the story. Blennerhassett Island is now a state park. The magnificent Palladian mansion, destroyed by fire and the passage of time, has been meticulously reconstructed, its white columns rising once more from the wilderness. You can walk through its halls and stand on its portico, looking out at the same river that once carried Burr's ambitions, and it is almost impossible not to feel the ghosts of that hopeful, tragic autumn. But the island is not the only place the memory lives on. It lingers in the old stories, in the local folklore of the river valley. For generations after Burr fled, treasure hunters would search the caves and hollows along the Ohio. They were looking for Burr's lost treasure, chests of Spanish silver and gold that legend says he was forced to bury when he became a fugitive. No great treasure was ever found, of course, but the myth itself is a powerful echo of the original promise that lured men to his banner. The dream of unimaginable wealth, a shortcut to a better life, buried just beneath the Appalachian soil. The land itself has not forgotten. The Ohio River, the great artery of the conspiracy, still flows past the same towns, Marietta, Parkersburg, Cincinnati, that once buzzed with whispers of the coming expedition. Standing on its banks today, watching the slow-moving barges, it is easy to imagine the sight of Burr's keelboats filled with armed men slipping past in the pre-dawn mist on their way toward a destiny they could not yet see. The river remembers. It was the silent witness to the entire affair, from the first nail hammered into a boat to the final desperate flight of its leader. And so, the story endures, passed down not in textbooks, but in the heart of the region itself. It has become a part of the Appalachian identity, a cautionary tale about a man of great ambition who tried to harness the restless spirit of the frontier for his own glory. The world might forget the details of the Burr conspiracy, but the mountains, the rivers, and the people who live in their shadow hold on to these memories. They remember the charismatic devil who came down the river, the paradise that was lost, and the grand dream of a Western empire that almost tore the nation apart before it was ever truly whole. And so, we come back to the question that started our journey into the shadows of the past. Was Aaron Burr a misunderstood patriot, or was he a would-be emperor? The truth, as is so often the case in these mountains, is far more complicated. Burr was a mirror. To men like Andrew Jackson, he reflected their own patriotic desire to fight the Spanish. To the dreamer Harmon Blennerhassett, he reflected a vision of an enlightened new society. And to the restless young men of the frontier, he reflected their own hunger for glory and wealth. The terrible genius of Aaron Burr was his ability to be all of these things at once, a man whose true plan was so cloaked in ambiguity that it allowed everyone to see in it the fulfillment of their own deepest desires. But this is a story not just of one man's ambition. It is a timeless lesson on the fragility of a nation. The Burr conspiracy laid bare the deep and dangerous cracks in the foundation of the young American Republic. It showed how easily the souls of a proud and forgotten people can be stirred by a charismatic leader who speaks to their grievances. The resentments of the Appalachian settlers were real, their feeling of abandonment was justified, and their discontent created a powder keg that Burr, for a moment, held the match to. This story serves as a stark and chilling warning that a union is not held together by laws and documents alone, but by a shared sense of purpose and trust. When that trust is broken, when a part of the nation feels its voice is not heard, the door is opened for men like Aaron Burr. It is a tale of how personal vendetta can masquerade as political destiny, and how the dream of a more perfect union can so nearly be shattered by the dream of a private empire. And now, my friends, you know the story of the phantom empire that rose and fell on these western waters, or at least as much of it as the river is willing to give up. Imagine you are lost, stripped of everything you love, dragged hundreds of miles from your home, and forced to watch as your children are torn from your arms. Now, imagine it's October. The Appalachian winter is closing in like a fist, and your only way home is a 600-mile walk through an untamed wilderness. You have no food, no map, and no weapon but your own will to live. How far would you go to get back? Would you eat tree bark and frozen roots? Would you crawl on frostbitten feet until the bones showed through? And what would you do if the only person with you went mad from hunger and decided you were her next meal? This isn't a Hollywood script. This is the true story of Mary Draper Ingalls, a 23-year-old mother from the edge of the Virginia frontier. Her name isn't as famous as Daniel Boone's, but her journey is one of the most brutal and terrifying survival epics in American history. The official records tell us she escaped captivity and walked home. But the whispers and legends passed down through the generations tell a much darker story, one of starvation, madness, and the absolute limits of human endurance. Today, we're going to follow her bloody footprints back through time and ask a bone-chilling question. What unspeakable things did Mary have to do to survive those 43 days in a frozen hell? Before the screams, there was the quiet work of building a life from scratch. Picture it. The year is 1755, and you're standing in Draper's Meadow, a small settlement on the very edge of the known world. Today, it's near Blacksburg, Virginia, but back then, it was the last stop. Beyond it lay an ocean of trees, a wilderness so vast and ancient, it felt like it could swallow you whole. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a living, breathing entity that watched over the valley. They gave you timber for your home and game for your table, but they also held secrets, and they never let you forget how small you were. This little patch of cleared land was a fragile bubble of civilization, and at its heart were families like the Ingalls and the Drapers. William and Mary Ingalls were young, strong, and filled with the kind of hope that only pioneers can understand. They weren't looking for gold or glory, they were looking for a future. Their days were measured by the sun and the seasons. William's hands were calloused from the axe and the plow, carving a farm out of the forest. Mary, just 23 years old, ran the home, her life a steady rhythm of mending clothes, tending the garden, and raising their two little boys, 4-year-old Thomas and 2-year-old George. And as that summer sun beat down, Mary was heavy with their third child. Every stitch she sewed, every meal she prepared, was an act of faith in a future that seemed to stretch out before them, as promising as the valley itself. They weren't alone in this endeavor. A community is a fortress built of people, and Draper's Meadow was a tight-knit clan. When a new cabin needed to be raised, every man lent his back. When sickness came, The women shared remedies and watched over each other's children. They were bound together by hardship, by faith, and by the shared, unspoken understanding that their survival depended on one another. But beyond their cleared fields, the world was on fire. The French and Indian War wasn't some distant conflict fought by men in red coats. Here, on the frontier, it was a phantom war fought in the shadows. The French, desperate to halt the westward push of the British colonies, had forged alliances with native tribes, including the powerful Shawnee. They armed them, paid them, and pointed them east, urging them to unleash chaos on the remote settlements. Draper's Meadow, isolated and miles from any fort, was a perfect target, a lone candle flickering in a gathering storm. The people of the meadow knew the danger, of course. It was a low hum of anxiety beneath the surface of their daily lives. Every strange sound from the woods, every rumor that trickled in from the east, was a reminder of their vulnerability. Yet, life had to go on. The corn was growing tall, the harvest needed to be brought in, and a new baby was on the way. They held on to the comforting routines of their existence, praying that the war would remain a distant thunder. They didn't know that the storm was already upon them, and that in a matter of hours, their entire world was about to be washed away in blood. To understand the blood that was spilled in Draper's Meadow, you have to understand the ink that was used to claim the land. That valley wasn't empty when the first settlers arrived. For generations, it had been a thoroughfare, a seasonal hunting ground for the Shawnee and other tribes. It was a part of their world, a land not owned but used, a place woven into the fabric of their memory and their survival. The streams had their names, the mountains held their spirits. Then, men from the east arrived with pieces of paper issued by a distant king that claimed this ancient land was now theirs. The architect of this push into the wilderness was a man named Colonel James Patton. He was an Ulster Scot, tough as a hickory root and driven by a relentless ambition. He'd secured a massive land grant from the British Crown, 100,000 acres, with the mission to settle the Virginia frontier. He was a land speculator, a military man, and a politician. To the colonial government, he was a visionary, building a buffer against the French and their native allies. To families like the Drapers and the Ingalls, he was the man who offered them a dream, a piece of land to call their own, a chance to build something that would last. They were the human bricks in the wall he was building against the wilderness. But this grand vision was built on a foundation of betrayal. Just over a decade earlier, at the Treaty of Lancaster, colonial officials had made a deal with the Iroquois Confederacy, who, in a move of political power, sold off the rights to the Ohio Valley, land they didn't truly control and that the Shawnee considered their own. The Shawnee never signed that treaty. They never agreed to it. In their eyes, every cabin razed, every tree felled, every field plowed in places like Draper's Meadow was an invasion. Colonel Patton's land grant wasn't a legal document to them. It was a declaration of war written on sheepskin. In these mountains, a family name was everything. For the Ingalls and the Drapers, their name was a seed they were planting in new soil, a legacy they hoped would grow into a dynasty of farmers and families. Their identity was tied to the deed in their pocket and the sweat on their brow. But for the Shawnee, a name like Cornstalk carried the weight of ancestors, the sacred duty to protect the hunting grounds that fed their people. Their identity was inseparable from the land itself. So when these two worlds collided, it wasn't just a dispute. It was a clash of destinies. The settlers saw themselves as pioneers taming a savage land. The Shawnee saw themselves as patriots defending their home from invaders. Draper's Meadow was the fault line, and the tremor was about to begin. In a place as isolated as Draper's Meadow, news traveled on foot and was paid for in whispers. Every few weeks, a lone trapper or a circuit rider would appear out of the woods, a ghost from the outside world, and the community would gather to drink in his words like water. But in the summer of 1755, the news they brought was poison. They told stories of homesteads on the Greenbrier River burned to ash, of families vanished from their cabins without a trace. These tales spread through the settlement like a fever, leaving a chill that the summer heat couldn't touch. The names of the Shawnee leaders were no longer abstract. They became specters that haunted the daylight. The settlers spoke of a warrior named Kilbuck, whose ferocity was legendary. And they spoke of a young chief named Cornstalk, a man whose reputation was already growing into myth. They said he was a brilliant strategist, a man who could move his war parties through the dense forest like a silent wind, striking and disappearing before a proper defense could be mounted. He wasn't some distant enemy. He was a neighbor whose land they now occupied, and his grudge was as deep and personal as the valleys themselves. The tension wasn't just based on far-off rumors. It was in the air they breathed. A few months prior, a hunter from a nearby settlement had been found dead by a stream, his rifle gone, his body bearing the unmistakable marks of a tomahawk. It was a clear and brutal message. You are not safe here. The men started carrying their rifles with them even to the fields, and the women kept the children closer to the cabins. Every snapped twig in the woods, every owl's call that sounded just a little too human, sent a jolt of ice through their veins. This constant fear began to fray the edges of their small community. Some whispered that Colonel Patton had been too bold, that his relentless push westward had painted a target on all their backs. Others argued that his was the only way, that to show fear was to invite attack. A quiet suspicion could curdle a lifelong friendship. A glance held a second too long could be mistaken for an accusation. The very silence that had once been a source of peace for these settlers now felt menacing, as if the endless forest was holding its breath, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim what it had lost. And Mary Ingalls felt it all. As a mother with two small boys and another life growing inside her, her senses were sharpened to a razor's edge. She watched her sons, Thomas and George, playing in the dirt near the cabin, their laughter a fragile sound in the heavy, watchful air. She would feel a kick from within her womb, and her hand would instinctively go to her belly, a gesture not just of love, but of a fierce, desperate desire to protect her children from a world that felt like it was closing in, a world where the line between a peaceful home and a slaughterhouse was as thin as a cabin wall. The people of the mountains have always known that the world speaks in signs if you're quiet enough to listen. And on the morning of July 30th, 1755, the signs were all there. They said later that the birds in the forest had fallen silent just before dawn, a heavy, unnatural hush that replaced the usual morning chorus. The air was thick and still, refusing to stir, holding its breath. It was the kind of oppressive quiet that comes before the sky tears open in a storm, a silence that felt heavier than any sound. The human omen arrived on horseback. Colonel James Patton rode into the settlement that morning, his face etched with a gravity that chilled everyone who saw it. He wasn't there for a social call. He was the embodiment of the war, the walking, talking proof that the conflict was no longer a distant rumor. He was there to deliver ammunition and warnings, to speak of organizing the militia, to put a hard edge on the fears that had been whispered in the dark. His presence was meant to be reassuring, a symbol of colonial authority, but it had the opposite effect. It was like planting a lightning rod in the middle of the cabins. He was a magnet for the very violence he was trying to prevent. And Mary felt it. She felt it deep in her bones, a cold dread that coiled in her gut. She was at her sister-in-law Betty Draper's cabin, going through the familiar motions of the day with the other women. But her hands felt clumsy, her mind distant. A wave of profound unease washed over her, so strong it almost made her dizzy. She looked out the cabin door at her sons, Thomas and George, playing near the edge of the woods. In that moment, their small, innocent forms seemed terribly fragile, like ghosts already fading into the deep green shadows. She tried to dismiss the feeling, blaming it on the heat and the weight of her unborn child. But the premonition was a physical thing, a cold hand gripping her heart, whispering that the world as she knew it was about to end. The men of Draper's Meadow were in the fields, their backs bent to the harvest. The rhythmic swing of the scythe, the feel of the sun on their necks. It was the hard, honest work that had defined their lives. They were far enough from the main cabins that the sounds of the settlement were just a faint murmur on the summer air. William Ingalls worked alongside his brother, his mind on the harvest, on the coming winter, on the new baby his wife Mary was due to deliver any day. Suddenly, a sound ripped through the tranquility. It wasn't a bear or a mountain lion. It was the unmistakable, terrifying crack of a rifle shot, followed instantly by another, and then a chorus of them. But it was the sound that came next that froze the blood in their veins. A human scream. A woman's scream, high and sharp with pure terror, cut short. Then another, and the chilling war cries of the Shawnee warriors, a sound they had only heard in frightened tales around the fire. William dropped his scythe. For a heart-stopping second, he was paralyzed, his mind refusing to process the horror. Then instinct took over. He and the other men broke into a desperate sprint toward the cabins, their hearts hammering against their ribs. They were farmers, not soldiers. Some had rifles, but they were leaning against a fence line 100 yards away, useless. All they could do was run, fueled by a primal terror and a desperate need to protect their families. They burst through the tree line just in time to see hell itself. Their homes were wreathed in smoke and flame. The Shawnee warriors, their bodies slick with sweat and paint, moved with brutal efficiency. William saw it all in a horrifying slow-motion tableau. He saw Colonel Patton fall, a tomahawk cleaving his skull. He saw his neighbor, Caspar Barger, cut down as he tried to flee. But the image that would be burned into his memory forever was of his wife, Mary. He saw her being dragged from a cabin, her face a mask of shock and terror. He saw his two little boys, Thomas and George, crying, being herded like livestock by the warriors. And he saw his home, the cabin he had built with his own two hands, beginning to burn. He was 100 yards away, unarmed, helpless. To charge forward was suicide. To stay was to witness the end of his world. He could only watch in impotent agony as the raiding party gathered its terrified captives and melted back into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind a scene of carnage, silence, and smoke. The first drops of blood had become a flood, and for the survivors of Draper's Meadow, there was no going back. Inside Betty Draper's cabin, the world was small and safe. The women worked, their movements familiar, the air filled with the quiet sounds of domestic life. Then, the sound came. It wasn't thunder. It was the sharp, flat crack of a rifle, so close it made the floorboards vibrate. Before a single question could be asked, another shot echoed it, and the outside world erupted into a symphony of terror. The cabin door didn't open. It was obliterated, kicked in with a single violent motion. It was as if the forest itself had burst into the room, a whirlwind of painted faces, dark eyes, and the glint of steel. There was no negotiation, no warning. It was a storm of pure, calculated violence. Time seemed to stretch and warp. A minute of chaos felt like an eternity. The air filled with the coppery smell of gunpowder and fear. Betty Draper instinctively clutched her infant child to her chest, a desperate, futile shield of a mother's love. A warrior moved towards her with a terrifying, fluid speed. There was a swift, brutal motion, a blur of action that the mind couldn't properly track, followed by a hollow thud against the cabin's log wall. The infant's desperate cry was instantly and unnervingly silenced. Betty's mouth opened in a scream that made no sound, her arms, suddenly light, falling empty to her sides. Outside, Colonel James Patton, a man who had faced down governors and generals, met his end not in a formal battle, but in his own front yard. He was a pillar of colonial strength, but against the lightning speed of the raid, he was just a man. He managed to draw his sword, a flash of silver in the chaos, but he was overwhelmed in an instant. He fell face down into the very dirt he had fought so hard to claim, his authority dissolving into the bloody earth. Mary saw it all in disconnected flashes of nightmare logic. She saw a painted hand clamp down on her son Thomas' small arm, yanking him forward. She saw George, just a toddler, his face a mask of tears and utter confusion as he was lifted from his feet. Her own body was frozen, trapped between the ferocious instinct to fight for her children and the paralyzing absolute certainty of death. She was no longer a wife or a pioneer, and she was a terrified animal, watching as her young were stolen from the den. The chaos subsided as quickly as it had begun. The screams faded into whimpers, and the sharp crack of gunfire was replaced by the hungry roar and crackle of flames as the cabins began to burn in earnest. This was not a battle, it was a harvest, a human harvest. In the middle of the path, a small corn-husk doll lay face down in the dirt, a solitary, innocent witness to a horror it could not comprehend. The life they had built was gone, reduced to ash and silence in less time than it takes to say a prayer. To us, sitting here centuries later, the men who stormed Draper's Meadow were monsters, pure and simple. But to understand the true horror of that day, you have to do something deeply uncomfortable. You have to try, just for a moment, to see the world through their eyes. In their own minds, they were not criminals. They were soldiers, patriots. They were the righteous hand of vengeance for a people being systematically erased from their own lands. Imagine a young Shawnee warrior, perhaps even Cornstalk himself, lying on a ridge overlooking the settlement the night before. He doesn't see cozy cabins filled with hopeful families. He sees an infection. He sees a scar on the land that his ancestors had hunted for 1,000 years. Every puff of smoke from a settler's chimney is a signal of his people's slow death. Every ring of an axe is the sound of his world being torn apart. The laughter of the children playing in the dirt is the sound of his own children's future being stolen. Their logic was as cold and hard as a river stone. These people are the vanguard of an endless wave that will not stop until the Shawnee way of life is nothing but a memory. They believed that to stop a flood, you must break the dam. The switch didn't flip for them on that July morning. It had been flipped years before, in council houses where they heard of broken treaties and stolen land. The raid on Draper's Meadow wasn't an act of passion. It was a calculated act of war, a political statement written in blood and fire. When a warrior struck down Colonel Patton, he wasn't just killing a man. He was striking down the symbol of the government that had betrayed them. When another committed that unspeakable act against Betty Draper's infant, in his mind, it was a terrifying but logical act of total war. It was a message sent with brutal clarity. We will not just kill your men. We will erase your future. We will burn the memory of you from this land. There is no safe place for you here. After the slaughter, as they melted back into the forest with their terrified captives, there was likely no remorse. There was grim satisfaction. The objective was complete. The enemy outpost was destroyed. The captives were a valuable prize. Women and children could be adopted into the tribe to replace their own people lost to war and disease. The boys, like Thomas and George, were a blank slate, young enough to be molded into Shawnee warriors. Mary, with her skills, was a useful asset. To them, this was not a massacre. It was a successful military operation. They were not filled with a chilling emptiness, but with the grim purpose of a people fighting a desperate war for their very survival. And that, my friends, is a far more terrifying truth than simple, mindless evil. For a long time, no one moved. The surviving men stood frozen at the edge of the tree line, watching the black smoke curl into the indifferent blue sky. The silence that fell over Draper's Meadow was louder than any scream. It was a dead, hollow quiet, punctuated only by the hungry crackle of the fires that were consuming their homes, their past, and their future. Finally, cautiously, William Ingalls and the others began to walk forward, moving like old men into the ruins of their own lives. The scene that met them was one of biblical devastation. The ground was littered with the refuse of the attack, spent wadding from the rifles, a discarded tomahawk, and the bodies of their friends and neighbors. They found Colonel Patton, his silver hair matted with blood. They found Caspar Barger, They found the others who hadn't been fast enough. Every step was a new horror, a new confirmation of the nightmare they had just witnessed. William's heart hammered in his chest as he searched for his family, a desperate, sickening prayer on his lips that he wouldn't find them here, among the dead. He reached the spot where his cabin had stood. It was now just a collapsing skeleton of burning logs. His wife and 2 sons were not there. A wave of something that was part relief and part a deeper, more profound terror washed over him. They weren't dead. They were taken. He sank to his knees in the dirt, the reality of it crashing down on him. Mary, 9 months pregnant. Little Thomas and George, dragged into that endless, hostile wilderness. The image of their terrified faces was a brand on his soul. The other survivors gathered in the smoking clearing, a small, dazed band of broken men. Their shock was a physical thing, a heavy blanket that smothered thought. But as the sun began to dip toward the mountains, shock curdled into a white-hot rage. Philip Barger, seeing his brother's body, grabbed his rifle and swore an oath of vengeance. He wanted to go after them, right now, to plunge into the forest and hunt them down. For a moment, a wild, suicidal energy gripped them all. The primal need to do something was overwhelming. But William Ingalls, his heart shattered, forced himself to think. The Shawnee were expert woodsmen on their own ground. They had a massive head start. To charge blindly into the forest at dusk was not a rescue mission. It was suicide. They were farmers, not trackers. Their grief was a fire, but it would not light their way in the dark. A grim, terrible reason prevailed. They had to get help. As night fell on the smoldering remains of Draper's Meadow, one of the men mounted the least injured horse and galloped east, a messenger of horror, to raise the alarm and summon a posse. For William Ingalls, the hunt had already begun, but it would be a hunt of agonizing patience, of staring into the dark woods and praying for a miracle that felt impossible. The news of the Draper's Meadow massacre traveled faster than any horse. It was a poisoned arrow shot into the heart of the frontier, and it spread a sickness of fear through every isolated cabin and fortified settlement along the New River. The fragile illusion of safety that these pioneers clung to was shattered. If a community as established as Draper's Meadow could be wiped out in broad daylight, then no one was safe. Absolutely no one. In the days that followed, settlers from the surrounding area gathered at the small, palisaded fort that served as the local strongpoint. They came for safety, but they brought their terror with them, and it filled the cramped space like a thick smoke. The community, once a fortress built on mutual reliance, began to crack under the strain. You see, my friends, a tragedy like this doesn't just unite people. It can also tear them apart, exposing the fault lines of fear and self-preservation that run beneath every society. Lines were drawn in the dirt, right there in the muddy courtyard of the fort. On one side were men like Philip Barger, their eyes burning with grief and rage. They demanded immediate bloody retribution. They wanted to form a war party right then and there, ride into the Ohio country and burn every Shawnee village they found. To them, caution was just another word for cowardice. On the other side were the older, more pragmatic men. They understood the futility of such a plan. They argued that a small, vengeful posse charging into the wilderness would be an ant marching into a hornet's nest. It would only lead to more death and leave their own homes defenseless. They urged patience, waiting for the official colonial militia for a proper, organized campaign. And then there was the third group, the largest group of all, the silent. They didn't argue, they didn't make speeches, they just watched with hollow eyes, and at night they would whisper to their wives about packing up and heading back east, back over the mountains where the hand of the law was stronger. The Shawnees' raid had been a brutal act of psychological warfare, and it was working perfectly. It had planted the seeds of terror, and now they were watching them grow, choking out the courage of an entire region. A conspiracy of silence began to take hold. Many knew the trails the Shawnee used. Some had even traded with them before the war. But to share that knowledge, To offer help to William Ingalls was to mark your own family for the next attack. The fear was a physical presence. People who had been friends for years now avoided each other's gaze. They barred their doors earlier, shushed their children's play, and prayed that the trouble would pass them by. In a handful of cabins, there were small acts of quiet courage. A woman leaving a loaf of bread and a slab of bacon on the doorstep of a family who had lost everything. But these were flickering candles in a vast and encroaching darkness. For William Ingalls, this was a special kind of hell. He had lost his family, and now he was losing his community. He was a man crying for help in a room full of people who were pretending to be deaf. William Ingalls could not wait. The colonial militia was a slow, lumbering beast, and every hour that passed was an hour that took his family deeper into an enemy world. He knew, with the chilling certainty of a husband and father, that he had to go now. A small, grim-faced posse formed around him. This wasn't an army. It was a handful of men bound by grief and rage, his brother John, Philip Barger, who thirsted for vengeance for his own brother, and a few others from the settlement. They were farmers and hunters, not soldiers, armed with long rifles, leather pouches of shot, and a desperate, burning hope. They plunged into the forest, following the trail of chaos left by the Shawnee war party. For the first few days, the trail was brutally clear. The warriors, confident in their head start, had made little effort to hide their tracks. The posse found the campsites, the ashes of small fires still warm. They found discarded items dropped by the captives, a woman's comb, a torn piece of a shirt. Each discovery was a double-edged sword, a spark of hope that they were on the right path, and a fresh stab of pain, a tangible reminder of the terror their loved ones were enduring. William would pick up these small things, his hands trembling, imagining Mary or his sons just hours ahead, just beyond the next ridge. But the Appalachian wilderness is not a neutral ground. It is a fortress of tangled rhododendron, steep ravines, and confusing mist-shrouded peaks. It was a home to the Shawnee and a deadly maze to the settlers. The posse was strong, driven by adrenaline and fury, but the mountains began to wear them down. The easy trail became a phantom. The Shawnee, knowing they were now being pursued, began to use every trick of their ancient craft. They walked for miles in the rocky beds of streams, leaving no footprints. They split their party, creating false trails that led to nowhere, then regrouped miles away. The hunt became an ordeal against nature itself. The men's provisions dwindled. Exhaustion settled into their bones, a cold, heavy weight that even their rage couldn't burn away. They were chasing ghosts. The mountains seemed to swallow the trail whole. One afternoon, after days of grueling pursuit, they came to the edge of a wide, stony creek bed. The tracks, which had been their only physical connection to William's family, simply ceased to exist. They had vanished. The men cast about for hours, wading through the cold water, scanning the opposite bank, but found nothing. The trail was gone. The silence that fell over the small band of men was profound. They stood in the middle of an infinite forest, defeated. The fire of their vengeance had been starved of air, and all that was left was the cold ash of despair. For William Ingalls, this was a moment of absolute soul-crushing failure. He had come so close, but the wilderness had chosen a side, and it was not his. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic rescue. There was only the quiet, brutal realization that he had lost. The walk back to the ruins of Draper's Meadow was a funeral march. The men who had charged into the woods fueled by a righteous fury now stumbled home, hollowed out by their defeat. William Ingalls had lost his family in the massacre, and now, standing at the edge of that cold stream, he had lost them all over again. He returned not as a rescuer, but as a man condemned to wait and to wonder, a ghost haunting the edge of a wilderness that had swallowed his entire world. And so, my friends, if you're waiting for the part of the story where a sheriff slaps iron cuffs on the guilty men and hauls them before a bewigged judge, I have to tell you, that story doesn't exist. There was no grand trial for the warriors who fell upon Draper's Meadow. In the eyes of the colonial government, this wasn't a crime to be prosecuted. It was an act of war. The Shawnee weren't fugitives hiding within the law. They were an enemy nation with its own territory, its own leaders, and its own reasons for fighting. Cornstalk and Kilbuck would never see the inside of a Virginia courtroom. The only justice the law of men could offer was slow, clumsy, and distant. A reward was eventually posted for the return of the captives, a piece of paper that was meaningless hundreds of miles away in the Ohio wilderness. The militia, when it finally mustered, was more concerned with defending against the next raid than avenging the last one. The wheels of colonial justice turned with the speed of a dying glacier, while for the captives, every tick of the clock was an eternity. For William Ingalls, the verdict was clear. The system had failed. The law was a distant abstraction, useless against the immediate brutal reality of his loss. But in the mountains, there is another kind of court, another kind of justice. And in the fall of 1755, Mary Draper Ingalls found herself standing trial in it. Her captors were not on trial, she was. The courtroom was the vast, unforgiving landscape of the Ohio Valley. The judge was the coming winter. The jury was hunger, fear, and exhaustion. The verdict would be simple and final, life or death. While William was hunting shadows in the east, Mary was enduring the verdict of her captors. She had been judged not as a criminal, but as an asset. Her skill with the needle and thread spared her from the brutal gauntlet ritual upon her arrival at Lower Shawneetown. She was put to work, her hands making fine shirts for the very men who had destroyed her world. But this small mercy was a cage within a cage. The true sentence had already been carried out on her family. Her sons, Thomas and George, were judged young enough to be assimilated and were torn from her side, adopted into different families, their pasts to be systematically erased. Her infant daughter, Louisa, was deemed just another mouth to feed and was given away. Mary was now a prisoner, not just of the Shawnee, but of her own bottomless grief. The law of men had abandoned her. The justice of the tribe had shattered her family. In that profound darkness, she came to a realization. If there was any justice to be had, she would have to seize it for herself. It would not be a justice of punishment or revenge. It would be the justice of survival, the justice of reclaiming a life that had been stolen. The Shawnee had passed their sentence on her. Now, she was about to deliver her own. You might think this is where the story finds its happy ending. The hero has returned. The ordeal is over. But for Mary and William Ingalls, the reunion was not an end to the suffering. It was the beginning of a new kind of pain. When William finally held his wife, he was holding a stranger made of skin and bone, her eyes haunted by things he could never understand. The joy of her survival was a fragile light in the crushing darkness of their shared losses. She was alive, but her children were not with her. The verdict of her escape was life, but the price was a lifetime of remembering. They could not go back to Draper's Meadow. The place was a tomb, the very soil poisoned with memories. So they moved on, driven by the pioneers' stubborn refusal to be broken. They settled on the New River, establishing Ingalls Ferry, a vital link that would become a cornerstone of the region. They built a new home, had more children, and tried to stitch together the shredded fabric of a normal life. But a curse followed them. The knowledge that their eldest son, Thomas, was still out there, somewhere in the Ohio country, was a wound that would not heal. And the ghosts of their two youngest, George and their infant daughter Louisa, who they would later learn had both died in captivity, were a constant presence. Mary had survived, but a part of her soul had been left behind in that frozen wilderness, forever wandering. And what of the men who had brought this hell upon them? The wheels of mountain justice turn slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. The war raged on for years, a bloody, tangled ledger of raid and reprisal. The Shawnee leader, Cornstalk, would continue to be a formidable adversary to the colonists. but his fate would be a dark mirror of the violence he had unleashed. Years later, in 1777, he would go to an American fort on a mission of peace to warn them of an impending attack by other tribes. Instead of being treated as a diplomat, he was taken hostage. And when a settler was killed nearby, a vengeful mob stormed the fort and murdered the unarmed cornstalk in cold blood. There was no trial, no judge. It was the same brutal, lawless justice of the frontier that had visited Draper's Meadow, coming full circle. The community itself tried to forget. The name Draper's Meadow was spoken in hushed tones, if at all. The site of the massacre was abandoned, the burned-out cabins slowly reclaimed by the forest, the graves of the dead sinking back into the earth. It became a haunted place, a scar that the land itself was trying to cover over. The survivors scattered, seeking new ground, trying to build lives far from the shadows of that terrible day. The story was not celebrated or memorialized. It was buried. It was a trauma so profound that the only way people knew how to deal with it was to turn their backs and walk away, hoping the silence would eventually smother the screams. But a story this powerful doesn't just fade away into the mist. It leaves echoes. It seeps into the soil and becomes part of the land itself. The most powerful echo, of course, was human. 13 years after the massacre, a treaty was signed and a teenage boy was returned to the Ingalls family. It was Thomas. But the joyful reunion was also a tragedy. He was a ghost from another world. He spoke Shawnee. He had forgotten English, forgotten his parents, forgotten the life he was born into. His reintegration was a long, painful struggle, a living testament to the chasm that had opened up between two worlds. Yet, he endured. The Ingalls family grew, and they never, ever forgot. The story of Mary's ordeal was their founding legend, passed down from parent to child, a sacred inheritance. It was preserved not in dusty history books, but in the living memory of a family, until Mary's own son, John, finally wrote it down, ensuring it would never be lost. And the physical traces are still there, hidden in plain sight. If you go to Blacksburg, Virginia today, you can find the site of Draper's Meadow. It's not a haunted ruin in the woods. It's the heart of the Virginia Tech campus. Thousands of students walk across that land every single day, their minds on exams and their futures. They sit by a quiet duck pond, a memorial to that day, many of them having no idea they are studying on ground that was once soaked in blood and terror. Travel a little further and you'll find the New River. This, to me, is the greatest monument of all. It is the silent, winding witness to her ordeal. It is the same river whose icy water she waded through, whose banks she crawled along in delirious agony. When you stand on its edge, you are standing in the exact footsteps of her 600-mile journey into hell. Its currents still whisper her name. You can even go and stand at her grave in Radford, Virginia, and touch the cold stone that bears her name. It's a tangible link, a direct connection to this woman of impossible courage. People build new lives. They pave roads and raise buildings and try to look forward. But they can never completely erase the past. It's always there, just beneath the surface. The highways and the college campuses can cover the scars, but they can't erase them. The mountains watched it all happen, and the mountains remember. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning around this digital campfire. What unspeakable things did Mary Draper Ingalls have to do to survive? The historical record, the official documents, will never tell you. They can only tell you the distance she walked and the date she returned. But the story she told her son, the story of the old Dutch woman and her descent into madness, that is the only answer we have. Did the woman truly try to kill and eat her? Or was it a terrifying hallucination brought on by starvation, Mary's own mind fracturing under the strain? In the end, my friends, it doesn't matter. The horror was real either way. Mary walked to the absolute zero point of human experience, a place where civilization is stripped away and only the primal will to live remains. The unspeakable thing she did was look into that abyss and find the strength to crawl back out. This is not just a story of survival. It is a story about two kinds of strength. There is the strength of the warrior, the strength to conquer, to take, to destroy. We saw that in the brutal efficiency of the raid. But then there is another kind of strength, a quieter and perhaps more profound kind. It is the strength of the root that holds fast to the earth in a storm. It is the strength of a mother who, having lost everything, decides that her own life is still a testament to the family she loved. Mary Draper Ingalls had that strength. She refused to be erased. Her journey home was an act of defiance, a declaration that even after the fire, after the slaughter, after the loss of her children, she was still here. This is the indomitable Appalachian spirit, forged in the crucible of stories just like this one. It's a story of heartbreak and endurance, of cruelty and unimaginable courage. It reminds us that the foundations of this country were not built on neat treaties and noble ideals alone. They were built on the suffering and the sacrifice of people like Mary, on ground consecrated by blood and tears. Her journey is seared into the very landscape, a lesson that must not be forgotten. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. Out here, deep in a West Virginia holler, where the road turns to gravel and the fog clings to the hillsides, the modern world gets quiet. You can find places like this all over the mountains. A forgotten family cemetery, nearly swallowed by ivy and time. These aren't grand monuments. They're simple weathered stones, leaning like old men tired of telling the same story. But it's the names and the dates etched upon them that pull you in. Earl Gibson died 1921. Silas Blackwood died 1923. These men didn't die in the mines. They didn't fall to the fever that swept through these camps so often. They shared one thing, and one thing only. A wife. A woman named Zio Zoe Wilkins. To the law that condemned her, she was a monster. To her few defenders, she was just the unluckiest woman in the state. But to everyone else, she had a different name, the Black Widow of Appalachia. Today, we stand among these silent stones to listen to their whispers and piece together a story this land has tried its best to forget. Let's wind the clock back 100 years. The air here wasn't clean and silent then. It was thick with the grit of coal dust, a fine black powder that settled on windowsills, in your lungs, and in the lines of every face. This hollow was alive with the rumble of coal cars on the tracks and the distant rhythmic clang of pickaxes against the mountain's bones. Life was dictated by the shriek of the company whistle, a sound that sent men like Earl Gibson into the dark belly of the earth before sunrise, and a sound that wives like Zio Zoe prayed to hear again at the end of the day. Earl was a young man, strong and full of the quiet hope that marks so many who work a dangerous trade. He believed his back was broad enough to carve out a decent life for him and his new wife. He'd come home each evening, his face caked in black, and wash up in a basin on the porch of their small two-room cabin. It wasn't much, but it was theirs, a tiny speck of warmth against the vast, indifferent mountains. Zio Zoe was different from the other miners' wives. While they gathered on their porches to trade gossip and remedies, she often kept to herself. She wasn't unfriendly, just reserved. She had a sharp mind and a gaze that seemed to take in everything, a calm that felt out of place in a world built on noise and struggle. Some saw it as dignity. Others, even then, whispered it was a kind of coldness, an ambition that didn't belong in a simple coal camp. Their life together was a routine of small things, a shared meal of beans and cornbread by the fire, Earl talking about his dream of one day saving enough to buy a small piece of land away from the company store and its endless cycle of debt. Zio Zoe would listen, her dark eyes reflecting the firelight, her thoughts her own. To anyone looking in, they were just another young couple trying to survive in a place that didn't make survival easy. But in these mountains, death was a constant neighbor. It came suddenly in the form of a rockfall or a gas explosion in the mine. It came slowly in the wheezing cough of black lung. And it came violently in the gut-wrenching sickness they called the flux, a plague that could sweep through a camp and fill a graveyard in a matter of weeks. A doctor was a luxury, and a sudden death was a tragedy, but it was a familiar one. It was a world that had grown used to the sight of fresh-dug graves, a fact that would soon prove very convenient for someone. The stories buried in the ground are one thing. The stories buried in paper and ink are another. In a county courthouse basement, tucked away in a dusty archive box, you can find the documents that give a voice to those silent gravestones. It's amazing what survives. This here is a copy of a page from the local paper, dated 1921. It's brittle and yellow, the words printed in the stark, formal language of the time. It's a short column nestled between an advertisement for livestock feed and a notice about a church social. It's the obituary for Earl Gibson. It's barely a paragraph long, and it reads just like 100 others from that era. It says he was a fine, hard-working man, taken too soon by a sudden and severe gastric illness. A stomach flux. The kind of thing that could kill a man in 3 days and have the neighbors nodding in sympathy, murmuring about bad water or tainted food. On the surface, it's just another sad, common story. A young wife left all alone. The community pitied her. But it's another piece of paper from that same box that changes the tone completely. This one is a life insurance claim, filed by Zio Zoe Gibson just days after her husband was in the ground. It wasn't a huge amount of money, not by today's standards. But in 1921, to a miner's widow with no other prospects, it was a small fortune. It was enough to buy a little plot of land, enough to be free from the company store, enough to breathe for the first time in her life without the weight of debt and dependency. This document right here, this isn't just an insurance policy, it's the first clue. It raises the question that no one dared to ask out loud back then. Was this just a fortunate coincidence in the midst of tragedy? Or was this the moment Zio Zoe Wilkins realized that a husband's life had a value, but his death had a price? That insurance money from Earl's death changed things, not in a loud way, but in a way the whole holler could feel. Zio Zoe didn't pack up and leave. She didn't waste the money on frivolous things. She bought a small plot of land, a little house just outside the direct control of the mining company. For the first time, she was a woman who owned something, a woman who answered to no one. And you have to understand, in a place where the company owned the houses, the store, and a man's very soul until his debt was paid, that kind of independence was as strange and unsettling as a summer snow. At first, the whispers were sympathetic. Good for her, some would say, making the best of a bad situation. But pity in a small town has a short shelf life, especially when the object of that pity seems to be doing just fine. Zio Zoe's grief didn't look like the grief they were used to. It wasn't loud and public. It was a quiet, private thing. She held her head high. She managed her own affairs. And soon, the whispers began to change their tune. She didn't grieve long. They'd murmur over a fence post. Seems that money dried her tears right up. It was then that Silas Blackwood entered the picture. Silas was a mine foreman, older than Zio Zoe, a man with a bit of authority, and more importantly, a healthy savings account. He was a widower himself, known to enjoy his drink, a man whose loneliness was as plain to see as the coal dust on his boots. He saw in Zio Zoe a beautiful, quiet woman, a fine wife to run his home and ease his later years. He was flattered by her attention. And Zio Zoe, well, she saw something in him too. She saw security. She saw a bigger house, more money, another step up and away from the life she was born into. That first insurance policy had been a revelation. It had shown her a way out of the grime and the poverty, a path paved not with a lifetime of back-breaking labor, but with a simple signature on a piece of paper and a well-timed tragedy. Her courtship with Silas Blackwood wasn't a romance, it was a business transaction, and the whole community was watching. They saw the older man, charmed and foolish. They saw the young widow, her eyes not on the man, but on what the man had. The seeds of conflict weren't just being sown in that little house. They were being planted in the minds of every neighbor who watched her, every gossip at the company store. They were just waiting for a reason for their suspicions to take root, and Zoe was about to give them one. History isn't just found in archives. Sometimes it's sitting on a front porch in a rocking chair, waiting for someone to ask the right questions. Down a winding road, I found Elmore Vance. He's an old man now, with hands as gnarled as oak roots and eyes that have seen nearly a century of these mountains. He is the great-nephew of Silas Blackwood, and his grandfather was the man who first tried to sound the alarm. For his family, the story of Zoe Wilkins isn't a folk tale. It's a wound that has never fully healed. He doesn't call her the Black Widow. In the Vance family, she has always been that Wilkins woman. He speaks in a slow, deliberate cadence, the way men do when they're recalling a story they've heard 1,000 times, a story that's become a part of their own blood. My granddaddy, Jasper, he begins, he liked Silas, but he never trusted her, not for a minute. He said she had still eyes, like a snake on a rock, watching but never blinking. According to the story passed down to Elmore, the trouble came to a head just 6 months after the wedding. Silas, puffed up with pride and eager to show what a good provider he was, told his brother Jasper that he'd taken out a brand new, sizable life insurance policy. "Just to make sure my Zio is looked after if anything happens to me," he'd said with a grin. Elmore leans forward in his chair. Granddaddy said when he heard those words, a cold spot formed right in his gut. It was the same story, all over again. Jasper went to Silas that very evening and begged him to see reason. He didn't accuse Zoe directly, not at first. He just pleaded with his brother's common sense. "A woman who profits from one husband's grave is just unlucky," Elmore recounts his granddaddy saying. "But a woman who stands to profit from a second, that ain't luck, Silas. That's a plan." But Silas was blinded by his new bride. He got angry, accused his brother of jealousy, and told him to get out of his house and mind his own business. That argument, on the porch of a cabin that no longer stands, was more than just a family squabble. It was a line drawn in the dirt. Jasper Vance had made himself a problem. He had spoken the suspicion that everyone else was only whispering, and in doing so, he had put himself directly in the path of that Wilkins woman. The point of no return had been crossed, not just for Silas, but for his brother too. The argument didn't happen in whispers. It was a confrontation, born of desperation. Following his grim conversation with Silas, Jasper Vance couldn't let it rest. He walked over to his brother's cabin that very evening. The lamp was lit inside, casting a warm, deceptive glow. Zoe herself sat in a rocking chair by the hearth, darning one of Silas' work socks. She moved with a quiet efficiency, a picture of domestic peace. Jasper stood in the doorway, his hat in his hands. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. "Silas," he said, his voice low and urgent, "we need to talk. That new insurance policy, it don't sit right with me." Silas, who had been enjoying the quiet evening, stiffened. He looked from his brother's worried face to his wife, who hadn't even looked up from her sewing. "Now, Jasper, we've been over this." "No, we ain't," Jasper insisted, stepping inside. "Earl Gibson took sick not long after she insured him. Now you do the same, and for twice the money. You're a fool if you don't see the pattern." The accusation hung in the small room, thick and ugly. Zoe's needle stopped its steady rhythm. For a single charged moment, the cabin was utterly silent. Silas's face flushed with anger. It was one thing for the town to whisper, but for his own brother to say it, in his own home, in front of his wife, it was an unbearable insult. "You'll not come into my house and call my wife a ghoul," he roared, getting to his feet. "She's a good woman. She's nursed me when I was sick. She's kept this house better than anyone." "You're just jealous." "Jealous of what, Silas?" "Your own funeral?" Jasper shot back. That was the final straw. "Get out," Silas snarled, pointing a trembling finger at the door. "Get out of my home, and don't you come back till you're ready to apologize to her." Jasper looked at his brother, his face a mask of sorrow and frustration. Then his eyes met Zoe's across the room. For the first time, she looked directly at him. There was no anger in her eyes, no fear. There was nothing at all. It was a calm, calculating stillness, the look of a woman who had just identified a problem and was already working on the solution. As Jasper backed out into the cold night air, he knew he hadn't just lost a brother. He had made a mortal enemy. The cabin door closed, shutting out not just a brother, but Silas Blackwood's last chance at salvation. You have to push your way through a thicket of rhododendron and climb over a fallen oak to find it now. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you'd walk right past it. But it's here. A collapsed square of foundation stones covered in a thick carpet of moss, and in the center, a jumbled pile of rock and soot-stained clay. This is all that's left of the chimney, once the warm, beating heart of the home where Silas Blackwood lived with his new wife. This isn't a place marked by the scars of a single violent act. There are no bullet holes in these stones. The horror that unfolded here was quiet, patient, and domestic. It was hidden in the everyday. Over there, nearly choked with a century of dead leaves, is the stone-lined well. This is where Zoe would have drawn the water for Silas' morning coffee, for the soup she simmered on the stove, for the cool drink he'd ask for when the first feverish thirst began to burn in his throat. Right here. This is where it happened. Not with the roar of a gunshot, but with the scrape of a spoon against the bottom of a bowl. The act of murder wasn't a moment of rage. It was a daily chore, a patient administering of poison disguised as an act of love. Within these stone foundations, Silas Blackwood wasted away, believing he was being cared for by a devoted wife, never realizing that the hands that soothed his brow were the same hands that were slowly, methodically killing him. The air is still and peaceful now, but this ground remembers the silence that followed the arguments and the terrible sickness that began soon after. It began, as Jasper Vance had feared, just a few weeks after their argument. Silas Blackwood started complaining of a fire in his belly. At first, he dismissed it as a bad batch of moonshine, a common ailment for him. Zoe was the very picture of a concerned wife. She brewed him herbal teas and insisted he stay home from the mines to rest. But the rest didn't help. The fire in his gut turned into a vice, twisting and cramping until the strong foreman was doubled over in his chair. Then came the sickness, a violent, unending wave of it that left him weak and trembling. He craved water, a burning, desperate thirst that no amount of liquid could quench. And through it all, Zoe was a constant presence. She was always there with a cool cloth for his forehead and a bowl of thin broth. "Just a little something to keep your strength up," she would murmur, spooning the warm liquid into his mouth. To any neighbor who stopped by to check on the ailing man, she was a saint. They saw her tending to him day and night, her face etched with worry. They didn't see the tiny pinch of white powder she stirred into the soup when no one was looking. The days bled into weeks. Silas, once a stout and hearty man, began to shrink. His skin grew pale and loose, his eyes sunk deep into their sockets. He became a ghost in his own home, too weak to leave his bed. The company doctor came once, a rushed visit between a broken leg at the mine and a birthing up the creek. He took one look at the withered man in the bed, listened to Zoe's calm description of the symptoms, and nodded grimly. "It's the stomach flux, and a bad case of it," he declared. "Keep him comfortable. That's all you can do." One evening, after Silas had been bedridden for nearly a month, his brother Jasper came to the house again, swallowing his pride. He couldn't bear the thought of his brother dying without making peace. He found Silas barely conscious, his breathing shallow. Zoe sat by the bed, her hands folded in her lap. Jasper looked at the shell of his brother, then at her calm, serene face, and the awful truth settled in his heart like a stone. He left without a word, the image of that quiet, patient woman seared into his memory. The rocking chair in the corner of the room swayed gently in the draught from the door, empty, but for the shawl left draped over its back. Silas Blackwood's struggle ended 2 nights later, in the dark, silent heart of the Appalachian night. After a man dies, his story is told in whispers. But the version that lasts, the one that gets filed away, is told in ink. This is the death certificate for Silas Blackwood, filed in the county clerk's office. It's a simple bureaucratic ledger. Name, date of birth, date of death. And under the heading cause of death, the doctor wrote 2 words: acute gastritis. It's so clean, so medical. A neat and tidy explanation that fits perfectly in a little box on a form. But acute gastritis doesn't capture the truth of it. It doesn't describe a man wasting away for weeks, his body racked with a fire that no water could put out. It doesn't mention the insurance policy that had just been signed, or the brother who was shouting warnings that nobody listened to. The official record sanitizes the horror, boiling a slow, agonizing death down to a stomachache. But then, you find another file. This one isn't from the doctor, it's from the insurance company. And insurance men, they have a different kind of curiosity. They deal in patterns and probabilities. The report, written by a claims investigator, is just as dry, but it asks a pointed question. He notes, "This is the second claim filed by Mrs. Wilkins in 3 years, both following the sudden gastric death of a husband. Further inquiry is recommended." Those 2 words, further inquiry, were the spark that lit the fuse. That recommendation led to this: the exhumation order from the circuit court judge. Look at the formal, looping script. It gives law enforcement the authority to go to the quiet churchyard cemetery and disturb a fresh grave. This piece of paper took the whispers of the holler and turned them into the cold, hard action of the law. The official record started with a lie, but it ended with an order to dig up the truth. That exhumation order was not a quiet affair. The news spread through the hollers like a brush fire. On the day the sheriff and his deputies arrived at the cemetery with shovels, a crowd gathered at a respectful distance, their faces a mixture of morbid curiosity and dread. The sound of digging was the only noise that broke the silence. When the caskets of both Earl Gibson and Silas Blackwood were opened, a collective gasp went through the onlookers. The bodies were in an unnervingly well-preserved state, a telltale sign of the preserving qualities of arsenic. The whispers now had physical proof. The truth wasn't just buried 6 feet deep, it was pickled in poison. The day the law came for Zoe Wilkins, there was no dramatic chase through the mountains. Sheriff Miller and a deputy simply rode their horses up to her little house. She was on the porch, rocking in her chair, as if she were expecting them. They say she didn't flinch when the sheriff showed her the warrant for her arrest. She didn't cry or protest her innocence. She simply stood up, smoothed the front of her black dress, went inside to fetch her bonnet, and walked with them as calmly as if she were heading to the Sunday service. Her silence was more damning than any confession. The trial was a mountain spectacle. The courthouse was packed to the rafters every single day, the air thick with the smell of sweat, dust, and cheap tobacco. Miners took days off from the coalface. Farmers left their fields, all to cram into the sweltering room and get a look at the woman they were now calling the Mountain Borgia. It wasn't just a trial, it was a reckoning. This was the community's chance to finally pass judgment on the woman who had unsettled them for so long. The prosecutor, a fire and brimstone preacher in a lawyer's suit, built his case brick by damning brick. He laid out the pattern of death and the pattern of profit, showing the jury how each untimely death had made Zoe a richer woman. His star witness was the town pharmacist, a nervous little man named Abernathy, who, under oath, pointed a trembling finger directly at the defendant. "That's her," he squeaked. "She's the one who kept buying rough-on-rats poison, said she had a terrible infestation, bought enough to kill every rat in the county." Her defense lawyer fought back, painting a picture of a poor, misunderstood widow being persecuted by superstitious neighbors. He argued that dysentery was common, that arsenic was used in every farmhouse, that this was nothing more than a witch hunt fueled by gossip and jealousy. But his arguments were undone by his own client. Zio Zoe sat through the entire proceeding as still as a stone effigy. When the prosecutor finally turned to her and thundered, "Did you feed these men poison for their insurance money, Mrs. Wilkins?" She looked at him with those unblinking eyes and said, in a voice no louder than a rustling leaf, "No, sir, I did not." She showed no fear, no anger, no grief, nothing. That chilling calm was all the jury needed to see. They were out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back in, their faces were set like stone. The foreman didn't even look at her as he delivered the verdict. Guilty. The judge, his voice ringing with condemnation, called her actions a cold-blooded stain upon the soul of this state and sentenced her to spend the rest of her natural life in the state penitentiary. The law's pursuit was over. The official record was now written, and Zio Zoe Wilkins's name was forever etched into the annals of Appalachian crime. We're back where we started, in this quiet little cemetery tucked into the side of the mountain. Here are the stones for Earl Gibson and Silas Blackwood. They're weathered, but you can see that someone still tends to them. The weeds are pulled back, and a small faded plastic flower sits in the dirt in front of Silas's marker. Their names are still here, etched in stone, a permanent testament to the lives they lived, however short. They remain a part of this land, buried in the soil they called home, remembered by family. But to find Zio Zoe Wilkins's final resting place, you have to travel hundreds of miles away, to the grounds of the old state penitentiary. There's a field there, behind the high stone walls. It's not a family plot. It's a place of grim uniformity, a grid of simple, numbered markers for the inmates who lived and died in the state's care. There are no loving epitaphs, no flowers, no family names. It's a place scrubbed clean of personal history. And under one of those anonymous markers lies the woman who caused so much turmoil. There is the final biting irony of her story. The woman who craved land, money, and independence, who killed to possess the property of other men, ended her days with nothing to her name. Her final home is a numbered plot of earth owned by the very state that locked her away. Her victims, the poor miners she looked down on, lie here in the free mountain air, their names known. Her name, the one that once struck fear into a whole community, is nowhere to be found. Looking at these disparate graves, the remembered and the forgotten, you realize the verdict wasn't the end of the story. It was just the beginning of the final chapter. For the families left behind, and for Zio Zoe herself, the sentence was the start of a long, slow aftermath, a shadow that would stretch on for decades. After the gavel fell and the cell door clanged shut, a different kind of quiet settled over the holler. The excitement of the trial bled away, leaving behind the awkward silence of a community that had just consumed one of its own. For a time, life tried to return to normal. The company whistle blew, the men went back into the mines, and the women went back to their chores. But a scar had been left. Doors were locked a little tighter at night, and a neighbor's sudden sickness was met with a flicker of suspicion that hadn't been there before. For Jasper Vance, the verdict was not a victory. The justice he had fought so hard for tasted like ash in his mouth. It didn't bring his brother back. It didn't erase the memory of Silas wasting away in that bed, or the image of Zio Zoe's cold, placid face in the courtroom. He had been right, but being right had brought him no peace. He lived out his years a quieter, more somber man, forever marked by the knowledge of what one human being was capable of doing to another, hidden behind a placid smile and a bowl of soup. Meanwhile, Zoe Wilkins traded the green, open mountains for a world of grey stone and iron bars. Her reputation preceded her, and the other inmates at the penitentiary gave her a wide berth. They watched the infamous Black Widow, expecting to see a monster. Instead, they saw a quiet, reserved woman who did her work in the prison laundry without complaint, who read books from the meager library, and who never, ever spoke of her past. Her chilling composure, which had condemned her in court, now served as a kind of armor. She was an enigma within the walls, just as she had been in the hollow. The years ground on, turning the ink on the court records from black to brown. Zoe's dark hair turned to grey. Her youth and beauty faded under the harsh prison lights, but her story didn't. She never filed an appeal. She never sought a pardon. And to the parole boards that met with her every few years, she gave the same calm, unwavering answer she gave in the courtroom. I did not do it. Her silence became her final legacy, a wall of denial that would stand until the day she died, an old woman in a prison infirmary, taking her secrets, whatever they were, with her to a numbered grave. You'd think a guilty verdict and a life sentence would be the end of it. The case closed, the story finished. But in the mountains, stories have a way of living on, of changing shape in the telling. And the story of Zoe Wilkins is no exception. To this day, the truth of what happened in that little cabin remains a point of contention, a ghost that haunts the family lines. For the descendants of the Vance family, and for most people who know the tale, the book is closed. Zoe Wilkins was a monster hiding in plain sight, a mountain Medea who saw her husbands not as partners, but as assets to be liquidated. They point to the pattern, the insurance money, the pharmacist's testimony, and her chilling lack of emotion in the courtroom. To them, it's an open and shut case, a clear story of greed dressed in a black mourning gown. But Zoe never confessed. And that single stubborn fact, her lifelong insistence on her own innocence, has been just enough to keep a flicker of doubt alive for 100 years. You can still find a few old-timers, a few contrarians, who will offer up the other side. They'll ask you, was she a killer, or was she just a woman who refused to play the part of the helpless, weeping widow? In an age when women were expected to be emotional and dependent, Zoe was quiet, intelligent, and handled her own finances. Was she condemned for murder, or was she condemned for being different? They'll point out that the evidence was purely circumstantial. No one ever saw her put poison in the soup. They saw a woman buy rat poison, a common household item, and they saw men die of a common stomach ailment, and they drew a straight, deadly line between the two. Perhaps, they argue, she was just the victim of a mountain witch hunt, a woman destroyed by gossip and the bad luck of being widowed twice. The truth? The absolute truth of what was in her heart probably died with her in that prison infirmary. All we're left with are the conflicting echoes, two stories that can't both be true, but that both refuse to die. Over the decades, the hard facts of the Zoe Wilkins trial began to soften and warp, like old glass in a fire. Her story leached out of the courthouse records and seeped into the soil of the mountains themselves, where it grew into something else entirely, a full-blown Appalachian legend. The flesh-and-blood woman who bought rat poison at the general store was slowly replaced by a supernatural phantom, a creature of folklore. For generations, her name became a cautionary tale. Mothers would warn their sons, "You be careful of a pretty face with a quiet tongue. Remember Zoe." She became the local boogeyman, a dark fable about the poison of greed. They stopped talking about arsenic and started whispering about a secret spring deep in the woods whose water was tainted by the devil himself, water she would collect in a blue glass bottle under a new moon. They swore that the roses she planted on her husband's graves always bloomed with withered black petals, as if the very ground rejected her feigned grief. And of course, there is the ghost story. Some say that on a moonless night, if you stand by the fallen chimney where her house once stood, you can sometimes see a faint light moving through the trees. They say it's the ghost of Zeo Zoe, forever wandering the land she bought with blood, eternally searching for something she can never truly own. The real woman died in a state prison far from here. But the legend, the dark and terrifying story the mountains created to explain a horror they couldn't comprehend, that story never left. And so we find ourselves back where we began, standing in this quiet patch of ground among the leaning stones. It looks the same. The ivy still crawls over the fence line, and the wind still sighs through the pines. But it feels different now, doesn't it? These aren't just names on weathered rock anymore. They are Earl and Silas, men with hopes and fears, whose lives ended in a bowl of soup. We see the ghost of a small cabin over on that ridge, and we can almost feel the cold, calculating gaze of the woman who watched the world from its porch. We have followed this story from these graves to the dusty pages of the courthouse, from the faded memory of an old man on his porch to the grim reality of a prison ledger. We've seen how a real-life tragedy, born of desperation and greed, can curdle into a ghost story told to frighten children. It's a reminder that every forgotten foundation, every overgrown family plot you pass on a lonely road isn't just a ruin. It's a library, filled with stories of love, rage, and the terrible choices that can echo for a century. Was Zeo Zoe Wilkins a cold-blooded monster or a misunderstood woman condemned by circumstance? The absolute truth of what was in her heart is likely buried with her in that anonymous grave. But in the end, it almost doesn't matter. The story she created, whether by her actions or by her silence, has become a part of this landscape, as permanent as the mountains themselves. The arsenic has long since turned to dust. The insurance money is gone. The people are all just memories, but the story remains. For 3 days, the law in Blackwater County was gone. A posse of the county's toughest men stood helpless at the mouth of the black hole, a jagged maw in the mountainside that seemed to breathe a cold older than memory. They were waiting for one man, Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, who had walked into that absolute darkness 3 days prior, hunting a killer the rest of them were too terrified to pursue. Now, silence was their only answer. Did the legendary lawman finally meet his match? Not in a man, but in the earth itself. Today, we go back to that moment of terrifying uncertainty to uncover the truth of the man who walked into a legend and came back forever changed. The 2 men who died weren't just company guards, they were Blackwater County men. The first was Thomas Miller, a man whose face was a roadmap of his 50 years in the mines. His hands were thick with calluses, but they were gentle with his grandchildren. He'd taken the guard job to get out of the deep shafts, hoping for a few quiet years before he retired. The second was David Eames, barely 20 years old, with a quick smile and eyes full of plans to marry his sweetheart and buy a small plot of land downriver. They weren't heroes or gunslingers. They were just ordinary men, trying to earn a living in a world that offered few easy paths. Their world was one of stark contrasts. The green, ancient mountains held communities bound by blood and tradition, where folks lived by the seasons and the grace of God. But cutting through this old world were the black veins of the new one, the coal mines. Company towns sprung up overnight, filled with the soot of the tipple and the clang of steel on rock. Life was hard, pay was low, and the company store kept everyone in a state of perpetual debt. This friction between the old ways and the new money created a constant, simmering tension. The payroll wagon was a symbol of it all, a tempting prize moving through a land of desperate men. Standing watch over this fragile peace was Sheriff Banquo Fletcher. Before he became a legend, he was simply the law. He was a constant, predictable presence, as much a part of the landscape as the hawk circling the ridge. You'd see him at the general store, not saying much, but listening to everything. He knew whose cow had gone missing, whose son was running with the wrong crowd, and which feuds were simmering just below the surface. He was the community's anchor, a man who believed in a simple, unshakable truth. There was right and there was wrong, and it was his job to stand on that line. But Fletcher was more than just a badge. He was born of these hills, and he understood their silent language. He felt the weight of every family's troubles, every whispered fear. This connection to his people was his strength, but it was also a heavy burden. He saw the desperation the coal companies bred, and he knew it would eventually boil over into violence. He was one man holding back a flood, and he knew it. His quiet, solitary life was a reflection of the immense responsibility he carried on his shoulders alone. The world that was, before Silas Kane pulled the trigger, was one of fragile order. It was a community holding its breath, praying that the simmering tensions wouldn't erupt into open flame. Thomas Miller and David Eames were part of that order, men doing their duty. Sheriff Fletcher was its ultimate guardian, but their peaceful world had a shadow, a dark place where the law didn't reach and fear held sway. The murder of those two guards wasn't just a crime, it was a challenge. It was Silas Kane declaring that the old rules were dead and that even the mountains couldn't protect you anymore. The scene of the attack was on a lonely stretch of road winding through a deep cut in the mountain, a place where the sun struggled to reach the forest floor even at midday. The payroll wagon sat askew, one wheel splintered in a ditch. The two horses stood unnaturally still in their harnesses, their heads bowed, their coats trembling despite the cool air. A profound and terrible silence had fallen over the hollow, broken only by the drip of water from moss-covered rocks. The payroll box was gone, its hasp broken and discarded in the mud. The bodies of Miller and Eames lay where they fell, covered by canvas blankets that couldn't hide the dark stains seeping into the earth. When Sheriff Fletcher arrived, he didn't join the quiet, grim-faced huddle of men who had discovered the wagon. He moved away from them, his grey eyes scanning not the wagon, but the woods surrounding it. He walked the perimeter of the clearing in a slow, deliberate circle, his gaze fixed on the ground. He was reading the forest floor like a page in a book, taking in every bent twig, every disturbed patch of last year's leaves. He was a man searching for a story, and he knew these woods would tell him the truth if he just knew how to listen. The clues he found were chilling, not for what they revealed, but for what they didn't. There were no signs of a struggle, no frantic footprints of men running for their lives. There was only one set of tracks leading from the tree line and one set leading back. They were from a single man, a heavy man, moving with a calm, unhurried gait. And then Fletcher found the most unnerving clue of all. On a flat, mossy rock about 20 yards from the wagon, he found 2 spent rifle cartridges. They weren't scattered where they would have been ejected from the chamber. They were placed neatly side by side, like a pair of cufflinks set out for church. This was what unsettled everyone more than the violence itself. This wasn't the work of a panicked thief. The careful placement of the shells was a message. It was a statement of absolute control, of a chilling lack of fear. It spoke of a killer who had watched his victims fall and then taken the time to gather his brass and leave a signature. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. Who was this man? And what kind of cold-blooded pride did it take to commit murder and then pause to arrange the evidence like a trophy? The scene spoke not of chaos, but of a terrifying, predatory calm. Before the dust had even settled on the lonely mountain road, a name was already being whispered from the company town to the deepest hollows. It was the name of a man with a grudge as raw and public as an open wound. Jedediah Schofield. Schofield was a miner, or at least he had been. He was a man known for a temper as hot as a forge and a pride as sharp and brittle as shale. And everyone in Blackwater County knew he hated Thomas Miller with a passion that burned cold. The bad blood had started 6 months earlier, deep in the belly of the earth. Schofield, a top man with the dynamite, had gotten into a bitter argument with another miner, an argument that turned into a brutal fistfight right there in the shaft. The shift foreman had been Thomas Miller. Following company rules, Miller reported the fight, and since Schofield had thrown the first punch, he was the one who was fired. He lost his job, his pay, and the small company house where his family lived. In a single day, he was cast out. To a man like Schofield, this was more than losing a job. It was a public shaming. He blamed Thomas Miller entirely, seeing him not as a man doing his duty, but as a traitor who had sided with the company against his own kind. In the weeks that followed, Schofield's bitterness festered. He was seen in the local saloons, his voice thick with moonshine and rage, vowing revenge. More than one person heard him swear that he would see Miller in his grave before he and his family starved. The whispers quickly turned into a roar of accusation. Jedediah Schofield owned a deer rifle, the same caliber as the shells Fletcher had found. He was a crack shot, known for his skill in the woods. Most damning of all, when the deputy went to the rundown shack Schofield's family had moved into, he was gone. His wife, her face pale with fear, claimed he'd gone hunting a few days back and hadn't returned, but the community saw it differently. To them, it was an open and shut case. A man with a clear motive, the right skills, and who had conveniently vanished at the exact time of the crime. Schofield had run, and in the mountains, only a guilty man runs. While the whole county had its eyes fixed on Jedediah Schofield, Sheriff Fletcher's gaze, grey and steady as a river stone, settled on someone else entirely. It was a person so close to the tragedy that no one thought to look at him. Caleb Thorne, the best friend of the young guard, David Eames. Caleb and David had been inseparable since they were boys, their bond forged in the creeks and woods of Blackwater County. They were two sides of the same coin, sharing every secret and every dream of a life beyond the coal dust. No one seemed more devastated by David's death than Caleb. No one, that is, except Sheriff Fletcher. He had seen grief in all its forms, and Caleb's felt wrong. It was too loud, too theatrical. At the funeral, Caleb wept with a noise that drowned out the quiet sorrow of the boy's own mother. But Fletcher, standing at the back of the cemetery, noted that for all the performance, the man's eyes were sharp and restless. He wasn't looking at the grave, he was watching the crowd. Fletcher knew that true grief turns a man inward, but Caleb Thorne was looking outward, like a man checking to see if his story was being believed. Beneath that mask of sorrow was a secret that was rotting Caleb from the inside out. He wasn't just a simple mine worker, he was a gambler who had fallen in deep with a dangerous crowd from the railroad camps. He owed a debt so large it was a death sentence, and the men he owed were not known for their patience. The company payroll wasn't just a target of opportunity for him, it was his only way out. His best friend, David Eames, hadn't just been a friend. He was Caleb's unwitting key to the prize, a source of information about the wagon's route and its schedule. The whispers started when Caleb was seen just days after the funeral, paying off a chunk of his debt at a saloon with crisp bills. When questioned, he claimed he'd won a lucky hand at cards. But the story felt thin, and his behavior, when re-examined, painted a darker picture. People now remembered Caleb asking David pointed questions about the guard rotation, questions that seemed innocent at the time, but now felt sinister. The idea was almost too ugly to consider, that the attack wasn't a random ambush, but a meticulously planned execution, and that David Eames might have been betrayed by the one person on earth he trusted completely. But there was a third shadow in these hills, one cast not by a single man, but by the towering black tipple of the mine itself. The Black Mountain Coal Company was more than an employer. It was a hungry, faceless power from the north, and its interests rarely aligned with the well-being of the men it paid in scrip. In the months leading up to the robbery, a new kind of man had been seen in the county. Men in dark suits and city hats, with faces as hard and emotionless as the company ledger books. They weren't miners or managers. They were troubleshooters, company enforcers, and their presence felt like the stillness before a storm. Their motive was impersonal, but immense. Whispers of unionizing had been snaking through the mine shafts, talk of better pay and safer conditions. To the company, the union wasn't a negotiation, It was a disease to be eradicated. A violent, unsolved payroll robbery was the perfect pretext. It would justify flooding the county with their own heavily armed guards, men who answered not to the law, but to the company. They could lock down the towns, root out the organizers, and break the spirit of the rebellion under the guise of protecting the people from a phantom killer. Miller and Eames, in this cold calculation, were simply the cost of doing business. The arrival of these city men had draped a blanket of unease over the community. They didn't speak to locals, they observed, their eyes taking measure of everything. They were seen mapping the roads, timing the payroll wagon's route, and holding quiet, tense meetings behind the locked door of the company office. Their presence was a silent, constant threat. It was a clear message from the powers up north that they were watching, and that they would not tolerate dissent. The mountain folk, who had dealt with their own problems for generations, now felt the chilling gaze of an outside world that saw their home as nothing more than a resource to be exploited and controlled. The crime itself bore the hallmarks of this cold, corporate ruthlessness. The clean, efficient nature of the ambush, the lack of any wasted motion, and especially the chilling signature of the carefully placed shell casings. It all felt less like the hot-blooded revenge of a fired miner and more like the work of a professional. It was a calculated act of terror designed to create chaos. Perhaps the stolen money was never the point. Perhaps the real prize was fear itself, a tool the company could wield to crush the growing defiance of the men who worked and died in its mines. With Jedediah Schofield named as the prime suspect, a posse of grim-faced men formed, fueled by righteous anger and cheap corn liquor. They were ready to deliver mountain justice with a rope. Sheriff Fletcher led them, but he moved with a different purpose. While the others saw a clear trail of vengeance, Fletcher saw a path that was too obvious, too neat. He wasn't hunting a man he hated, he was solving a puzzle, and he knew the first piece you find isn't always the one that fits. For 4 days, they beat the brush, scouring the unforgiving ridges and impenetrable rhododendron thickets that Schofield called home. The mountains, however, are experts at hiding men, and the trail was cold. It wasn't Fletcher who found him, but a young deputy who stumbled upon an old trapper's lean-to deep in a forgotten hollow. Inside, they found Jedediah Schofield, not defiant, but gaunt and shivering, his rifle unused beside him. He hadn't been running from the law, he had been hiding from it. He knew he was the first man they'd blame, and his terror was so genuine it was almost palpable. His alibi, when it came, was as solid and immovable as the mountain itself. He had been miles away from the ambush, helping the circuit preacher, old Reverend Eli, repair the roof on the remote Black Creek Chapel. He'd been there for a solid week, sleeping in the church and sharing the preacher's meager meals. The Reverend, a man whose word was considered scripture in those parts, confirmed it without a moment's hesitation. Jedediah Schofield was a man full of rage and bitterness, but he was no killer. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin mountain air. Attention then shifted to Caleb Thorne, but that trail was made of smoke and mirrors. There was no physical evidence, only the foul taste of suspicion. He had an answer for everything. The money? A lucky night playing cards with strangers at a railroad camp, men who were long gone. His odd questions to David. Just the normal curiosity of a friend. The community, unwilling to stomach the thought of such a venomous betrayal, chose to believe him. To accuse him without proof was to call one of their own a monster, a truth too ugly to face. The investigation had hit a wall of solid granite, leaving Sheriff Fletcher with nothing but a pair of spent shells and a county where the fear was beginning to grow teeth. With the official investigation stalled, a cold fog of silence settled over Blackwater County. The lively chatter at the general store died down whenever Sheriff Fletcher walked in. Doors that were once open were now latched, and eyes that met yours on the road would slide away, refusing to connect. It was as if the whole community had collectively agreed to forget the murders had ever happened. Neighbors who had once shared every piece of gossip now saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing. The truth, it seemed, was a dangerous secret to possess. This silence was woven from three distinct threads. The first was raw, simple fear. A killer was among them, a man who had shot down two people in cold blood and left a chilling signature of his arrogance. He was a ghost, a name without a face, and he could be anyone. To speak a word of what you might have seen, to even speculate out loud, was to risk drawing his attention. It was to risk waking up and finding your own grim message left on your doorstep. The wolf was still in the woods, and no one wanted to be the next sheep to stray from the flock. The second thread was a deep, abiding hatred for the Black Mountain Coal Company. To many of the mountain folk, the company was a far greater evil than any one killer. It was a faceless monster that stole their land, poisoned their streams, and worked their men to death for pennies. The stolen money belonged to the company, and the dead guards were on the company payroll. In their minds, helping Fletcher was helping the company. It was a choice between two evils, and many chose silence as a form of quiet rebellion against the power that oppressed them every single day. But the thickest, strongest thread was the mountain code itself, an unspoken omerta, as binding as any law on the books. You did not talk to the law about the affairs of your neighbors. You handled your own business, settled your own scores, and you never, ever turned on your own kind for an outsider. And to many, even Sheriff Fletcher, in his official capacity, was an outsider to family matters. This loyalty, this stubborn, ingrained belief in their own form of justice, formed a wall far higher and stronger than any prison. Fletcher found himself on the outside of his own community, a lawman trying to find a killer in a town that had gone deaf, dumb, and blind. 5 years turned to dust. The seasons in Blackwater County rolled on, covering the memory of the murders with layers of autumn leaves and winter snow. The case went cold, a ghost story whispered by old men, a permanent quiet failure that Sheriff Banquo Fletcher carried in the lines on his face. The 2 spent shells still sat on his desk in a small wooden box, a cold testament to a question he couldn't answer. The community's wall of silence had held, and the truth seemed lost to time. The clue that broke it all came not from a clever deduction or a piece of new evidence, but from the rambling memory of an old woman on the edge of the next world. Granny Elspeth lived in a one-room cabin perched like a hawk's nest on a ridge overlooking the very road where the ambush took place. Her mind, the folks in town said, was a tangled thicket of memories and mountain lore, and her words were often dismissed as the wind in the pines. Fletcher, however, made a point of checking on the old woman, bringing her salt and flour when the snows were deep. On one such visit, sitting by her hearth, he listened as she drifted through the past. She spoke of the hard winter of '08, of a blight that killed the chestnut trees, and then, without any change in her tone, she said something that made the air in the tiny cabin stand still. "Such a shame about that young Eames boy," she murmured, her eyes fixed on the fire. "He was always so polite. I saw him walking up the road that very morning with his friend, Caleb Thorne. They was laughing, heads together like they was sharing a secret. Not an hour later, I heard the guns. For Sheriff Fletcher, it was as if the last 5 years had collapsed into a single blinding instant. Caleb Thorne's alibi had been rock solid. He had been at the mine, working a full shift. Multiple men had sworn to it. But Granny Elspeth, whose cabin sat miles from the mine entrance, had seen him on the murder road with the victim just before he died. It wasn't a confession she offered, but a simple, unvarnished memory, one that nobody had ever thought to ask for. The old woman, dismissed by everyone, had been the only witness. In that moment, the entire case was reborn. Fletcher realized the horrifying truth. Caleb's alibi hadn't been solid. It had been constructed. He had paid or threatened his fellow miners to lie for him, a conspiracy of silence bought with stolen payroll money. The laughter Granny Elspeth heard hadn't been the sound of friendship. It had been the sound of betrayal. The case wasn't just cold. It had been buried alive. And Sheriff Fletcher, had just been handed the shovel. A 5-year-old lie is a brittle thing. With Granny Elspeth's testimony in his pocket, Sheriff Fletcher moved with the cold patience of a winter freeze. He didn't go for Caleb Thorne, not yet. He went for the men who had built the walls of his alibi. He found them one by one, in the mines, in their homes, at the saloon. He didn't threaten or shout. He simply sat with them, his grey eyes unblinking, and told them what the old woman on the ridge had seen. He spoke of perjury, of being an accessory to murder, and then he would fall silent, letting the weight of what they had done crush them. The first miner held out for an hour, the second for 10 minutes. The third broke before Fletcher even finished his sentence. The confrontation, when it came, was on the porch of the small, respectable house Caleb Thorne had bought with his blood money. He had grown soft in 5 years, the desperate gambler replaced by a man who believed his own lies. He greeted the sheriff with a confident smile, but it faltered and died when he saw the look on Fletcher's face. The lawman wasn't there for a social call. "I spoke with Granny Elspeth," Fletcher began, his voice flat. "She remembers seeing you that morning, Caleb, on the road with David, just before the shots." Caleb scoffed, a dry, rattling sound. "An old woman's fancies. I was at the mine. Ask anyone." And that was the moment Fletcher sprung the trap. "I did," he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "I asked Tom Jenkins, and I asked Sam Carter." Their memories seemed to have gotten a lot clearer in the last 24 hours. The color drained from Caleb's face. The mask of the respected citizen shattered, revealing the terrified, cornered animal beneath. Fletcher took a step closer, his shadow falling over the other man. "But here's the thing that's been bothering me, Caleb. The tracks at the scene, they were from a big man, a heavy man, and those shells placed so neat. That wasn't your style. You're a coward. You always were. You didn't have the nerve to pull the trigger." He let the words hang in the air, heavy and cold. "You just led your best friend into the woods to be slaughtered like a hog. You gave the route, the time, everything. And you did it for a man in a city suit, a company man, the one who came down to break the union talk, a big man named Corbin." Fletcher's voice was relentless, each word a hammer blow breaking down the last of Caleb's defenses. "He pulled the trigger, and you collected your 30 pieces of silver. It was all there, the whole sickening truth. It wasn't a crime of passion or a simple robbery born of desperation. It was a cold-blooded business deal. The Black Mountain Coal Company needed an excuse to crush its workers, and Caleb Thorne, drowning in debt, was their willing instrument. He sold out his friend, his community, and his own soul. Caleb didn't confess with words. He simply collapsed, folding in on himself on the porch steps, a hollowed-out man whose guilt was now as plain to see as the mountains against the sky. The ghost finally had a face, and it was the face of a friend. Let us now step back into the shadows of that terrible morning. This is not a story from a court record, but a reconstruction pieced together from a confession, a dying woman's memory, and the cold logic of the crime scene itself. This is how it must have been. The morning air was cool and heavy, with the damp smell of moss and wet earth. David Eames walked up the road with a lightness in his step, laughing at a joke told by the man he trusted most in the world, Caleb Thorne. He was young, and his mind was on his future, not on the deep shadows pooling between the ancient trees. From those shadows, a shape detached itself. A big man in a city coat, his face impassive. This was Corbin, the company enforcer. There was no warning, no shouted demand. David likely didn't even have time to register the man as a threat before the hollow was shattered by a single flat crack that was not thunder. It was a sound that slapped the air and sent the birds scattering from the trees in a frantic, silent explosion. It was not a fight. It was an execution. For David, there would have been a moment of searing confusion, a feeling of the world tilting on its axis, and perhaps, in his last second of sight, he would have seen his best friend's face contorted, not with surprise, but with a terrible, knowing guilt. Thomas Miller, a man who had survived 30 years of rockfalls and dynamite blasts, was a professional. His hand would have instinctively dropped to the pistol on his hip. But he was not a gunfighter, and he was facing a different kind of danger than the mountain had ever offered. A second crack echoed the first, a brutal full stop to the sentence that had just begun. The reins slipped from his calloused hands, and his 50 years of hard-earned life spilled out onto the dirt road he had traveled 1,000 times. The aftermath was a scene of chilling, methodical precision. The big man, Corbin, moved with an unhurried grace. He walked to the mossy rock and deliberately placed the two spent shells side by side, a gesture of pure, contemptuous power. It was his signature on a piece of human wreckage. The sharp tang of gunpowder hung in the air, a profane incense in the cathedral of the woods. Then, from deep in the rhododendron, came a different sound, a wretched, heaving gasp. It was the sound of Caleb Thorne, the Judas, being sick in the bushes, his body finally rebelling against the monstrous thing his greed had unleashed. When they were done, the payroll box was opened, and the money exchanged hands. One man walked away with a clean kill and a broken union. The other stumbled away with a lifetime of guilt and blood on his hands that no amount of money could ever wash clean. After the sound of their departure faded, the woods fell silent again. But it was a new kind of silence. It was heavier, broken, and for a long, long time, the birds did not return to their song. The Blackwater County Courthouse had never seen a trial like it. The wooden benches groaned under the weight of the entire community, a sea of grim, weathered faces. It was a pressure cooker of old grief and new anger. At the defendant's table sat two men who were worlds apart. Caleb Thorne was a ghost, a hollowed-out man who stared at the floorboards as if they held the secrets to his damnation. Beside him, cool and impassive, sat Corbin, the company man. Flanked by lawyers from the city with slicked-back hair and alligator-skin briefcases, he looked not like a man on trial for his life, but like a landowner inspecting a property he was about to foreclose on. The trial became a battle not over facts, but over which world held more truth. The county prosecutor presented a simple, brutal story of betrayal, backed by the tearful, coerced confessions of the miners who had lied for Caleb. He put Granny Elspeth on the stand, her voice frail, but her memory clear as a mountain spring. But Corbin's lawyers were masterful. They painted a picture of a backwards, ignorant community engaged in a conspiracy against the company that fed them. They portrayed Granny Elspeth as a senile old woman, the miners as liars trying to save their own skins, and Caleb Thorne as a desperate man who would say anything to lessen his own sentence. For Caleb Thorne, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. His confession and the testimony of the men he'd paid off sealed his fate. The jury, made up of men he had known his whole life, looked at him not with hatred, but with a profound and weary contempt. They found him guilty of being an accessory to murder in less than an hour. The judge, his voice like cracking stone, sentenced him to life at hard labor in the state penitentiary. Caleb didn't even flinch. He was led away in chains, a man who had already started serving his sentence 5 years earlier in a prison of his own making. But for Corbin, the wheels of justice turned differently. They were greased with company money. His lawyers produced train tickets, hotel registries, and sworn affidavits from businessmen in Knoxville, all placing him 100 miles away on the day of the murders. It was a perfect, ironclad alibi, constructed with the same cold precision as the crime itself. Faced with the contradictory testimony of mountain folk on one side and documented, official-looking proof on the other, the jury was paralyzed by doubt. The word of a dozen miners could not outweigh a single stamped piece of paper from the city. After 2 days of deliberation, they delivered their verdict. For the murder of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the jury found the defendant, Mr. Corbin, not guilty. A wave of stunned silence washed over the courtroom, followed by a low, collective growl of disbelief. Corbin showed no emotion. He simply adjusted his tie, shook his lawyer's hands, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, leaving the people of Blackwater County choking on a brand of justice that felt more like poison. The law had punished the traitor, but the man who pulled the trigger had vanished back into the world of money and power from which he came, as untouchable as a shadow. For the families of Thomas Miller and David Eames, the verdicts brought no peace, only a quiet, permanent ache. The community wrapped its arms around them, but their losses carved out a silence that could never be filled. David's sweetheart, a girl whose future had been so bright, never married. She grew into a quiet, sad-eyed woman who always wore a locket with his picture, her life a long, slow testament to a promise that was broken by a bullet. The Millers, once a boisterous and central family in the county, drew into themselves, their grief a constant, unspoken presence at their dinner table. They had received the law's answer, but it did nothing to quiet the echoes of the guns. Jedediah Schofield, the man who had been tried and convicted in the court of public opinion, was legally a free man, but his reputation never fully recovered. In the Hollers, where memories are long and suspicion is a survival instinct, the stain of the accusation lingered. He was no longer the hot-tempered miner. He was the man they almost hung for the payroll. The whispers followed him, poisoning his relationships and curdling his already bitter spirit. He became a solitary man, his anger at the world turning inward, leaving him isolated by a crime he did not commit. He was a second kind of victim, his life forever altered by the lie that had almost cost him everything. Caleb Thorne's fate was a slow erasure. He was sent to the state prison, a brutal place of rock quarries and sun-baked fields from which few men returned whole. His name in Blackwater County became a curse, a cautionary tale told to children about the evils of greed and betrayal. His family, unable to bear the shame, sold their small plot of land and moved away in the dead of night, their name vanishing from the county records as if they had never existed. Caleb Thorne simply ceased to be a person, becoming a number in a ledger, a ghost haunting the prison walls until he was forgotten by all but one man. And Corbin? He vanished like a wisp of smoke. The Black Mountain Coal Company, its union problem now brutally solved, transferred him out of the state. He left no records, no forwarding address, no trace. He was a phantom, an instrument of corporate will who had done his job and been recalled. For the people of Blackwater County, his acquittal was a bitter lesson in the nature of power. It proved what they had always suspected, that there were two kinds of law in the world. There was their law, the law of the mountains, and there was the company's law, the law of money, which could make a murderer disappear in broad daylight. This case changed Banquo Fletcher. The sight of Corbin walking free carved something deep into his soul. It taught him that the courthouse could deliver a verdict, but not always justice. He grew quieter, more solitary, his methods more relentless. He had seen the law fail, and in that failure he seemed to find a harder resolve. He would deliver his man to the courthouse if he could, but he would deliver justice no matter what. The memory of Corbin's smug, emotionless face would fuel his hunt for every outlaw that followed, a cold fire that would one day lead him to the mouth of the black hole in pursuit of a different killer and a different, darker kind of judgment. If you travel the back roads of Blackwater County today, you can still find the scars left by this story. The old company road is paved now, but the deep cut where the ambush happened remains, a place where the shadows lie a little thicker and the air feels a little colder. In the town square, the old courthouse still stands, its brick facade a silent witness to the flawed justice it once dispensed. But the most tangible remnants lie in the church graveyard, on a hill overlooking the valley. There you will find two simple, weathered stones side by side. One for Thomas Miller, a husband and father. The other for David Eames, a son and brother. Their names, carved in stone, are a permanent record of a debt that was never fully paid. Down by the river, the Black Mountain Coal Company tipple is a skeleton of rust and rot, slowly being devoured by kudzu and time. It stands as a monument not to industry, but to a forgotten era of exploitation and greed. The company is long gone, its name just a whisper on the wind, but the distrust it sowed took deep root in that mountain soil. For generations after, the arrival of any man in a suit from the city was met with a wall of silent, watchful suspicion. The story of Corbin became a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to children about the kind of evil that money can buy and the law cannot touch. The tragedy of the payroll murders lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story survives in the mountains, through folklore. Old folks still tell it, sometimes as a ghost story, sometimes as a lesson in betrayal. They say that if you listen closely on a still night, you can still hear the echo of those 2 gunshots rolling through the hollow. And for a while, there was even a song, a mournful ballad passed around the campfires and front porches called Caleb's Coin, a tune that spoke of the terrible price of 30 pieces of silver earned in a friend's blood. This is how a crime becomes a part of the landscape. It's more than just a memory. It becomes a piece of the county's identity, a part of its DNA. The story of what happened on that lonely road reinforced the mountain code, hardening it. It taught the people that the law of outsiders was fickle, and that their own silence, while sometimes a shield for the guilty, was their only true protection. While the world outside might forget, the Appalachian Mountains themselves hold these memories, etched into the landscape and the hearts of its people. At the beginning of our story, we asked a simple question. Who was responsible for the deaths of Thomas Miller and David Eames? The answer we found was never simple at all. The law points to one man, Caleb Thorne, a traitor who paid for his sin with the rest of his life. And in the cold, hard print of a law book, that is where the story ends. But we know better. We know that justice in these hills is rarely so neat. The man who pulled the trigger walked free, his guilt washed clean by money and a well-told lie, leaving behind a wound in the heart of the county that never truly healed. This story, then, is not just about a crime. It is about the brutal collision of 2 worlds, the old world of mountain honor and the new world of corporate greed that saw men not as souls, but as numbers on a ledger. It's a lesson in how a community's silence can hide a monster, but also how the quietest voice, that of a forgotten old woman, can be the one that finally speaks the truth. For Sheriff Banquo Fletcher, it was a crucible. It burned away any naive faith he had in a system and forged in him an unshakable belief in a higher, harder law, the mountains law, where a man's guilt is not decided by a jury, but by the weight of his own sins. The court records in the state capital will tell you that this case is closed. But here, in the deep hollows where the truth still whispers on the wind, the story is very much alive. It serves as a stark reminder that while the law may have its verdict, the mountains have their memory. And that memory is long and it is unforgiving. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. Imagine walking into a clearing deep in the woods of North Carolina. The air is so cold it burns your lungs. The mist clings to the trees like a shroud. You are looking for your husband. You are looking for your brother. And then you see the disturbance in the snow. It wasn't a battlefield. There were no cannons here, no flags waving in the wind, no generals watching from a hilltop. This was a ditch. A shallow depression in the frozen earth, hastily covered with leaves and dirt that hadn't quite done the job. The women who walked up that valley road didn't find soldiers. They found their neighbors. They found 13 of them. The bodies were tangled together, frozen in the grotesque shapes of their final moments. But the horror wasn't just in the death itself. It was in the details, the way the frost had settled on their coats, the way the local wildlife, wild hogs, desperate for food in the harsh winter, had already found the site before the families did. What happened in this ravine wasn't a battle. It was an execution. And the men holding the rifles weren't foreign invaders speaking a different language. They were men who knew the names of the people they were killing. They had bought corn from them. They had sat in the same churches. This event, known today as the Shelton Laurel Massacre, is often a footnote in the massive history of the American Civil War. We are taught about Gettysburg. We are taught about the grand strategies of Lee and Grant. We are taught about a war fought between the North and the South. But there was another war. A war fought in the shadows of the mountains, where the lines weren't drawn on a map, but across dinner tables. A war where the enemy wasn't the man in the blue uniform, but the man living 1 mile down the creek. To understand why 13 men were left in a ditch to be eaten by the wilderness, we have to stop looking at the history books and start looking at the geography. Because in Madison County, the mountains didn't just trap the fog, they trapped the hate. And on that cold January morning, the hate finally boiled over. Madison County, North Carolina, is a place carved by geology and time. It's a labyrinth of steep mountains and deep, isolated valleys, what the locals call hollers. In the 1860s, traveling just 10 miles could take an entire day. This geography didn't just shape the land, it shaped the people. It bred an independence that bordered on outright defiance. This was not the Confederacy you see in movies. There were no sprawling plantations with white columns, no fields of cotton stretching to the horizon. The rugged terrain couldn't support that kind of agriculture. Instead, life was lived on small, family-run farms clinging to the mountainsides. Here, people grew what they needed to survive, and they owed allegiance to no one but themselves and their kin. Crucially, this meant the institution of slavery had very little foothold. Most families in Madison County owned no slaves at all, so when North Carolina seceded from the Union in 1861, many people in these mountains asked a simple, dangerous question. Why? Why should they send their sons to die for an economic system they weren't a part of, to protect the wealth of plantation owners 100 miles away? Their loyalty wasn't to a flag sewn in Richmond. It was to the soil under their feet and the Union their grandfathers had fought for. And so, Madison County became a pocket of resistance deep within enemy territory, a pro-Union island in a sea of Confederate gray. To the Confederate government, this was more than an annoyance. It was a strategic threat. Union sympathizers here could guide escaped prisoners, spy on troop movements, and raid supply lines. This pocket of rebellion had to be crushed. And so, the war came to them. Not with grand armies marching in formation, but with whispers, ambushes, and nighttime raids. It became a war of lists. Names of Union men were passed to Confederate home guards. Names of Confederate sympathizers were given to Unionist guerrillas. While the rest of the country fought North versus South, these people were fighting house against house, road against road, brother against brother-in-law. This was the war within the war, a brutal, intimate conflict where your greatest enemy might be the man who helped you build your barn last spring. A place where a political disagreement wasn't settled with an argument, but with a rifle shot echoing through the trees. The mountains that had protected their independence for generations were about to become their cage. Because the larger war, the one hundreds of miles away, was about to reach into their isolated world and cut off the one thing they all needed to survive the coming winter. It was a simple, white mineral. But in 1863, it meant the difference between life and death. Salt. Today, we think of it as a cheap commodity in a shaker on the table. We're told to consume less of it. But in the 19th century, salt was life. It was the only reliable way to preserve food through a long winter. It was, in a very real sense, the refrigerator of the 1800s. And in the fall of 1862, it was disappearing. For the families in Madison County, the entire rhythm of the year built towards one crucial period: hog killing time. As the first frosts hardened the ground, families would butcher their livestock. The meat would then be packed in barrels, layered with salt. The salt would draw out the moisture, curing the pork and beef, preventing it from rotting. This salted meat, hanging in a smokehouse, was the food that would keep a family alive from November until the first spring thaw. Without salt, the entire year's worth of meat would spoil within a week. Without salt, winter meant starvation. As the Civil War raged, the Union Navy tightened its blockade around the southern ports. Shipments of everything, including salt, dwindled to a trickle. Inland, key salt mines like the one in Saltville, Virginia, were now heavily fortified military targets. The Confederacy needed every ounce of salt it could get for its own armies to preserve rations for the soldiers on the front lines. So, the government in Richmond did what all desperate governments do. It seized control of the supply. What little salt made its way into the mountains of North Carolina was now a strategic weapon. It was distributed by Confederate officials, and it was given almost exclusively to families loyal to the cause. If your husband was fighting for the Confederacy, you got salt. If he was known to be a Union man or was hiding in the woods to avoid the draft, your family got nothing. Imagine the quiet panic spreading through the Unionist homes in Shelton Laurel. They had the livestock, they had the smokehouses, they had the knowledge passed down through generations, but they didn't have the one ingredient that made it all work. They watched their pro-Confederate neighbors preparing for winter, the familiar smell of curing meat in the air, knowing their own families were being deliberately starved out. It was a cold, calculated strategy. Force the Union men out of hiding. Break the back of the resistance not with bullets, but with hunger. By January of 1863, the situation was dire. The window for preserving meat was closing. The whispers in the valley grew more desperate. They could appeal to the local authorities, but the authorities were the ones denying them. They could watch their families grow weaker day by day, or they could take the salt by force. When the law denies you the means to survive, you stop obeying the law. And about 60 men, armed with rifles and a righteous fury born of desperation, decided to do just that. Their target was the county seat, the town of Marshall. They came down from the mountains like ghosts, emerging from the frozen woods that surrounded the town of Marshall. 60 men, their faces hardened by the cold and a desperate resolve. This wasn't an army, it was a posse. And they fell upon the town with a fury that had been simmering for months. Marshall was the heart of Confederate authority in Madison County. It had the courthouse, the sheriff's office, and most importantly, the warehouses where the Confederate government stored its precious supplies. The raiders hit these first. Doors were kicked in, locks were shattered, sacks of salt, flour, and coffee were hauled out into the street. For men whose families were facing starvation, this was a moment of wild triumph. But this was never just about food, it was about payback. After securing the public stores, the mob fanned out through the town. They didn't target indiscriminately. They went to the homes of known Confederate officials and wealthy sympathizers. They settled old scores, taking not just food, but blankets, clothes, and anything of value. They were sending a message. Your loyalty to Richmond will not protect you here. Then they made a fateful decision. They went to the home of Colonel Lawrence Allen, the commander of the 64th North Carolina Regiment. Allen himself wasn't there. He was away on military business. But his house was a symbol of Confederate power, and the raiders decided to tear that symbol down. They ransacked his home from top to bottom. They emptied his pantry, stripped his beds, and terrorized his family with their presence. For the men of the mountains, this was justice. For Colonel Allen and the rest of the Confederacy, this was an unforgivable insult. You don't just steal from a man. You don't cross the threshold of his home and threaten his family. It was a violation of a code more ancient than any government. As the sun began to set, the raiders melted back into the wilderness, their mules loaded down with salt and stolen goods. They returned to the Shelton Laurel Valley as heroes. They had stared down the enemy and won. They had secured enough salt to see their families through the winter. They thought the story was over. They believed they had struck a blow for their own survival and gotten away with it. But the news of the raid, and especially the violation of Colonel Allen's home, traveled fast. The insult demanded a response, and the response was already being prepared. The men who had just saved their families from starvation had, in reality, just lit the fuse on a powder keg, and the man they had just humiliated was about to be put in charge of the response. The response from the Confederacy was swift and decisive, but they didn't send an army of strangers from Virginia or Georgia. That would have been a mistake. Strangers wouldn't know the terrain, wouldn't know the families, wouldn't know who was loyal and who was a traitor. No, to hunt men in the mountains of Madison County, you needed mountain men. So they sent the 64th North Carolina Regiment. The 64th was a unit composed almost entirely of men from western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee. Many of them knew Madison County like the back of their hand. They knew the hidden paths, the remote cabins, the family names. They also knew the politics. This wasn't an abstract mission to them. They were Confederates who held a deep, personal animosity for their Unionist neighbors. They called them Tories, traitors, and bushwhackers. They saw them as a cancer that needed to be cut out. And the man they put in charge of the operation was none other than Colonel Lawrence Allen, the very same man whose house had been ransacked. The mission was now personal. Joining Colonel Allen was Lieutenant Colonel James Keith. Keith had a reputation for brutality. He was a man who believed in total war, who saw any sympathy for the Union as treason deserving of the ultimate punishment. Under the command of these two men, the 64th wasn't just a military unit. It was a weapon of vengeance. Word spread through the pro-Confederate communities that the army was coming to clean house, and suddenly people were eager to help. They didn't send strangers to restore order. They sent the neighbors, and they sent them with a list of names. As the several hundred soldiers of the 64th marched towards Madison County, they weren't just following orders. They were on a mission to settle a blood feud. They were empowered by the Confederate government to use any means necessary to suppress insurrection and restore order. It was a blank check for violence. The men in Shelton Laurel, who had celebrated their successful raid a few days earlier, now heard the rumors. The army was coming. Not just any army, but Allen's men, Keith's men. They knew what that meant. The salt they had fought for suddenly felt like a curse. Many of them fled, disappearing deeper into the caves and forests of the Blue Ridge, places they had known since they were boys. They thought that if the soldiers couldn't find them, their families would be safe. It was a fatal miscalculation, because the 64th wasn't just coming for the raiders. They were coming for everyone. The invasion began not with a battle cry, but with the quiet, methodical tramp of boots on frozen ground. The soldiers of the 64th Regiment poured into the Shelton Laurel Valley, their grey uniforms a stark, unnatural presence against the winter landscape. They moved with a grim purpose, splitting into smaller units, each with a list of names and a map of the local homesteads. They found what they expected to find. The men were gone. The cabins were occupied only by women, the elderly, and those too old or infirm to flee. The soldiers' questions were met with a wall of silence. These were mountain people. You didn't betray your own, especially not to armed men who were once your neighbors. Frustration quickly curdled into rage. If the traitors wouldn't show themselves, then the 64th would burn them out. The campaign shifted from a manhunt to an exercise in collective punishment. The first thing to go was the food. Soldiers stormed into smokehouses and barns, bayoneting sacks of grain, overturning barrels of salted meat, the very meat the raiders had risked their lives for. What they couldn't carry or spoil, they set on fire. Then came the livestock. A family's milk cow, a priceless source of sustenance, was shot in its pen. Hogs and chickens were killed where they stood. This wasn't about foraging for the army. It was about erasing a family's ability to survive the winter. It was a sentence of slow starvation. Black smoke began to rise from the valley floor, thick and oily. Barns, full of hay and corn shucks, went up like torches. The sound of splintering wood and the terrified cries of animals echoed off the mountainsides. From a distance, it looked as if the entire valley was on fire. For the families watching from their cabin doorways, this was a vision of the apocalypse. Everything they had worked for, generations of labor, was being turned to ash in a matter of hours. Their world was being systematically unmade, and there was nothing they could do. What force can a lone woman with a half-empty pantry raise against 100 men with rifles and torches? By the end of the day, the soldiers were no closer to finding the men they were hunting. The valley was a smoking ruin, but the fugitives remained hidden in the cold embrace of the mountains. Colonel Allen and Lieutenant Colonel Keith now faced a choice. They could admit defeat and leave the valley, having inflicted only material damage, or they could escalate. They could change their tactics. They still believed the women knew where the men were hiding. And if burning their homes and killing their livestock wouldn't make them talk, they would have to find another way, a more direct way. The violence now turned inward. It moved from the barns and the fields into the cramped, cold cabins. The soldiers of the 64th, their faces smeared with soot and their patience worn thin, began a new phase of their operation, the interrogation. They didn't ask questions politely. They dragged the women out of their homes into the freezing air, their bare feet stinging on the icy ground. They'd hold a mother and scream questions at her, demanding to know which cave her husband was hiding in, which rock shelter her brother had fled to. When she refused to answer, they turned on the things she loved. They would press the cold steel of a bayonet against a wooden cradle, a silent, chilling threat. They would hold a torch menacingly close to the only blanket a family owned. It was a war of nerves, a campaign of psychological terror designed to break the will of people who had very little left to lose. The soldiers' cruelty became more inventive, more personal. According to witness accounts that would later surface, they subjected some of the elderly to agonizing forms of torture. One 85-year-old woman was allegedly hung by her thumbs from a tree branch, the soldiers trying to force a confession from her lips until she passed out from the pain. The methods were brutal, designed to inflict maximum suffering without the finality of a gunshot. But the women of Shelton Laurel did not break. These were people forged from hardship, whose entire lives were a testament to resilience. They stared back at the soldiers with a silent, defiant contempt. They gave them nothing. The silence in the valley held, a shield against the invaders. For the men hiding in the mountains, the sounds of this new phase of the invasion were an agony worse than any physical threat to themselves. They could hear the distant screams. They could see the smoke from their own chimneys and know that soldiers were inside. They had fled to protect themselves, believing their absence would shield their families. Now they understood the horrifying truth. Their hiding was the very thing causing their families to suffer. Every minute they stayed in the safety of the wilderness, another minute of terror was inflicted upon their wives, their mothers. The choice became unbearable. They could stay hidden and listen to their world being tortured apart, piece by piece. Or they could surrender. They could walk out of the forest, offer themselves up, and hope, pray, that their sacrifice would buy their families safety. One by one, and in small groups, they began to make their decision. They walked out of the tree line, not with rifles raised, but with hands held high. They emerged from the rhododendron thickets and the dark mouths of caves, their faces gaunt from hunger and cold. This wasn't a surrender in battle. It was a trade. Their lives for their families' safety. Some of the men gave themselves up directly to the soldiers. Others were tracked down. The hunt continued for a full day, the 64th sweeping the mountainsides, their knowledge of the terrain now a deadly weapon. They cornered men in icy ravines and pulled them from the hollow logs where they had taken shelter. In the end, 15 men were rounded up. They were a collection of farmers and laborers, related by blood and by their shared belief in the Union. Two of them were immediately identified as deserters from the Confederate Army. They were taken aside and shot without ceremony. Their deaths served as a grim warning to the remaining 13. The 13 prisoners were exhausted, half-frozen, and terrified. They were now completely at the mercy of Lieutenant Colonel Keith and his men. They were lined up, their hands bound tightly behind their backs, and they braced themselves for the worst. But then, the soldiers told them something unexpected. They told the prisoners that they were being marched to Knoxville, Tennessee. There, they would be handed over to the proper authorities and face a military tribunal as prisoners of war. They would have a chance to state their case. They would be subject to the rules of war. It was the first lie of many. For the prisoners, a flicker of relief cut through the fear. A trial was terrifying, but it was structured. It was legal. The law, however harsh, was preferable to the lawlessness and terror of the past few days in the valley. A march to Knoxville meant they would live to see another day. It meant the immediate threat of a roadside execution was over. They believed the worst was behind them. They had no way of knowing that their captors had no intention of marching them to Knoxville. The promise of a trial was just a tool, a way to keep them compliant, to prevent them from making a desperate break for freedom on the long road ahead. The small, weary column of men was formed up, surrounded by the grey uniforms of the 64th. As they were prodded forward, out of the Shelton-Laurel Valley they called home. They were not walking towards justice. They were walking towards a ditch. They just didn't know it yet. The march began. 13 prisoners, their hands bound, stumbled through the snow, surrounded by a company of armed soldiers. Every step took them further away from their homes and deeper into the hostile, frozen wilderness. The only sounds were the crunch of boots on the icy trail and the biting wind whistling through the bare trees. The journey was brutal. The prisoners were already weak from days of hiding with little food. They had no warm coats, no proper boots. The cold seeped into their bones, a relentless, aching misery. The soldiers offered them no comfort, no rest, no water, no food. They were prodded along with rifle butts, forced to keep a punishing pace. Imagine being one of those men. You are walking, but you don't know your true destination. You are surrounded by men who, just yesterday, were burning your home and terrorizing your family. You try to read their faces, searching for a sign of mercy or a hint of their true intentions, but you find nothing but a cold, hard indifference. With each mile, the landscape grew more remote, more desolate. They left the familiar paths of Shelton-Laurel and entered a wilder part of the mountains. The psychological game was as exhausting as the physical march. The soldiers' promise of a trial in Knoxville was a single fragile thread of hope the prisoners clung to. It was the only thing that kept them from collapsing in the snow, from giving up. At one point during the march, a captain on Colonel Allen's staff, a man named Bascom Deaver, rode up to the column. He looked at the weary, shivering prisoners. He later claimed he told Lieutenant Colonel Keith that these men were prisoners of war and must be treated as such. He insisted they be taken to the proper authorities. Keith allegedly nodded, assuring him they would be. It was another layer to the deception. But the soldiers in the ranks knew better. They whispered among themselves. They knew Keith. They knew the rage that had been building in the regiment since the raid on Marshall. They knew this was not a march of justice. It was a funeral procession. As the day wore on, the sky grew dark, the clouds hanging low and heavy. The column reached a fork in the road. One path led west, towards Tennessee and the promise of Knoxville. The other path led deeper into the woods, towards nothing. The soldiers stopped. An order was given, and the column of men was herded down the wrong path. The fragile thread of hope finally snapped. At that crucial fork in the road, the command structure of the 64th Regiment fractured. Colonel Lawrence Allen, the man whose home had been ransacked and who had led the initial invasion, was not present for this final act. He had ridden ahead, leaving the prisoners in the sole custody of his second-in-command, Lieutenant Colonel James Keith. This moment is critical. With Allen gone, the thin veneer of official military conduct vanished. Colonel Allen, for all his anger, was a man who still seemed to operate within a certain framework. He was a politician, a man conscious of appearances and the rules of engagement. Lieutenant Colonel Keith was a different kind of man entirely. By all accounts, Keith was a hardliner, a zealot. He was a man who viewed the Unionist mountaineers not as misguided countrymen, but as vermin to be exterminated. He saw the rules of war as an inconvenience, a weakness that prevented true justice from being done. He had been given a mission to suppress insurrection, and he intended to interpret those orders in the most final way possible. The decision to turn off the main road was his and his alone. It was a deliberate choice to move the prisoners away from any potential witnesses, away from the possibility of another officer like Captain Deaver intervening. He was taking them somewhere private. This is where the official story, the one Keith would later tell, begins to fray. He would claim that he received an order from a higher command to execute the prisoners. He would say his hands were tied, but no written evidence of such an order has ever been found. It's a claim that historians widely dismiss as a self-serving lie, an attempt to deflect blame for what was about to happen. The truth is likely much simpler and much darker. The fork in the road was the moment Lieutenant Colonel Keith decided to become the law, judge, jury, and executioner. He led the men down a narrow, secluded track that followed a winding creek. The air grew colder, the trees thicker. The world closed in around the small column of soldiers and prisoners. They marched for another mile, the only sound the rushing water of the creek beside them. Then, Keith gave the order to halt. They stopped in a small, unremarkable clearing, a slight depression in the land not far from the road, but completely hidden from view. It was a place with no name, a place that was about to be given one, written in blood. The prisoners looked around, their hearts pounding in their chests. They knew now. There was no Knoxville, there was no trial, there was only this place. The finality of the moment hung in the freezing air. The quiet clearing became a stage for a grim, predetermined play. The soldiers of the 64th, who had been marching in a loose formation, now moved with a sharp, mechanical precision. On Lieutenant Colonel Keith's command, they formed two ranks facing the prisoners. The sound of dozens of rifles being checked, of cartridges being seated, was a series of sharp, metallic clicks that cut through the silence. For the 13 men from Shelton Laurel, the world narrowed to this single, horrifying scene. The last vestiges of hope evaporated, replaced by the cold, stark certainty of death. This was it. This was the end of the road. An order was barked. Kneel. Some of the men dropped to their knees immediately, their bodies drained of all resistance. Others hesitated, their minds reeling in disbelief. A few, in a final act of defiance, remained standing, choosing to meet their fate on their feet. In those last minutes, the conflict became deeply personal. One of the prisoners, a man named James Shelton, recognized a soldier in the firing line. It was someone he knew, someone from a neighboring community. He called out to him by name, pleading, "You're not going to kill us, are you? You wouldn't kill me." The soldier, his face pale and grim, reportedly turned away, unable to meet his gaze. But he did not lower his rifle. Another prisoner, Joseph Woods, was a Free Will Baptist preacher. As the soldiers took aim, he began to pray out loud, his voice clear and steady in the winter air, a final appeal not to his captors, but to his God. One of the men, a prisoner in his late 60s, saw a familiar face in the line opposite him. It was a man he had traded corn with just 2 years before. He stared at the man, a silent question in his eyes. How did we get here? There was no answer. This wasn't an anonymous execution of faceless enemies. It was a settling of accounts between people who knew each other's families, who walked the same roads, who understood the same mountain dialect. It was the brutal, logical conclusion of a war that had turned neighbor against neighbor. The men in the firing line were not just soldiers following orders, they were participants in a community's self-destruction. Lieutenant Colonel Keith stood to the side, his expression unreadable. He had brought them here. He had made the decision. Now, all that was left was to give the command. He raised his hand. The prayers of the preacher were cut short. The forest held its breath. The hand dropped. The command to fire shattered the silence of the clearing. A single deafening roar of gunpowder erupted from the line of rifles. For an instant, the world was nothing but a flash of orange light and a wall of concussive sound that slammed into the trees and echoed back across the valley. A thick cloud of acrid white smoke billowed out, momentarily obscuring the scene. It smelled of sulfur and hot metal, a chemical stench that clung to the damp winter air. Through the haze, the dark shapes of the kneeling men crumpled and fell. They collapsed into the snow, not as individuals, but as a single, tangled mass. But it wasn't over. Some of the men in the firing line, perhaps unnerved by shooting neighbors at point-blank range, had flinched. Their aim had been poor. Wounded men were still moving, their groans of agony now audible in the ringing silence that followed the first volley. Lieutenant Colonel Keith would not tolerate an untidy execution. Another order was given. The front rank of the firing squad reloaded, their hands moving with a practiced, detached efficiency. Ramrods slid down barrels. Percussion caps were fitted. It was a cold, mechanical process, a stark contrast to the human suffering just yards away. A second volley crashed through the clearing, then a third. It was a messy, brutal affair. The soldiers continued to fire until all movement ceased. The crisp white snow in the small depression was now trampled and stained, a testament to the violence that had just unfolded. The execution, which had been ordered with cold precision, had descended into a chaotic slaughter. When the final shot had been fired, a new kind of silence fell. It was heavier than before. It was the absolute, profound quiet that only exists in the immediate aftermath of extreme violence. The soldiers stood in their ranks, the barrels of their rifles still smoking, their faces impassive or perhaps stunned by what they had just done. The war within the war had reached its climax. 13 men from Shelton Laurel lay dead in a ditch, executed without trial, without charges, without mercy. Their crime was not treason. Their crime was being on the wrong side of a feud in a place where the law had ceased to exist. Now, all that was left was to hide the evidence. There were no prayers said over the bodies, no final words, no rites of passage. The act of burial, a sacred ritual in every human culture, was reduced to a crude, pragmatic task: disposal. Lieutenant Colonel Keith ordered his men to cover up their work. The small clearing where the men fell was already a natural depression in the land, a shallow ditch. The soldiers used their rifle butts and their boots to push dirt and snow over the bodies. They grabbed fistfuls of frozen leaves and dead branches, scattering them on top. It was a hasty, careless effort. They didn't dig a proper grave. It would have taken too long, and the ground was hard as iron. Their goal wasn't to provide a respectful final resting place. It was to obscure the scene just enough so that a casual passerby wouldn't immediately notice it. They were hiding a war crime. The result was less a grave and more a mound. The bodies were barely covered. A stray hand, a patch of worn wool from a coat, remained visible in places. It was an act of profound disrespect, a final insult to the dead and their families. They had not only taken their lives, they had denied them their dignity in death. With the job done, the soldiers of the 64th turned and marched away. They left the clearing as quietly as they had entered it, their grey uniforms swallowed by the twilight of the woods. They left behind the smell of gunpowder and the disturbed earth. They left 13 men in a shallow, unmarked grave, their bodies tangled together in the cold, dark ground. As the soldiers retreated, The wilderness began to reclaim the site. Snow started to fall, a soft white blanket that began to cover the mound, smoothing over the jagged edges of the violence. But nature is not sentimental. The scent of blood carries a long way in the cold air. The local wildlife, made bold and desperate by the harsh winter, was the first to discover the site. Scavengers, particularly the wild hogs that roamed the mountains, were drawn to the barely buried remains. The grave that men had dug to hide their crime, nature would unearth. This final grim indignity was a direct consequence of the soldiers' haste and contempt. The horror of the massacre was not yet over. It was about to be discovered. For 2 days, the families in Shelton Laurel waited in an agony of suspense. The soldiers had left the valley, but their men had not returned. The official story, the lie about a trial in Knoxville, was the only thin reed of hope they had. But a deep, cold dread had settled over the community. Finally, they couldn't wait any longer. A group of women, the wives, mothers, and sisters of the captured men, set out to follow the path the soldiers had taken. They were led by the wife of one of the victims and a few elderly men who had been spared from the roundup. They walked for miles through the snow, their hearts heavy with the fear of what they might find. They found the site not by sight, but by the signs of disturbance. The trampled snow, the unnatural mound of earth and leaves, and the horrifying evidence of scavenging animals. The scene that confronted them was a vision from a nightmare. The work of the hogs had undone the soldiers' hasty burial. The women stood at the edge of the shallow grave, looking down at a scene of utter devastation. Their hope, which they had nurtured for 2 days, died in that frozen clearing. What followed was an act of profound love and desperate courage. Using their bare hands and pieces of bark, the women began to dig. They clawed at the frozen earth, pushing aside the snow and leaves, their fingers raw and numb from the cold. They had to uncover their dead. They had to know. One by one, they identified their loved ones. A familiar patch on a coat, the worn leather of a boot, the face of a husband, a son, a brother, now a frozen mask of its final agony. The clearing was filled with the sounds of their grief, cries of anguish that the cold mountains seemed to swallow whole. There were no hearses, no coffins. There was only a single rickety ox cart that they had brought with them. Working together, these women, their bodies trembling with shock and sorrow, lifted the frozen, stiffened bodies of the 13 men out of the ditch and loaded them onto the cart. It was a slow, agonizing journey back to Shelton Laurel. A funeral procession of women leading an ox cart piled high with the dead, their grief a silent, terrible weight in the winter air. They had found their men. They had brought them home. The massacre was no longer a rumor or a military secret. It was a physical reality, lying in the heart of their community. And as the story of what these women had found spread from valley to valley, grief began to harden into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The truth was out, and the truth demanded an accounting. The story of the Shelton Laurel massacre, carried by word of mouth and desperate, hastily written letters, finally escaped the confines of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It traveled down to the lowlands, to the county seats, and eventually all the way to the state capital in Raleigh. And when it reached the desk of North Carolina's Governor Zebulon Vance, it landed like a bombshell. Governor Vance was no stranger to the brutalities of war. He was a staunch Confederate, a man committed to the Southern cause, but he was also a native of the North Carolina mountains, born and raised not far from Madison County. He understood the people, their fierce independence, and their complex loyalties. The report he received left him stunned. He wasn't reading about a battle. He was reading about the summary execution of 13 civilians, captured and disarmed, killed by North Carolina soldiers under the command of a North Carolina officer. This was a political and moral catastrophe. The Confederacy was fighting a war for its survival, a war it framed as a noble struggle for independence. The story of soldiers torturing the elderly and executing prisoners in a ditch undermined that entire narrative. It was the kind of story that could turn wavering loyalties, that could fuel the Unionist cause, not just in the mountains, but across the entire state. Vance's reaction was swift and unequivocal. In a private letter to a subordinate, he did not mince words. He called the actions of the 64th Regiment a cruel and cowardly outrage and a stain upon the history of the state. He wrote, and this is a direct quote, "It is murder. It has disgraced the name of North Carolina." He didn't stop there. He wrote directly to the Confederate Secretary of War in Richmond, James Seddon, demanding a full investigation. He insisted that if the facts were as they had been reported to him, Lieutenant Colonel Keith must be arrested and brought to justice immediately. Vance even threatened to resign as governor if the Confederate government did not take action. For Zebulon Vance, this was not war. This was something else entirely. It was a descent into a kind of barbarism that threatened the very fabric of the society he was fighting to defend. The official power of the Confederacy, which had been used to authorize the mission in the first place, was now being turned against the men who had carried it out. An investigation was launched. The wheels of military justice began to grind, slowly and reluctantly. It seemed for a moment that there would be a reckoning, that the men responsible for the massacre at Shelton Laurel would be forced to answer for their crimes. But the war had its own priorities, and justice for 13 dead mountaineers was not high on the list. The investigation that Governor Vance demanded began with a flurry of activity. Affidavits were taken, witnesses were interviewed. The horrifying details of the raid, the interrogations, and the final execution were officially entered into the Confederate record. Lieutenant Colonel James Keith was formally arrested and charged with murder. For the families in Shelton Laurel, this must have felt like a monumental step. The system was working. The highest levels of government had acknowledged the crime, and the man they held responsible was in custody. It seemed that justice, however slow, was on its way. But a military court is not the same as a civilian one. And in the midst of a desperate civil war, the priorities are different. The Confederate Army needed experienced officers. They needed fighting men, not a distracting and politically damaging murder trial. Keith's defense was simple and effective. He claimed he was just a soldier following orders. He produced a vaguely worded command from his superior, Brigadier General Henry Heth, which authorized him to destroy the disloyal. Keith argued that the executions, while regrettable, were a military necessity, a legitimate act of war designed to crush a dangerous insurrection. He insisted that he had received a specific verbal order to execute the prisoners, an order which was conveniently never written down and could not be verified. The military court dragged its feet. Hearings were postponed. Key witnesses were suddenly transferred to other units on the front lines. The case became bogged down in a swamp of bureaucracy and legal maneuvering. While Keith sat under a loose form of house arrest, the war raged on. The 64th Regiment was needed at the front. The political will in Richmond to prosecute one of their own officers for killing Union sympathizers began to wane. After all, weren't they the enemy? In the end, Lieutenant Colonel Keith was quietly released and returned to his command. The charges were effectively dropped. No one was ever convicted. No one spent a single day in prison for the murder of the 13 men. The system had failed. The outrage of the governor, the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the grief of the families, none of it was enough to overcome the simple, brutal calculus of war. The message sent by the Confederate authorities was clear. The lives of Unionist mountaineers did not matter. Their deaths were, at best, an unfortunate consequence of war, and at worst, a justifiable act of state-sanctioned violence. The official channels of justice were closed. The war would eventually end, and the Confederacy would cease to exist. But for the people of Madison County, the verdict from the military court was not the end of the story. It was the beginning of a new one. If the government would not provide justice, they would find it for themselves. When Lee surrendered at Appomattox and the Confederate armies dissolved, the soldiers of the 64th Regiment put down their rifles and returned to their farms. For them, The war was over. They believed that the chaos of the conflict, followed by the formal end of hostilities, had granted them a kind of amnesty. They had survived. They thought they were safe. They were wrong. The war was over for the country, but it was not over for the families of Shelton Laurel. The official justice system had failed them, so they turned to an older, unwritten law. The law of the mountains. A law of blood for blood. The law wouldn't touch them, so the valley decided to write its own law. What followed was not a passionate, chaotic burst of violence. It was a slow, patient, and utterly ruthless campaign of retribution that unfolded over the next decade. The men who had stood in that firing line, who had pulled the triggers, were now the hunted. One by one, they began to die. One was found shot in his own cornfield, a single bullet from a long rifle. Another, who had boasted in a local tavern about his role in the massacre, disappeared on his way home one night and was never seen again. A third, sensing the danger, sold his farm and tried to move west, but was found dead on a roadside hundreds of miles away. The men of the 64th lived in a state of constant, quiet paranoia. Every snapped twig in the woods, every stranger on the road, every silhouette seen at dusk could be the end. This was a war fought from the shadows, with no battle lines and no uniforms. It was a grim accounting, and the names were being crossed off a list, one by one. The final name on that list, the one that mattered most, was James Keith. After the war, he moved to Arkansas, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the ghosts of Madison County. He tried to start a new life, but the mountains have long memories. According to local legend, a small group of men, relatives of the Shelton Laurel victims, tracked him down. They found out his routines, where he lived, the paths he walked. They waited. One day, as Keith was crossing a river, a single rifle shot echoed from the trees. He fell into the water, the final victim of the massacre he himself had ordered. The cycle of vengeance was complete. By the time it was over, more than a dozen of the men directly involved in the Shelton Laurel massacre had met violent, untimely ends. It wasn't the justice of a courtroom. It was the brutal, unyielding justice of a feud. The scales, in the eyes of the mountain families, had finally been balanced. But the cost was immense. The violence had carved a deep, silent wound in the heart of the community, a scar that would last for generations. The gunshots eventually faded. The last act of the vendetta was carried out, and an exhausted peace settled over the mountains. But what happens when the violence stops? The story doesn't end. It just goes underground. It becomes a ghost. For the next 100 years, Madison County lived with that ghost. The story of the massacre and the subsequent revenge gave the county a new name, a label whispered in neighboring communities and printed in sensationalist newspaper articles. It became Bloody Madison. A name is a hard thing to shake. It became a kind of curse, a shorthand for a place defined by its darkest chapter. The name suggested a community that was backward, violent, and best avoided. It was a reputation that clung to the county like the mountain fog, shaping how the outside world saw it and eventually how it saw itself. But inside the county, especially in the isolated hollows of Shelton Laurel, the reaction was the opposite. There was no boasting, no storytelling. There was a profound and heavy silence. The event was too raw, too personal. The wounds were too deep. Families who had lost men in the massacre lived just down the road from the descendants of those who had sympathized with the Confederacy. To speak of it was to risk reopening those wounds, to reignite feuds that had been settled with so much bloodshed. And so, the community locked it away. It became a secret that everyone knew, but no one spoke of aloud. The first generation knew the faces of the dead. The next generation knew the stories, but told them only in hushed tones. By the third generation, the specifics began to fade, but the feeling remained, a sense of a dark, unspoken history, a sadness that seemed to linger in the very soil. The silence was a scab over a wound that had never truly healed. The land itself seemed to remember. The small clearing where the men were executed became a place that locals instinctively avoided, a haunted space on the mental map of the community. The stories became whispers, then legends, then fragments of folklore passed down, their sharp edges worn smooth by time. It wasn't until the mid-20th century that historians and descendants began to carefully break the silence. They pieced together the story from old letters, military records, and the fading memories of the elderly. They sought to replace the curse of Bloody Madison with the truth of what happened. They gave the victims their names back, and in doing so, began the slow, painful process of lancing the wound that had festered for a century. The story of Shelton Laurel is a powerful reminder that the end of a war is not the beginning of peace. For communities that have torn themselves apart, the silence that follows the final gunshot is often just another kind of battle. It's a fight against forgetting, a struggle to understand how neighbors could become monsters, and how a place of such profound natural beauty could become the scene of such profound human darkness. The story of the Shelton Laurel massacre is not a grand epic. It is a small story. It's a story about a few dozen families in a forgotten valley, pushed to the brink by a war they did not ask for. It began with a desperate, hungry act, a raid for salt. And it ended in a shallow grave, with a cycle of revenge that would poison the community for a century. This story is often lost in the shadow of the great battles of the Civil War. There were no famous generals here, no sweeping cavalry charges. But perhaps because of its small scale, its lessons are clearer and more chilling. It reveals how quickly the structures of civilization, law, justice, mercy can be stripped away, leaving nothing but the raw, brutal dynamics of us versus them. This wasn't a conflict born of grand ideology. It was born from the geology of division. The mountains that isolated the people of Madison County also became an incubator for their fear and resentment. Political disagreement, when trapped in a closed space, festered into hatred. And hatred, when given a uniform and a rifle, became murder. The men who pulled the triggers at Shelton Laurel were not monsters from a distant land. They were neighbors. And that is the most terrifying and important truth of this entire story. It serves as a stark warning of what happens when we stop seeing the humanity in the people we disagree with. When we allow labels, Tory, traitor, rebel, to erase the face of the person who lives just down the road. Today, the Shelton Laurel Valley is quiet. The forests have reclaimed the old homesteads. The streams run clear. The ditch where 13 men were killed is now just a gentle depression in the earth, indistinguishable from any other, unless you know exactly where to look. The mountains remain, silent witnesses to the fury that once consumed this place. They stand as a permanent, solemn reminder, a reminder that the most dangerous wars are not always fought between nations, but within communities. A reminder that the deepest wounds are not inflicted by strangers, but by the people we once called our own. And a reminder that the line between a neighbor and an enemy is a fragile thing, terrifyingly easy to erase. They say the law came to Perry County, Kentucky, on the back of a horse. But on a cold day in May of 1889, it died on the courthouse steps with a single rifle shot that echoed like a crack of doom. The man who fell was Judge Josiah Combs, a respected elder who believed the law was greater than any family's grudge. He was wrong. That single shot wasn't just a murder, it was the bloody climax of a war. How did a place like this descend into such savagery? What drove men to assassinate the very symbol of justice? Today, we trace the river of bad blood back to its source, to tell the ballad of the Perry County War. To understand the blood that was shed, you first have to understand the ground it soaked into. In the 1880s, Perry County wasn't just a place on a map. It was a world unto itself, walled in by the ancient, unblinking mountains of eastern Kentucky. The Kentucky River was its one slow artery to the outside, and news traveled up it on flatboats at a crawl. Life here was hard, carved out of the steep hillsides with an axe and a plow. A man's wealth was measured in the corn he grew, the hogs he raised, and the children who bore his name. In this isolation, a different kind of law took root. It wasn't written in any book, but every man, woman, and child knew it by heart. It was the mountain code. Family was everything. Your kin were your nation, your army, and your only true shield against a harsh world. An insult to your third cousin was an insult to you, and it had to be answered. A man's honor was his most sacred possession. It was a fragile thing, easily bruised by a stray word or a sideways glance, and once broken, it could only be mended with blood. The state government in Frankfurt was a distant rumor, and its laws were seen as suggestions at best, an unwelcome intrusion at worst. Justice was a personal matter, dispensed from the barrel of a Winchester rifle. Into this closed world, whispers of change began to drift. Men with strange accents and fancy surveying tools started appearing in the hollows. They were agents of the great northern corporations, geologists and timber scouts who saw something the local folk had taken for granted. They didn't see steep hillsides. They saw mountains of virgin hardwood. They didn't see rocky soil. They saw the richest seams of bituminous coal on God's green earth. The railroad, they promised, was coming. And with it would come a flood of money that would make the old ways of life seem like a dream. Suddenly, the prize wasn't just survival, it was a fortune. And the key to that fortune was locked inside a single building, the Hazard Courthouse. The men who held the offices of sheriff, county clerk, and judge didn't just keep records, they controlled the future. They oversaw the land deeds, they set the tax rates, and they enforced, or chose not to enforce, the law. Whichever clan controlled that courthouse would control who got rich and who got left behind when the coal boom hit. This was the Forge. It took the old mountain code of honor and family loyalty and superheated it with the coming fire of industrial greed. Every election became a battle, every political dispute a potential vendetta. The stage was being set for a war, fought not by soldiers in uniform, but by neighbors and cousins. They weren't just fighting for power anymore. They were fighting for the soul of the mountains, and they were willing to turn their home into a killing ground to win it. Before the shooting started, you could still see the men for who they were, not just the leaders of warring armies. Take Joe Eversole. He wasn't some wild-eyed mountain brawler. He was a man who fought with words, a lawyer who could tie a man in knots with a well-phrased argument in the Hazard Courthouse. He'd sit with his family on his porch, not cleaning a rifle, but reading a newspaper from Lexington or Frankfurt, talking about the future. He spoke of railroads cutting through the mountains like steel rivers, of coal mines bringing payrolls and prosperity to families who had only ever known back-breaking farm work. His children would listen, and his wife would watch him, and they saw a man building a kingdom not of fear, but of progress. He was a Republican in a staunchly Democratic county, a man who saw the outside world not as a threat, but as an opportunity. He saw the coming corporations as partners, and he intended to be the man who brokered the deal, ensuring his family and his followers would be the first in line to reap the rewards. To his clan, Joe Eversole wasn't a warmonger. He was a visionary, the only man smart enough to guide them into the coming century. Then there was Benjamin Big Ben French. If Joe Eversole was the future, Big Ben was the living, breathing embodiment of the past. He was the sheriff, but his real power came from the sheer force of his presence. He was a massive man, built like one of the oak trees on his land, and his authority was absolute. He didn't need a law book. His word was law. On a Saturday afternoon, you'd find him on the steps of his store, a benevolent titan settling a land dispute between two farmers with a quiet word and a look that promised there would be no more argument. He was the patriarch of his clan in every sense of the word. He was surrounded by a web of kin who looked to him not just for leadership, but for protection. He was suspicious of the foreign money and the smooth-talking lawyers like Eversole. To Big Ben and his people, the coal under the ground wasn't a commodity to be sold to the highest bidder from Philadelphia. It was their birthright, part of the land their grandfathers had fought and bled for. Protecting that land and the old way of life it supported was his sacred duty. He was the wall that stood between his people and a changing world they did not trust. A man's greatest strength is often just the other side of the coin from his deadliest weakness. For Joe Eversole, his sharp, educated mind was his greatest asset, but it was also his blind spot. He saw the world as a chessboard, a place of logic and calculated risks. He believed the old mountain ways, the fierce pride, the stubborn loyalty to the past were simply obstacles to be outmaneuvered. He couldn't understand that in Perry County, honor wasn't a piece on a board. It was the board itself. He once publicly debated an old farmer loyal to the French clan, systematically tearing apart the man's fears about the railroad with facts and figures, and ending by calling his concerns ignorant sentiment. Joe won the argument, but he lost the room. He had shown contempt for their code, and in the mountains, contempt is a sin that demands a heavy price. Big Ben French, on the other hand, was ruled by a pride as massive as his own frame. It was the source of his power, the reason men would follow him into a fight without a second thought. But it was a rigid, unbending thing. For him, there was no such thing as a strategic retreat or a minor compromise. Every challenge, no matter how small, was a test of his authority that had to be met with overwhelming force. They tell a story of how a minor land dispute that could have been settled with a handshake and a jug of whiskey was instead escalated by French into a public standoff, simply because the other party was a distant cousin of the Eversoles. He wasn't just defending his land, he was defending his name, and he was willing to risk blood over it. This was the crack in each man's armor. Joe Eversole's ambition made him believe he was smarter than the old code, that he could push and prod and modernize without consequence. He saw Ben French not as a man to be respected, but as a stubborn relic to be swept aside by the march of progress. And Big Ben French's pride made it impossible for him to ignore a single one of those prods. He saw every move Joe Eversole made not as a political calculation, but as a direct, personal insult to his family and his way of life. One man could not stop pushing, and the other could not bend. Their flaws were perfectly matched, a lit fuse reaching for a barrel of gunpowder. It was no longer a question of if the county would explode, but when. The final break, the moment the bad blood turned to poison, didn't happen in a courtroom or a political debate. The legend says it happened where so many mountain feuds begin, over a bottle of whiskey and a game of cards. In 1886, in a smoke-filled room in Hazard, Joe Eversole and Ben French sat across from each other. The air was already thick with tension, but the liquor loosened their tongues and sharpened their contempt. A dispute over the game, a simple accusation of cheating or a misplayed hand, quickly spiraled. It was no longer about cards. It was about everything. Joe Eversole, with his lawyer's wit, made a sharp, condescending remark about the old ways, a jab at the French clan's stubborn resistance to progress. It was a flick of the wrist, but it landed like a fist on Big Ben French's jaw. For a man like French, whose entire world was built on the rock of his personal authority and the honor of his name, this public insult from a man he saw as an upstart was intolerable. His pride, that massive, unbending thing, ignited. He rose from his chair, his shadow swallowing Eversole, and the threats he made were not vague. They were promises, spoken low and cold, of what happens to men who forget their place. In the mountains, a public threat is a debt that must be paid. To let it pass is to admit you are the weaker man, and weakness is a death sentence. The line had been crossed. The room fell silent as the two men stared each other down, and everyone present knew they had just witnessed the conception of a war. Joe Eversole had poked the bear, believing his intelligence was shield enough. Ben French had been challenged in his own kingdom, and his pride demanded a brutal, unforgettable lesson. The lesson came a short time later, not in the open, but from the shadows. Nicholas "Nick" Combs was Joe Eversole's uncle, a trusted friend and a respected man in his own right. He was ambushed on a quiet mountain road, shot from his saddle without a chance to draw his own weapon. It was a cold, calculated act of terror. There was no trial, no witnesses came forward, but everyone in Perry County knew. This was the French clan's answer. It was a message written in blood, sent directly to Joe Eversole. For Joe, this was the moment the chessboard was kicked over. The murder of his uncle was not a political move. It was an act of savagery that ripped through his modern worldview. The old code he had tried to outsmart had just reached out and torn a hole in his family. His grief was matched only by a cold, burning rage. There would be no more debates, no more legal maneuvering. Ben French had chosen the language of the gun. Now, Joe Eversole would answer in kind. The affront had been delivered, and the only acceptable response was vengeance. The blood of Nick Combs was a seed, and from it a forest of rifles began to grow. Joe Eversole's grief was a cold, sharp thing, and it pointed him down a path from which there was no turning back. Now, you might think the mountain code would demand a simple, brutal balance, a life for a life. A French loyalist, maybe the man who pulled the trigger, would be found dead in a creek bed, and the scales of honor would be level once more. That was the old way. That was the path of compromise. Elders from both clans, men with grey in their beards who had seen enough killing in their time, tried to steer the currents back to that old channel. They came to Joe Eversole, not as enemies, but as neighbors. They spoke of the cost of a wider war, of fields that would go unplowed and children who would grow up without fathers. They pleaded with him to seek a targeted revenge, to let the matter end there before it consumed them all. They warned him that turning Perry County into a battlefield would only serve the interests of the outside coal men who were watching from the hills like vultures. But Joe Eversole was deaf to their warnings. His calculating mind, now fueled by rage, saw this as a moment of opportunity. A simple revenge killing would just continue the endless cycle. He wanted to end it permanently. He didn't want to just balance the scales, he wanted to smash them. He rejected the pleas for peace, framing his decision not as vengeance, but as a crusade. He would raise an army, march on Hazard, and tear the corrupt French regime out by its roots. He would bring, he claimed, a new kind of law to the mountains. It was the perfect justification, wrapping his raw ambition and his thirst for retribution in the noble flag of progress. Across the county, Ben French watched Eversole's mobilization, and his own pride provided the equal and opposite reaction. He heard the same pleas for peace, the same warnings, and he threw them back in the faces of those who offered them. To him, backing down now, offering a sacrifice to appease Eversole, would be an admission of guilt and a show of weakness he could not abide. He saw Eversole gathering men and buying rifles, and it confirmed his deepest suspicions. This was never about an uncle's death. It was a coup. So French began to prepare for a siege. He was the high sheriff, and he would turn the county seat into his personal fortress. He gathered his own loyalists, men who saw Eversole's progress as a threat to their very existence. He sent riders out, and the French clan answered the call. They barricaded windows in the courthouse and reinforced the doors of their homes. Each nail hammered into a board was another nail in the coffin of peace. Each new Winchester rifle that arrived in Hazard was another vote for war. The path of compromise was now completely overgrown, and the two factions were marching down separate parallel roads, destined to collide in the streets of the town they both claimed to be fighting for. On the night before the battle, a heavy silence fell over the hills around Hazard. It was a cold, clear November in 1887, and under a sky full of hard, distant stars, two armies lay waiting for the dawn. On the ridges outside of town, Joe Eversole's men huddled around small, smokeless fires, their Winchester rifles oiled and ready. Inside the town, Ben French's followers stood watch at the darkened windows of the courthouse, their own weapons loaded. The air itself seemed to hold its breath, knowing what the morning light would bring. Into this tense stillness, a single figure walked the lonely road between the two camps. It was an old circuit preacher, a man who belonged to no clan but God's. He had christened babies from both families and spoken the final words over their dead. He represented the last flickering candle flame of peace in a room reeking of gunpowder. He went first to Joe Eversole's camp. He found him staring into the darkness toward Hazard and made his plea, his voice low and urgent. He spoke not of politics, but of souls. He named the men on both sides who would be dead by the next sundown, men whose children he knew by name. "Is this the future you want to build, Joe?" he asked. "A county of widows and orphans?" For a moment, they say, Joe Eversole hesitated. He looked at the faces of his own men, young and old, farmers and loggers who had put their faith in him. He saw the terrible cost of his ambition laid bare. This was his final crossroads. He could call it off, accept the stalemate, and live with his uncle's death unavenged. But then he thought of Nick Combs lying dead on that lonely road, of Ben French's public insult, of the future he had promised his people. His fatal flaw, that cold, calculating logic, took over. To back down now would be to lose everything. He turned to the preacher and said, "Reverend, this isn't war. This is an extermination. The sickness is in that courthouse, and I am the cure." The old preacher then walked into the besieged town of Hazard, past French's armed sentries, and found Big Ben in the darkened sheriff's office. He made a different plea, an appeal to French's duty and his pride. "Ben," he said, "you are the sheriff. You are the law. Don't let your own town become a slaughterhouse. Show them you are the bigger man. Offer a truce." Ben French stood, a giant silhouette against the window, and looked out at the campfires of the Eversole army flickering on his hills like a disease. He too stood at a crossroads. He could offer a concession, perhaps hand over the man suspected of killing Nick Combs and spare the town. But his pride, that unbending mountain of a thing, would not allow it. To him, a truce was surrender. It was an admission that Joe Eversole had the right to march an army to his doorstep. He turned from the window, his face set like stone. "They are the ones who came for a war, Reverend," he said. "My only duty now is to see that they get one. You go and pray for their souls. I'll take care of their bodies." With those words, the final door to peace was slammed shut and bolted. The last chance was gone, burned away by the pride of two men who had chosen the path of no compromise. The dawn came up grey and cold over Hazard, and with the first weak light came the sound that would define Perry County for years to come. It wasn't a single shot, but a volley, a deafening, ripping roar as 100 Winchester rifles opened fire from the hills. The Battle of Hazard had begun. For the people of the town, cowering in their homes, it was as if the sky itself was being torn apart. The sound was everywhere, a physical force that rattled windows and shook the very floorboards. The morning birds fell silent, replaced by the high-pitched whine of ricochets and the sharp, splintering crack of bullets chewing through wooden walls. From the ridge, Joe Eversole watched his plan unfold. The world narrowed to the objective, the county courthouse, now a stone fortress spitting fire. His men moved like shadows, darting from the cover of one house to the next, their rifles barking in short, angry bursts. But for every man who moved, a dozen puffs of smoke would erupt from the courthouse and the surrounding buildings. The air grew thick and acrid with the smell of burnt black powder. This wasn't the swift, surgical strike he had envisioned. This was a meat grinder. The logic and planning that had brought him here felt useless against the sheer, stubborn reality of stone walls and determined men. Inside that courthouse, Big Ben French was no longer a sheriff. He was a general in a siege. The cavernous rooms echoed with the thunder of his own men's rifles. The air was a haze of smoke, and the constant thud of Eversole's bullets against the thick stone walls was a drumbeat of impending doom. He would move from window to window, his massive frame a silhouette against the flashes of gunfire, directing his kin with a quiet word or a nod. His world was reduced to what he could see through those narrow, deadly rectangles of glass, the street below, where men he had known his whole life were now trying to end his. He felt the weight of his unbending pride, not as a burden, but as the foundation holding the building up. For the families of Hazard, the war was a terrifying, unseen monster living on the floor above them. Huddled in their root cellars, they could only listen. They heard the frantic running of booted feet on the boardwalks, the desperate shouted commands, and the ceaseless, terrifying percussion of the rifles. A woman clutched her children as the jars of canned beans on the shelf rattled from the concussions overhead. An old man pressed his ear to the dirt floor, trying to discern the sounds of friend from foe. The battle wasn't just in the streets, it was in their homes, a violation so profound it would leave a scar on their memory forever. For 2 full days, the town was a war zone. The fighting would lull, creating a tense, ringing silence where the only sound was a dog barking in the distance, and then it would erupt again in a furious crescendo of violence. A man who rose from behind a stone wall to take a shot might suddenly disappear from view. A figure running across an open street would stumble and lie still. The argument that had begun over a card table was now being settled with lead, and its costs were written in the still forms that dotted the muddy streets. Finally, as the second day bled into a weary dusk, the firing from the hills began to slacken. Joe Eversole had to accept the truth. The courthouse would not fall. His army, battered and low on ammunition, began to melt back into the mountains from which it had come. The retreat was slow, sullen, and bitter. A great, profound silence descended upon Hazard, a silence that felt heavier and more menacing than the noise it replaced. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing a town that looked like it had been savaged by a great beast. Windows were shattered, doors were splintered, and the courthouse stood defiant, pockmarked but unbroken. The Battle of Hazard was over, but the war had just begun. No ground had been gained, no decisive victory won. But a terrible line had been crossed. The men of Perry County had proven they were willing to turn their own home into a battlefield. They had fired on their neighbors, their cousins, their kin. The courthouse still belonged to Ben French, but the town and the soul of the county now belonged to the feud. As the last shots faded, Joe Eversole's grand army was gone. It had dissolved, melting back into the hollows like a dirty spring snow. The retreat was a grim, silent affair. There was no order given, just a shared, unspoken understanding that the battle was lost. Men carried their wounded on makeshift litters, their faces grim with exhaustion and defeat. Joe Eversole rode with them, his visionary's fire banked to a cold, hard ember of humiliation. He had promised his people a swift victory, a new order. Instead, he had led them into a bloody stalemate and left his dead in the streets of Hazard. In the cold twilight of the mountains, he could feel the weight of his failure and the burning need for a different kind of war. The road of the open soldier had ended. The path of the assassin was just beginning. Back in Hazard, Ben French walked out of the pockmarked courthouse into the ruins of his town. He was the victor, but there was no triumph in his eyes. He stood on the steps and surveyed the damage. The sour smell of gunpowder and fresh splintered pine hung heavy in the air. A dead horse lay in the street, and further down, a shape under a blanket told a story he didn't need to hear. Doors creaked open, and the faces of the townspeople peered out, their eyes full of a new kind of fear. They weren't looking at a sheriff who had saved them, but at a warlord who had made their home a battlefield. He walked the muddy streets, his boots crunching on shattered glass. He saw the bullet holes that stitched across the front of the general store, the gouges in the church steeple. He had held his ground. He had beaten back the usurper. His pride was intact. But the cost was written on every building, on every frightened face. This victory tasted like ash and gunpowder. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that this was not the end. Joe Eversole would not simply accept this defeat. The war would not be fought with armies anymore. It would be fought in the dark, on lonely roads, with a single shot from a hidden rifle. He had won the battle, but in doing so, he had sentenced his county and himself to a long, slow bleed. The road hadn't ended. It had just become a darker and more treacherous path for everyone. The silence that followed the Battle of Hazard wasn't peace. It was the sound of a held breath. The Eversole army had retreated, but the war had spread, seeping like a fever into every cabin and hollow in Perry County. Before the battle, you could be a man who was friendly with both sides. After, there was no middle ground. The fighting had drawn a line of blood and gunpowder through the heart of the community, and every single person was now forced to stand on one side or the other. A nod that wasn't returned, a glance held a second too long. These were now potential death sentences. You have to understand what this did to the people. The feud was now a poison in the well water, and everyone had to drink. Men who had hunted together since they were boys now watched each other through the sights of a rifle. Corn rotted on the stalk because the man who planted it was afraid to walk his own fields without a guard. Travel on the county roads, once a simple trip to the grist mill, became a deadly gamble. Every rustle in the trees, every shadow that fell across the path could be an ambush. The doors that had always been open to neighbors were now barred at night, and men slept with their Winchesters not just by their beds, but in them. And the wreckage wasn't just measured in the dead. Think of the families left behind. For the wife of a man killed in the fighting, his death was just the beginning. Her grief was compounded by shame, by the poverty that followed, and by the terrible knowledge that her sons were now expected to inherit their father's rifle and his list of enemies. The war wasn't just killing the men of Perry County. It was mortgaging the souls of their children, baptizing them in a legacy of hatred that they had no part in creating. The community, that fragile web of trust and mutual support that allows life to function in such an isolated place, was shredded. Friendships that had spanned generations were severed overnight. Business partnerships dissolved into bitter accusations. Even church on Sunday became a tense affair, with French loyalists sitting on one side of the aisle and Eversole sympathizers on the other, the preacher's words about forgiveness falling like seeds on barren stone. The feud had become a cancer, and it was eating the county alive from the inside out. The tragedy no longer belonged to Joe Eversole or Ben French. It now belonged to everyone. The murder of a judge on the courthouse steps was an act of blasphemy against the state. It was a message sent in powder and lead that the feudists believed their law was the only law that mattered. They were wrong. The news of Judge Josiah Combs' assassination reached the governor's mansion in Frankfurt, and the reaction was swift and furious. Governor Simon Bolivar Buckner was an old soldier, and he saw this not as a crime, but as an insurrection. He sent the state militia back into Perry County, but this time their orders were different. They weren't there to keep the peace. They were there to hunt. The state put a price on the head of the man everyone believed was the killer, Bad Tom Smith. And his trial, when they finally captured him, was a spectacle. It was more than the trial of one man. It was the trial of the mountain code itself, put in the dock to be judged by the outside world. Imagine the scene. A formal courtroom, with a judge in a black robe, lawyers with stacks of books and witnesses sworn in on a Bible. And in the defendant's chair sat Tom Smith, a man whose entire life had been governed by a different Bible, the simple, brutal creed of loyalty and retribution. The clash of cultures was palpable. The prosecution built its case with evidence, timelines, and legal arguments. They spoke of malice aforethought and conspiracy to commit murder. But the testimony from the mountain folk spoke a different language. They talked of who was kin to whom, of old insults, of debts of honor that had to be paid. The state's lawyers asked, "Did you see the defendant break the law of Kentucky?" But the silent question in the eyes of the local people was, did he betray his clan? Was he a loyal soldier? The court was trying to prove a crime. The feudists were trying to understand a move in their war. The community was torn in two. To the Eversoles and their allies, and to the growing number of people simply sick of the bloodshed, Tom Smith was a monster, the devil himself, and the trial was long overdue justice. They saw the law as a savior, the only force strong enough to break the cycle of killing. But to the French faction and those who clung to the old ways, he was a soldier captured by a foreign power. They saw him as a scapegoat, a man taking the fall for a war that everyone had a hand in. To them, the trial was a sham, an act of conquest by the state government in Frankfurt, which had never cared about their lives until a man wearing one of its robes was killed. He was a criminal to the state, but a martyr to his cause. The verdict was never truly in doubt. The state of Kentucky had to make an example of bad Tom Smith. It had to prove that its authority was absolute, that its law reached into the deepest, darkest hollows, and that it was stronger than any clan's code of honor. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Was it justice? For the family of Judge Combs, yes, but for Perry County, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration. The old world was over. The state was here to stay, and its judgment didn't come from a quiet word between patriarchs. It came at the end of a rope. You might think the story ends there, with the snap of a rope and the fall of the feud's most fearsome soldier. You might think justice, however brutal, had finally tidied up the mess in Perry County. But the truth of the mountains is never that clean. The law that had been so absolute with a hired gun like Tom Smith suddenly became very flexible when it came to the powerful men who had started the war. What became of Big Ben French, the patriarch who had turned the courthouse into his personal fortress? He was indicted, yes, but the charges were eventually dropped in a quiet political truce. There was no grand trial for him, no final judgment. The state, having made its point by hanging Tom Smith, seemed to lose its appetite for the fight. But Ben French didn't win. He had watched his world burn, his power broken not by Joe Eversole's army, but by the chaos they had mutually created. The fire in him simply went out. He lived out his days a diminished figure, a ghost in his own county, a relic of an age that had ended in blood and smoke. And Joe Eversole, the man of progress who had unleashed the storm, he seemed to have won. His chief rival was broken, and the state had crushed the heart of the French faction's enforcers. A few years after the war sputtered out, he was living in Virginia, a successful man who had seemingly escaped the consequences of his own bloody ambition. But the mountain code he had tried to outmaneuver had a longer reach than he ever imagined. The feud found him. He was assassinated, shot down far from the Kentucky hills, a final bloody postscript proving that the hatred he had helped create was a debt that would eventually be paid in full. But the true antagonists, the ones who had provoked the entire conflict without ever firing a shot, faced no consequences at all. While the French and Eversole clans were busy digging graves for their sons, the agents of the Northern Coal and Timber Corporations were busy drawing lines on maps. They had watched patiently as the local leadership bled each other dry. In the ruin and poverty that followed the war, they swept in. They bought up the mineral rights and the land titles for pennies on the dollar from the very widows and broken men the feud had created. The clans had fought a savage war for control of the kingdom, and in the process they had burned the kingdom to the ground, leaving the keys to the ashes for the quiet men in suits to come and pick them up. The killing stopped, but the war wasn't over. It just went on inside the people, a quiet, smoldering fire passed down from one generation to the next. To be an Eversole or a French in Perry County after the war was to carry a ghost on your back. For decades, the names themselves were like a brand, marking you as part of a story that everyone knew, but no one wanted to tell. Some descendants fled the mountains entirely, changing their names and trying to outrun the bloody shadow of their past. Others stayed, living under a constant weight of expectation or suspicion, forever defined by the actions of a grandfather they had never even met. The community healed itself in the only way it knew how, by burying the memory alive. A deep and profound silence fell over the history of the feud. It became the great, unspoken trouble. Men who had shot at each other in the streets of Hazard now passed each other at the general store with a quiet, stiff nod. They had to. To survive, they had to pretend it never happened. But the ghost of it was always there. At weddings, people would watch to see which families sat on which side of the church. At funerals, they would remember how the deceased's father had died. The war became a part of the landscape, an invisible mountain that everyone had to live under. And into the vacuum of power left by the shattered clans, a new king came to the mountains. This king didn't carry a rifle. It carried a ledger book and a surveyor's chain. The coal companies, the patient vultures who had watched the battle from afar, now descended. With the old patriarchal system broken, there was no one left with the power to resist them. The Hazard courthouse, the very building the clans had bled for, slowly became just another office for processing the company's land deeds and enforcing its will. The new sheriff wasn't the head of a clan. He was a man who understood his main job was to protect the company payroll and break up union talk. The final bitter legacy of the Perry County War was written on the faces of the next generation. The sons of the men who had fought and died for control of the mountains didn't inherit a kingdom. They inherited a job. They traded their rifles for pickaxes and went to work for the same foreign corporations their fathers had either courted or resisted. They swapped their fierce, violent independence for a company paycheck, a house in a company town, and a debt at the company store. The war for the soul of Perry County was finally over, and the soul had been sold for a train car full of coal. If you go to Hazard today, you won't find the same courthouse that Ben French defended. It's been replaced by a more modern building. But you can stand on the very spot where Judge Josiah Combs fell, the threshold of justice where the feud reached its bloody climax. And if you know where to look, out in the old family cemeteries tucked away in the hollows, you can find the graves. You can run your hand over the weathered tombstones of Eversoles and Frenches, their names and dates being slowly erased by a century of wind and rain. These stones are the last physical witnesses, the silent, moss-covered proof that these men lived and fought and died here. But the memory of the war doesn't live in the stone. It lives in the stories. And no name from that time echoes with more chilling power than Bad Tom Smith. He has become more than a man. He's the boogeyman of Perry County. For generations, his story was a cautionary tale told to children on dark nights. His supposed pact with the devil, his cold, dead eyes, and most of all, his final defiant words from the gallows, "Hell is my destination, and I'm not afraid to go," have transformed him from a historical figure into a genuine folk legend. He is the ghost of the feud made flesh, a permanent reminder of how dark a man's soul can get. The war itself has become a ballad, sung not with music, but in the quiet conversations on front porches and in the back of old country stores. It's a story told to explain why things are the way they are. It's a warning about what happens when pride is allowed to run hotter than reason, a lesson in how neighbors can tear each other apart over a prize, only to let a silent stranger walk away with it in the end. It's the foundational myth of modern Perry County, the bloody birth of the coal camp world that would follow. And the ghost of a name is more than just a memory. The names are still there. You can find French and Eversole and Combs in the phone book today. The descendants of these men are now neighbors. Their children go to the same schools, and they live in a world that was built on the ashes of their ancestors' war. The feud is over, buried under layers of silence and time. But the spirit of it, that fierce, stubborn mountain pride, that deep suspicion of outsiders, that lingering memory of a time when a man's honor was worth more than his life, that hasn't vanished. It still haunts these hills, an echo that has never truly faded away. So we come to the end of the road, and the question we started with still hangs in the air. Was Joe Eversole a hero or a villain? Was Ben French a protector or a tyrant? The truth as it so often does in these mountains, lies in the muddy grey between. Eversole was a visionary who saw the future, but his ambition was so great he was willing to pave the road to it with the bodies of his neighbours. French was a patriarch defending his people, but his pride was so rigid he would rather see his kingdom burn than bend an inch. They were not good men or bad men. They were hard men, forged by a hard place, and their flaws were the sparks that lit the world on fire. In the end, this isn't just a story about a feud. It is a timeless, brutal lesson in how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness. Ben French's unshakable honor was the bedrock of his power until it became a stone that drowned him. Joe Eversole's sharp, modern mind was his greatest weapon until it blinded him to the ancient, bloody truths of the human heart. They were two sides of the same coin, destined to destroy each other, and in their destruction, they cleared the path for the very forces they were fighting to control. The Perry County War stands as a dark monument in the heart of Appalachia. It's a story of how a community can be led to tear its own heart out, fighting a savage war for control of a prize, only to wake up from the slaughter and find that a silent, patient stranger has walked away with it all. The clans fought for the land, but the corporations got the coal. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Perry County War, a story of how mountain men fought like kings for a kingdom, and in the end, lost everything but their graves. On October 20th, 1865, 6 long months after the Civil War had officially ended, a man stood on the gallows in Nashville, Tennessee. The great armies were silent, the soldiers paroled and sent home to rebuild their shattered lives. But for this man, there would be no peace. He wasn't being hanged for treason. He was charged with 53 counts of murder. He was a supposed Confederate soldier, yet he was being treated like a common criminal, a monster beyond pardon. What did this man do that was so terrible, even by the brutal standards of war, that forgiveness was impossible? To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the land that soaked it up. The Cumberland Mountains, straddling the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, were a world unto themselves in 1861. This wasn't a land of grand plantations or bustling cities. It was a rugged, isolated quilt of misty hollows, dense forests, and winding rivers, a place where the mountains themselves dictated the terms of life. The people here were as tough and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet, forged by hardship and bound by codes older than the nation itself. Their loyalties were not to distant governments in Washington or Richmond. They were to family, to kin, to the neighbor who helped you raise a barn, or the one you shared a long, simmering feud with over a property line. Here, personal honor was everything, and a grudge could be passed down through generations like a family heirloom. It was a place of deep faith and fierce independence, where the law was often just a suggestion and real justice was handled face to face. When the Civil War came, it didn't arrive like a disciplined army marching in formation. It seeped into these hollows like a poison, turning the very fabric of this society against itself. The conflict wasn't about slavery for most of these mountain folk. It was about loyalty, and it split communities with a surgical cruelty. Friend turned against friend, cousin took up arms against cousin. A dispute over a stray hog from 10 years prior could now be settled with a rifle, all under the banner of Union or Confederacy. Into this cauldron of simmering hate stepped 2 men who would become the living symbols of this brutal, personal war. One was Samuel Champ Ferguson, a man with a temper as sharp as his knife, who would side with the Confederacy. The other was David Tinker Dave Beatty, a staunch Unionist, as rugged and determined as his rival. They weren't generals or politicians. They were neighbors, products of the same mountains, who would soon become mortal enemies. This, then, was the world that was lost. It was a hard world, a violent world, but it had its own order. The people of the Cumberland Plateau stood to lose more than just a war. They stood to lose their homes, their families, and the unwritten laws that had governed their lives for a century. They were about to become the victims of a war fought not on battlefields, but in their own backyards, by their own people. There was no single crime scene, cordoned off with yellow tape. In the borderlands of 1861, the crime scene was an entire mountain range. The first shots of Champ Ferguson's personal war weren't fired on a battlefield, but in a secluded clearing, witnessed only by the silent, ancient trees. The first report of the crime didn't come from a sheriff, but from the whispers that snaked through the hollows, carried on the wind like a bad omen. The most verifiable story begins with a capture. A group of local Unionists, led by a man named William Frog, cornered Ferguson and his friend Preston Smith. This was not a formal military arrest. It was a kidnapping, an act of personal power in a land where badges and uniforms meant less than the name your family carried. They were dragged to a makeshift camp, a place where the only law was the will of the man holding the gun. There was no trial, no charge read, just the cold, hard glint of hatred in Frog's eyes. The scene that unfolded was one of stark, summary brutality. Frog, acting as judge, jury, and executioner, declared Preston Smith an enemy. Before anyone could process what was happening, he raised his pistol. A single shot echoed through the hollow, and Smith fell dead to the ground. In that instant, Champ Ferguson, bound and helpless, watched his friend be murdered not for a cause, but for a conviction. He saw the grim satisfaction on Frog's face and understood that the rules of civilization no longer applied here. The only evidence left at the scene was a fresh grave, if they even bothered to dig one, and the memory of the man who got away. In a desperate surge of adrenaline, Ferguson broke free. He scrambled into the dense woods as bullets tore through the bark around him, a ghost in motion, fueled by pure terror and a dawning, white-hot rage. The tracks he left were not of a soldier retreating, but of an animal escaping a trap, an animal that would soon learn to become the hunter. This singular, brutal event was immediately tangled with other, even darker whispers. Stories began to circulate about a different kind of crime scene at Ferguson's own cabin. People said that Unionist home guards had come for him while he was away, finding his wife and young daughter sick in their beds. The tale, told in hushed tones, claimed the men forced the ailing women out into the freezing cold, an act of such profound cruelty that they soon died. Was it true? Or was it a legend that grew from the seed of Preston Smith's murder? The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions that all pointed to one terrifying certainty. A reckoning was coming. When the storm of violence finally broke, it wasn't a random tempest. It was a targeted lightning strike. The first suspects in Ferguson's war, the first men he hunted, were not strangers in blue uniforms from a distant northern state. They were his neighbors. They were the men he held personally responsible for shattering his world. His rage had a face and a name, and at the top of that list were William Frog and Tinker Dave Beatty. The motive was as clear as a mountain stream and as dark as a grave. Everyone in the borderlands knew the story of Preston Smith's execution. William Frog hadn't just killed a Confederate sympathizer, he had murdered Champ Ferguson's friend in cold blood right before his eyes. The image of his friend falling, the puff of gun smoke in the cold air, the casual cruelty of the act, it was a wound that could only be cauterized with blood. This was a debt of honor, and in the mountains, such debts are always paid in full. Layered over this undeniable act was the even more potent legend of his wife and daughter. Whether the story of the Unionist home guards forcing them from their sickbeds was entirely true, or a tale that grew larger in the telling, doesn't matter. Ferguson believed it. He carried that story in his heart like a burning coal, a narrative of unimaginable cruelty that justified any atrocity in return. He saw Tinker Dave Beatty's men not as soldiers, but as monsters who had preyed upon the helpless and desecrated the sanctity of his home. The whispers that followed Ferguson as he slipped back into the mountains were not of strategy or politics. They were of a vow. He made no secret of his intentions. He told anyone who would listen that he was on a mission of vengeance. He swore an oath that for every friend, for every family member lost, 100 Yankees would pay the price. The initial evidence of his coming rampage was his own chilling declaration of a war of extermination, a promise to hunt down and kill every last man he held accountable, giving no quarter and taking no prisoners. The borderlands were no longer a battleground, they were his personal hunting ground. But Ferguson's rage, as potent as it was, did not burn in a vacuum. A fire that big needs fuel, and it needs air. While his enemies gave him the spark, it was the people he considered allies, his own neighbors, and the very cause he fought for, who fanned the flames. This introduces the second, more insidious suspect in the creation of this monster, the quiet poison of internal betrayal. Ferguson became a weapon, but the hands that aimed him often belonged to his friends. No one suspected the motives of the Confederate-leaning families who offered him shelter, food, and information. They were seen as patriots supporting a local hero. But beneath the surface, older, more personal currents were at play. A long-standing land dispute, a family insult from a generation ago, simple jealousy. These were the true motives that often guided Ferguson's hand. A farmer would ride to his camp, not with news of troop movements, but with a whisper that his Unionist neighbor, the one who owned the fertile bottomland he'd always coveted, was a dangerous bushwhacker. When re-examined, the pattern of his killings suggests a darker truth. Why was Elam Huddleston, a sickly old man, a priority for execution? Because someone in the community declared him a very bad man. Ferguson, consumed by his own mission of vengeance, was the perfect tool. He didn't need much proof. A pointed finger from a supposed ally was enough. He became the physical manifestation of his community's petty hatreds, settling their private scores under the public banner of the Confederacy, perhaps without even realizing he was being used. This betrayal extended all the way to the top. The Confederate government in Richmond was happy to have men like Ferguson terrorizing the Unionist population, disrupting supply lines and tying down troops. They gave him legitimacy, a captain's commission, a flag to fly. But it was a relationship of convenience. They wanted the chaos he created, but they kept him at arm's length, officially disavowing his most brutal tactics. They betrayed the very guerrilla fighters they empowered, using them for the war's dirtiest work and leaving them to face the consequences alone. Ferguson thought he was a soldier, but to many on his own side, he was just a rabid dog, to be unleashed on their enemies and put down when he was no longer useful. But beyond the personal hatreds that festered in the mountain hollows, a larger, more impersonal storm was gathering. This threat came from outside the tight-knit world of the borderlands, an organized force that saw these hills not as a collection of homes and families, but as a strategic chessboard. This was the formal war machine of the United States and the Confederacy, and its arrival would pour gasoline on the fires of local feuds. To the Union High Command in Nashville and Washington, Champ Ferguson was not a grieving husband or a man avenging a friend. He was simply a problem to be solved, an infection of rebellion in a strategically important region. Their motive was cold, calculated, and entirely impersonal. Pacify the area, protect Union supply lines, and eliminate all irregular resistance. They sent patrols of uniformed soldiers, men who didn't know the local families or their histories. To these outsiders, a man plowing his field could be a farmer or a guerrilla fighter in disguise. They often couldn't tell the difference, and their harsh methods bred even more resentment. From the other direction, the Confederate leadership applied its own external pressure. They saw in Champ Ferguson not a man, but a weapon. His personal vendetta was a useful tool for terrorizing Unionist sympathizers and disrupting federal operations, all at little cost to the formal Confederate Army. They gave him a captain's commission, a thin veneer of legitimacy for his bloody work. Men like General John C. Breckinridge were happy to use Ferguson's savage band of riders for a specific military objective, like the attack on Saltville, and then look the other way when the butchery began. Ferguson was their asset, a wild dog they could point in the right direction, whose savagery served their larger, impersonal goals. The presence of these organized armies created a new climate of fear, squeezing the people of the mountains in a terrible vice. Suddenly, strange men in uniform were a common sight on the winding roads, carrying an air of official, indifferent menace. They brought with them a different kind of violence, organized, efficient, and absolute. The personal war of neighbor against neighbor was now caught up in a national conflict, escalating the stakes beyond anything the locals could have imagined. This external pressure crushed the old rules of the mountains, leaving a vacuum where only the most brutal could thrive. The hunt for Champ Ferguson began in earnest, a desperate attempt to cage the monster that had been unleashed. The primary hunter was his arch-nemesis, Tinker Dave Beatty, a man who knew the mountains as well as Ferguson did. He was joined by patrols of Union cavalry, professional soldiers sent to bring order to a land that had never known it. They had a clear target and a righteous cause. But they soon discovered they weren't hunting a man. They were chasing a phantom. Every lead they followed seemed to dissolve into the Appalachian mist. A farmer would ride breathlessly into a Union camp, swearing he'd just seen Ferguson and his men watering their horses at Calfkiller Creek. A posse would be formed, riding hard for hours through treacherous terrain, only to arrive and find nothing but hoof prints fading in the mud and the cold ashes of a long-dead campfire. Ferguson was a master of the wilderness. He knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every cave that could shelter a man from a storm or a patrol. The mountains that were a confusing, hostile maze to the outsiders were his sanctuary. The Union soldiers operated on the assumption that they were fighting a guerrilla company. They looked for camps, for supply lines, for patterns. But Ferguson fought by no book of military tactics. He and his small band of riders would materialize on a remote road, carry out an execution, and then vanish, melting back into the forest as if they were never there. They would ride 30 miles in a night, split up, and rendezvous days later at a prearranged spot known only to them. Tracking them was like trying to track a dozen individual wolves at once. One promising report placed Ferguson at a sympathizer's farm, preparing for an evening meal. A full company of Union soldiers surrounded the property in the dead of night, moving with painstaking silence. They burst into the cabin at dawn, ready for a firefight, only to find the farmer's family calmly eating breakfast. The farmer would claim he hadn't seen Ferguson in months, his face a perfect mask of innocence. The soldiers would leave empty-handed and furious, never knowing that Ferguson had been watching them from a wooded ridge the entire time, warned hours earlier by a signal from a trusted neighbor. With every failed raid, every cold trail, the frustration of the Union forces grew into a palpable rage. And for the Unionist families living in those isolated hollows, that frustration translated into pure terror. They knew the soldiers couldn't protect them. They knew that Ferguson was always watching, and that the price for talking to the Federals was a visit in the night from which there was no return. The more the law failed to catch him, the more powerful his legend became, and the deeper the fear settled into the bones of the community. The Union Army quickly learned that the dense forests and rocky bluffs were not the most formidable obstacles in their hunt for Champ Ferguson. The true fortress that protected him was a silent, invisible wall built by the people of the mountains themselves. When soldiers came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and a maddeningly consistent refrain: saw nothing, heard nothing, knew nothing. This was the omerta of the Appalachians, a code of silence more binding than any law. This silence was rooted first and foremost in pure, paralyzing fear. Ferguson wasn't just a soldier, he was a specter of vengeance. He cultivated terror as a weapon. Stories, true or not, of his brutality were his greatest ally. He was known to decapitate his victims and leave their heads on fence posts as a grim message to others. A farmer who might have considered cooperating with the Union patrol knew that the soldiers would eventually leave. But Ferguson would remain. A whispered word to the wrong person could lead to a visit in the dead of night, a barn burned to the ground, or a fate far, far worse. But it wasn't just fear. It was a complex web of family ties and a deep-seated suspicion of outsiders. Ferguson was a local man. His kin and his wife's kin were woven into the fabric of the community. Turning him over to an army of strangers felt like a profound betrayal of their own blood. To many, the Union soldiers were an occupying force, invaders who didn't understand their ways, their feuds, or their loyalties. In the stark calculus of the mountains, it was often better to shelter your own monster than to trust the justice of a foreigner. This wall of silence took a heavy psychological toll. The air in these hollows grew thick with unspoken truths. Neighbors who had known each other for generations now avoided eye contact, their conversations becoming clipped and shallow, terrified of letting a dangerous word slip. Old Man Hemlock, who lived on the ridge overlooking the Calf Killer River, once mentioned to a traveling peddler that he'd seen riders pass his cabin late one night. A week later, he found his prize hog, his food for the winter, slaughtered in its pen. No one said a word, but the message was as clear as a gunshot in the night. In this world, the only thing more dangerous than Champ Ferguson's rifle was your own tongue. Silence had become the only armor they had left. For 4 years, the war had been the perfect cover for Ferguson's savagery. But in April of 1865, a piece of information more powerful than any army trickled into the Cumberland Mountains. It wasn't a secret whispered in a cabin or a clue found on a body. It was the news of General Lee's surrender at Appomattox. The Civil War was over, and with that single undeniable fact, the entire world shifted under Champ Ferguson's feet. The overlooked detail, the forgotten clue that broke the case wide open, was his own identity. For years, he had operated under the belief that he was a soldier, a commissioned captain in the Confederate Army. His killings, in his own mind, were acts of war. But the surrender stripped away that justification. The cause he fought for no longer existed. The government that gave him a commission was dissolved. Suddenly, his actions had to be re-examined, not as tactics in a guerrilla conflict, but as individual crimes. He was no longer a soldier. He was just a man who had killed, by his own count, over 100 people. The true turning point, however, was an act of profound arrogance on Ferguson's part. Believing his commission made him a legitimate combatant, he thought he was entitled to the same amnesty being offered to thousands of other Confederate soldiers. He made a fatal miscalculation. Instead of disappearing deeper into the mountains or fleeing west, he did the unthinkable. In May of 1865, he willingly rode into the Union-occupied city of Nashville and presented himself to the authorities to surrender and receive his parole. The moment he gave his name, the perception of the situation changed in a flash. The Union officers didn't see a weary soldier seeking peace. They saw a name from countless reports of atrocities. They saw the butcher of the Saltville massacre, the specter who had haunted the borderlands for 4 years. The forgotten clue, Ferguson's own wanted status as a war criminal, was no longer forgotten. Instead of a parole slip, they gave him iron handcuffs. The news of his capture was like a thunderclap across the mountains. The ghost had been caught. The boogeyman was in chains. And with that revelation, the wall of silence, which had been held together by fear, began to crumble. A new, desperate urgency took hold, not to find a killer, but to finally bear witness against him. The stories that had been buried in the dark soil of the Cumberlands for 4 long years were about to be unearthed. The climax of Champ Ferguson's story did not happen in a bloody mountain skirmish, but in the suffocating stillness of a Nashville courtroom in the autumn of 1865. The Phantom of the Cumberlands was finally caged, a physically imposing figure in the witness box, but his legend was about to be systematically dismantled, not by bullets, but by words. The central mystery was finally being addressed. Was this man a soldier, twisted by the horrors of war, or was he something else entirely? The trial would unmask him. The prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. One by one, witnesses took the stand, widows, orphans, old men who had survived by some miracle. They didn't speak of battles or military objectives. They spoke of ambushes on lonely roads, of men shot down while pleading for their lives, of executions carried out with a terrifying calmness. They described Ferguson personally killing the sickly, bedridden Lieutenant Smith in a field hospital, dragging him from his cot and shooting him in the head. This wasn't war, it was murder. Then came the testimony that shocked a nation already numb to the horrors of the conflict. The Saltville Massacre. Eyewitnesses, including Confederate officers, described the scene after the battle. They told the court how Ferguson and his men rode onto the field, ignoring the rules of surrender, and began a 2-day orgy of slaughter. They recounted watching him personally execute dozens of wounded and captured black soldiers from the 5th U.S. Colored cavalry, shooting them in their hospital beds and hunting them down in the woods. This act was so barbaric, it went beyond vengeance or military necessity. It was an act of pure, unadulterated hatred. But the final, definitive unmasking came from the mouth of Champ Ferguson himself. He took the stand, not with remorse, but with a chilling, defiant pride. He admitted to everything. He calmly confirmed the killings, one after another. His defense was simple and horrifying. He was a soldier, and these men were the enemy. When asked about killing the sick Lieutenant Smith, Ferguson coolly replied, "He was a bad soldier, and I wanted to get him out of the way." In that moment, the mask was gone forever. The journal, the letter, the forgotten clue, it was his own testimony. His motive was laid bare, and it was far darker than simple revenge. Vengeance may have been the spark, but the fire was fueled by something else, a cold, methodical enjoyment of power and death. He had appointed himself the ultimate arbiter of life and death in the mountains. The war had not created a monster. It had simply given a monster the perfect opportunity to flourish. The man in the witness box was not a soldier. He was a killer who had found his calling. Now that we know the verdict of the court, we can finally reconstruct the truth of those 4 terrifying years. We can push aside the rumors and legends and piece together the events, not as a soldier would tell them, but as the mountains themselves must remember them. For 4 years, the sound of a lone rider in the distance was enough to make a mother pull her children inside and bolt the door. A dog's frantic barking that was suddenly cut short was a sound that chilled the blood. Imagine a small, makeshift hospital, a place of supposed sanctuary where wounded Union men lay shivering with fever and pain. Their war was over. The doors burst open, not with medics, but with Ferguson and his men. The doctors' pleas for mercy were met with cold silence. Then came the sounds, a series of muffled, ugly pops, one after another, each one followed by a final groan that was quickly silenced. A young lieutenant, sick with measles and no threat to anyone, was pulled from his cot. His bare feet scraped against the rough floorboards. Another sharp report echoed in the small room, followed by the heavy, final sound of a body hitting the floor. When the raiders left, an unnatural stillness filled the space, a silence more terrifying than any scream. Picture the scene at Saltville, Virginia. The formal battle was over. The Union forces, including the 5th U.S. Colored Cavalry, had retreated. But for the wounded and the captured left behind, the horror was just beginning. For 2 days, Ferguson rode across the field, a dark silhouette against a gray sky. From the surrounding hills, witnesses could hear the sporadic popping sound of his revolver over and over again. They saw wounded men, black soldiers who had fought bravely and surrendered, trying to crawl to the safety of the woods. The horsemen would follow. There would be another pop, and the crawling would cease. The battlefield, which had been a place of combat, became a silent field of execution, its fallen soldiers not casualties of war, but victims of a massacre. And then there were the personal encounters, the moments of intimate, face-to-face terror. An old man, Elam Huddleston, sickly and frail, stood before Ferguson, pleading that he was too weak to have ever been a threat. Ferguson's voice was flat, a pronouncement of fate. "You are said to be a very bad man." A single deafening crack sent the birds scattering from the trees for a mile around. Then there was only the sound of the rider's horse sighing as he turned to leave, leaving another dark stain on the Appalachian soil. This was the truth of Champ Ferguson's war. It wasn't fought on battle lines with cannons, but in sick rooms, on fields of surrender, and on lonely mountain roads, with a cold heart and a steady hand. The trial of Champ Ferguson wasn't held in some dusty mountain town courthouse where his name carried the weight of fear and legend. It was a formal military tribunal in Nashville, a public spectacle for a nation grappling with the war's savage legacy. The room was packed, the air thick with tension. Newspaper reporters from as far away as New York scribbled furiously in their notebooks, eager to capture every detail of the man they had already dubbed the great guerrilla chieftain and the Confederate demon. This wasn't just a trial for murder. It was an attempt to draw a line, to declare that even in the hell of a civil war, some acts were simply beyond the pale. Throughout the proceedings, Champ Ferguson was a figure of unnerving composure. As witness after witness took the stand to recount tales of cold-blooded slaughter, he watched them with a steady, unblinking gaze. He showed no remorse, no fear, not even a flicker of regret. He listened as men described him shooting the wounded in their beds, and his expression never changed. When it was his turn to speak, his defense was as simple as it was shocking. He claimed he was a soldier, a commissioned officer of the Confederacy. Every man he killed, he argued, was an enemy combatant in a war where the official policy, on both sides of the border conflict, was no quarter. In his mind, he was not a murderer. He was a patriot who had simply fought the war with more conviction than most. But the military commission was not swayed. The testimony was too damning, the victims too helpless, the cruelty too personal. They saw the clear pattern. This was not a soldier's work. This was a campaign of personal extermination, cloaked in the thin justification of a military commission. On October 10, 1865, the verdict came back. Guilty. The sentence was death by hanging. For most of the nation, the verdict was a moment of catharsis, a righteous judgment against one of the war's most notorious villains. Justice, it seemed, had been served. But back in the hollows of White County, Tennessee, on the good rebel soil where Ferguson had asked to be buried, the verdict was heard differently. To his family, his friends, and his sympathizers, he was not a war criminal. He was a soldier who had been martyred by a victor's court. They argued that Union guerrillas like Tinker Dave Beatty had committed similar acts and were now hailed as heroes. To them, Champ Ferguson wasn't hanged for his crimes. He was hanged for fighting for the Confederacy. The verdict, a clear-cut case of guilt in the eyes of the law, remains a subject of bitter debate in those mountains to this day, a perfect symbol of the brothers' war, where one man's monster is another man's hero. Champ Ferguson's death was not an end. It was a beginning. The beginning of a long and bitter memory that would coil itself around the lives of everyone he had ever touched. For his own family, the name Ferguson became both a curse and a martyr's cry. They buried his body in the good rebel soil he requested, but they could not bury his legacy. For generations, his descendants would carry the weight of his actions, forced to live in the shadow of a man remembered by half their neighbors as a monster, and by the other half as a hero betrayed. His name was a burden, a mark that set them apart in the very hills they called home. And what of his great rival, Tinker Dave Beatty? He had won. He had outlasted his nemesis and fought for the victorious side. But victory in a war like this is a fragile, haunted thing. Beatty lived a long life, but the brutal tactics he had been forced to adopt the friends he had lost, and the constant threat he had lived under for 4 years left scars that no government pension could heal. He had survived the devil himself, but the fight had cost him a piece of his own soul. Peace in the mountains was a quiet, uneasy thing, and for a man like Beatty, the silence was likely filled with the ghosts of the war he had fought and won. For the families of the men Ferguson killed, his execution was a final, terrible chapter. It was justice, but it was not restoration. It could not bring back a husband, a father, or a son. They now had to live in a fractured community, walking the same roads and frequenting the same general store as the very people who had sheltered Ferguson, who had fed him, who had kept silent while he hunted their loved ones. The immediate threat was gone, but the sense of betrayal remained, a quiet, simmering poison that would taint relationships in those hollows for decades. The lives of those falsely accused, or those whose only crime was loyalty to the Confederacy, were also irrevocably altered. Many who had sympathized with Ferguson, who saw him as their protector, now bore the stain of his crimes. Their reputations were tarnished by association. They were the neighbors of a convicted mass murderer, a label that the victorious Unionists would never let them forget. Ferguson's execution only hardened their bitterness, cementing a sense of grievance that would be passed down to their children and their children's children, fueling the simmering resentments of the lost cause. The war was over, but the battle lines in the hearts of the people were now drawn in stone. The story of Champ Ferguson did not end on the gallows, and it wasn't sealed in his tomb. If you travel today to the France Cemetery in White County, Tennessee, you can still find his grave. It is a simple, weathered stone, a quiet place that belies the violent life of the man buried beneath it. This patch of earth is the most tangible remnant of his story, a physical anchor point connecting our world to his. You can stand there and look out at the same rolling hills he once rode through and feel the chilling presence of the past. The mountains themselves have not forgotten. The Calf-Killer River still flows, its name a permanent grisly reminder of the frontier violence that shaped this land long before the Civil War. The fog still clings to the hollows where he and his men would disappear, and the winding roads they used for ambush are still there, many of them now paved over, but following the same treacherous paths. The landscape of the Cumberland Plateau is a silent monument, etched with the memories of every skirmish, every execution, every desperate flight from justice. But the true echoes are not in stone or soil, they are in the whispers and the stories. To this day, the tale of Champ Ferguson is told in the borderlands, a local legend as potent as any ghost story. It's a story told around hunting campfires, a cautionary tale passed from grandfathers to their grandsons. They still talk about the myth of his missing head, the ghoulish rumor that his skull was taken for scientific study, a final indignity for the man who had terrorized their ancestors. Most powerfully, the war over Champ Ferguson's soul continues to this day. Walk into a local diner or hardware store in that part of the country and ask if he was a hero or a monster. You will start an argument that is just as passionate and divided now as it was in 1865. The world has forgotten, but these mountains remember. They remember because the war he fought was not just about North and South, it was about them. And that memory is now a part of their very identity, a living echo of a time when the devil himself rode the hills of Tennessee. So we return to where we began, to a man on a gallows in Nashville, long after the cannons of the Civil War had fallen silent. We asked what this man could have done that was so terrible, even by the standards of that brutal conflict, that he alone could not be forgiven. And now we have the answer. It wasn't that he killed, for the war had made killers of thousands. It was that he savored it. He stripped away the pretense of military necessity and revealed the cold, hard core of personal hatred. He murdered the sick, executed the surrendered, and turned a national conflict into his own private slaughterhouse, all while claiming the mantle of a soldier. Forgiveness was impossible because Champ Ferguson forced a nation exhausted by death to look at his work and finally draw a line between the horrors of war and the acts of a monster. This is a story, then, not just of a single violent man, but of a timeless and terrifying truth. It is a warning of what happens when the poison of personal vengeance is given the legitimacy of a flag and a uniform. It shows how the grand, abstract ideals of a nation at war can be twisted to justify the most intimate and brutal acts of neighbor against neighbor. And it is a profound lesson in the power of silence, how a community bound by fear and a complex code of loyalty can become the soil in which such evil is allowed to take root and grow, unchecked, until it consumes everything. The war is over. The men who fought it are long gone. But the ghost of Champ Ferguson and the questions his life demands of us still haunt those misty Appalachian hollows. He reminds us that the most dangerous battleground is not in a field or a fortress, but in the human heart, where the lines between soldier and murderer, justice and revenge, can blur and then vanish with terrifying ease. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the court records and old tales are willing to give up. The rest belongs to the mountains.